Oh, hello. How's life going? I saw that Hassan fans have started to harass DGGers in real life now. Not cool. Not good. We need to talk about this, guys. Just watched all the Guru media with you. Must have been hella cathartic. Yeah, they seem like cool guys. I say cautiously because everybody ends up not being cool guys. That's a meme, you know, right? This is a meme? What do you mean by a meme? You don't think this is real? Wait, I'm just kidding, right? You guys know there's a reference to another thing on Twitter right now, right? I think the reason Destiny doesn't encounter bisexual man bias is because the type of woman to throw themselves at a self admitted man slut likely won't give a fuck about that. Plus, they probably know beforehand. I think of the second part, you're right. Like, obviously, people that reach out to me generally know, and also the people in the communities that I'm in, and just the personality I have in the demeanor, probably just not going to select people that don't like bisexual people. But also, I think that when women say they don't like gay or bisexual dudes, I I I think that most of the time, I think what that actually is I think it's just a proxy for very effeminate men. That's my guess on that. I could be wrong, but that's my guess. It's usually what comes to mind when you think of like when you think of a gay or bisexual guy. It's usually somebody's very, very, very effeminate. That's, I mean, even I think that sometimes, but. You look tired. Yeah, I didn't realize I could actually just sleep on my Vyvanse. I popped one at like 11:30, because that's when I take my first of four. I'm up to 220 milligrams now. I usually do like I'll take like four before stream, but I took one and I laid down and I fell asleep for an hour and a half, so or 2 hours. So here I am. I just took my other three now. I'm doing 300 milligrams today. I'm just kidding. Sorry. If you do these things, don't do these. I've never doubled up. But some people say I do. That was a meme as well. Jesus. Hold on. Saw your pod with Hodge Twins. Love the chemistry. How were those guys in person? I think they were okay. It was a little awkward. I don't know if it's just like a guy thing or if they were trying to intimidate me, but they do a lot of like punching, like in the chest and in the stomach and stuff. So like before we went on, they were kind of like they were hitting me way too much, and I was like asking them to stop, and they kept saying like, "Oh, what are you, a fucking pussy? Are you a pussy?" And then they like smack. And I'm just kidding. No, they seem like pretty friendly and cool. What do you think of Linktree? And if you've heard about it, Stan Store. Also, how do you feel about the Decoding the Gurus guys after doing our podcast with them? How do I feel about Linktree? What do I think of Linktree? It's a linking website. What thoughts could I possibly have about Linktree? What am I? How am I supposed to answer that? The Decoding the Gurus guys seem cool. I think. I say it hesitantly because I don't know. I just never know. I don't know if I'll discover something and I'm like, oh God. They're actually horrible. They seem like cool guys, though. Hopefully. He's talking about the Linktree sex trafficking scandal. Christ, it's just a link website. How are they sex trafficking? Destiny, their subreddit is unhinged about you. Oh, the Guru one? I check a lot of boxes for the types of... There's two things that are going on, I think. One will be a criticism towards their community. And the second will just be a general thing. The second criticism is just that, like, I've said this before. I've said this to you guys all the time. I check off a lot of boxes for like pseudo-intellectual, like guru, logical wannabe person or whatever. Like a lot of the things that I say are going to be the exact same things that people like Dave Rubin or Tim Pool or any of these other types of like enlightened guru people say. So I'm going to automatically check off a lot of boxes so I can understand people being a little bit predisposed towards not liking me. That's number one. The second thing is, unfortunately, I think that communities that revolve around shitting on people or obsessing on people, the community is always going to have a kind of a negative tinge. I think that this is true in meta subs. So, for instance, subs where it's just like talking about drama or other people. A really good example of this would have been older subs like Shit Reddit Says, obviously, but even subs like subreddit drama or maybe even YouTube drama, but like places that are just like talking about people, any kind of like cow forums like LolCow or like Kiwi Farms, or then like the Guru subreddit, like any place where you're kind of like the focus is on making fun of people or talking about other people like that. I think the community is always going to have like a pretty negative tinge to it, but I think that's just kind of like the nature of those communities. It's nothing exceptionally bad about theirs. Okay, hold on. Sometimes when I highlight things, a thing like a little menu comes up to create a calendar or event or something. Is this a Zoom feature that I need to kill on my computer? How often do you have to fight off contempt for your audience? If it's a problem, do you internalize it? For me, I don't know. I think I'm probably better than most about staying grounded, probably for a variety of reasons. Probably just because I like my hobbies and everything, because I just don't do much crazy shit. So I stay relatively grounded. And I'm just very happy because of like where I came from. Like I still think back to like 15 years ago. Yeah, I was like cleated carpets wondering, damn, I fucked my life up really bad. I kind of ruined my whole fucking shit. So I'm pretty happy with where I'm at. I think that helps me deal with a lot of dumb shit online. Would you go on a LolCow podcast with Keem, Wings, and Boogie? I don't know with those three. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it. It wouldn't be like an immediate no. I just have to think about like what the goal and purpose and everything would be. Keem doesn't like Destiny. I feel like Keemstar probably would like me. I think I challenged him that one time, but I think we're similar in demeanor in a lot of ways. What major event is going to happen on your trip? Hopefully nothing in Israel Palestine. What percent of streamers would you expect have ever had a I fucked my entire life up period in their life? I don't know. Probably not many, because I think that this area tends to choose for people that are a bit more privileged or lucky. Like even in terms of my, like even in terms of like me fucking my life up, like the fact that I had a life to fuck up already puts me ahead of, I don't know, probably what, 60, 70% of Americans. Like the fact that I was able to go semi-pro in StarCraft 2 was a function of me having a family that was wealthy enough to have a family computer that I could play StarCraft on, right? Or, yeah. Do you want to be a living will? Do you want to do a living real will real quick? Oh, I already texted my kid's mom. So you don't deserve it? Don't deserve what? Please scroll up. I can't see the post. Oh, there you go. Can you remind me again why Prohibition failed? I have no fucking idea. I don't know why they even tried it. Do you believe your demeanor is different when you meet people in real life / online audio chatting / comment section? No, it just depends on who I'm meeting. No, it just depends on who I'm meeting. I would say that other people's demeanor, I think other people's demeanor changes significantly. But that's whether it's real life or online. I talk to a lot of people that are friendly-ish, and then as soon as the combo's over, they start talking shit. It's like a meme on my stream that 24 hours after, like, they'll start talking shit or whatever, or within 24 hours. Yeah, it's annoying as fuck. That's why that guy, the one that I talked to last time, the high school debate guy or whatever, I told him I hate you. I hate you. I hate your kind of people. I hate the things that you guys do. Because I hate it when people like don't, yeah, like be clear about it. Fuck. What is your view on the current minimum wage? Do you think it's sufficient to survive on your own in America? Should it be? Is it good enough to survive? I mean, maybe if you've got like 3 roommates, depending on where you live. Should it be enough to survive on? I'm not sure. I don't know. Are you good about your family being scummy about your assets if you died? I'm pretty sure assets go one way. Pretty sure it would go all to my kid, although he's 13. I don't know if they get held in a trust. I'll probably figure something more formal out before I fly, but. What happened with the PV canvassing event appearance today and tomorrow? I don't know. I think that stuff is getting moved around because primaries are winning and losing and different things are happening, so. Ludwig, 14-minute video addressing the drama. I met a guy 2 days ago, actually. It was kind of funny. I met a guy 2 days ago who saw me at the there's a restaurant I go nearby, and he looked at me and he was like, "Oh wait, hold on, people know you or whatever." I'm like, and I wait for a second because I'll give him a minute to guess or whatever. And he mentioned, I'm like, "Yeah, I'm Destin." He's like, "Oh," and then he mentions like he says at the end, he's like, "Oh shit, like tell Sneeko I said hi," or some shit. I don't know, something like that. And all I'm thinking is that, like, he didn't say anything mean or do anything fucked up or anything weird or whatever in person. He seemed like kind of chill. But I feel like, okay, you're a Sneeko fan. I guarantee you that if I dug into this dude's Twitter history, like Rumble chat logs or whatever, this guy's probably said some wild shit about me. But in real life, everybody just is kind of chill. I'd like to have a conversation about your convo on the Twins pod. This hits deep to my parents, consume their content, and they are big propagators of conspiracies. So if you could squeeze me into your busy schedule, it'd be nice. Appreciate it. Also, I'm quite free Or I'm free quite often due to currently being unemployed. What? Why? I still can't believe the Michael Burns dude sent his buddy after you, deleted his own post after complaining about swarms of death threats, then uploaded the logs from Ludwig Drama, then went private. Yeah, it's just wild. The lack of accountability, the lack of... Here's something I noticed a lot online. People have no shame. This is true in real life too. People have no fucking shame. I don't understand it. I feel so bad and embarrassed if I like get a fact wrong, if I'm like completely off on something. That's why like I try to hedge really careful on things I say. That's why if some guy is sitting next to me and he's like, I've got dead Ukrainian families, like, oh fuck, okay, fine, yeah, the Minsk agreements were the best things ever. Some people have absolutely no shame though. They will just trudge forward through whatever mess they create without a care in the fucking world. I admire it. Have you ever had any experience with benzos, like any side effects, withdrawals, getting it prescribed for anxiety but scared of the addiction stories? Just use it as prescribed. Don't use it as anything more. I have no experience with almost any downers besides alcohol, though. I don't think I've ever done any opiate before. I've never done any benzo before. Yeah, never in my life. A lot of people don't have an active community that holds them accountable like you do. Yeah, no, I know. The thing that I have to keep in mind that I brought this up before that was tired was that like, that was tired. I brought this up before. It's tiring to deal with it. Is that the people that I deal with are transient. They come and they go, or they're on downswings anyway. So it's like, okay, well, what I do works. But the issue is just that because I'm trying to think like, well, why doesn't it feel that way? Why doesn't it feel like me outlasting people? Why don't I get a kick from that? And the reason why is because every time some retard disappears, another one takes his place. It's like, okay, well, fuck me. You're talking the podcast about the Gurus was really good. Those guys seem like an interesting channel. Yeah, I hope they are, yeah. It seemed fine. I watched them go over a Dr. K thing, and I wasn't sure how I felt about it. I had to think a lot about the Dr. K thing. It was an interaction between him and his wife. I could definitely see why people would see it as like pretty yikesy. I saw it as like 5% yikesy, but I don't know. Status on the Sam Harris chat. Topics of convo. What would you agree? Again? I don't know. I don't know. I think I'd probably do a little bit more digging into his current stuff to see where he's at on things if I was actually going to talk with him. How far are you comfortable in going in assuming beliefs of people based on other things they say? I try not. I don't think I ever try to. I think I just try to. I think I usually just ask. Oh wait, shit. Is it when I click Control? Oh, whenever I copy something, Control C, Outlook, Calendar, go to Clipboard Settings. Is this a Windows 11 feature? Does it happen on this computer? No, it doesn't. Is this a Zoom feature or a I need to turn Zoom shit off. It's fucking annoying. What happens if I just exit the program? Oh, I think it is Zoom. God, that's annoying. What do you think the argument that Palestinians deserve more leniency when analyzing the behavior because they are oppressed by Israel? There's like a little bit of truth to that, but not much. A lot of people are prescribed both benzos and amphetamines. Really? Both at the same time? I feel like you generally wouldn't do that, but I could be wrong. They seem like those would almost like contraindicate each other. I don't know actually if that's true at all. That was fucking retarded. I don't know why I said that. It's true for recreational drugs. I don't know if that's true for for therapeutic drugs. Like if you're taking something for a prescription for some medical thing. I don't know if that's true at all. I don't know. I just completely guessed on that. I have no fucking idea, actually. Do you plan on streaming the Israel trip, or are you just filming videos? Please stream. I'll probably try to stream for 30 to 60 minutes each night at a hotel. We'll see. But I'm going to have a guy like following me around doing like nice professional video the whole time. You say contraindicate too much. When a thing that you do like is not supposed to be done because of another thing, isn't that a contraindication? I feel like that's a pretty simple term for that, no? Or I could say it in more words, I guess. I feel like you wouldn't prescribe both benzos and amphetamines to the same person because one of them counteracts the other one, rather than say one of them seems to be contraindicated by the other one. Fuck you. Counteract? Well, it's not even just counteract. Contraindicate would mean like you, like, because this other thing exists, you wouldn't do this. It's a contraindication, right? Like if this guy has a heart problem, you wouldn't prescribe an amphetamine. Or if this guy has a prescription for an amphetamine, you wouldn't give a benzodiazepine. But also I don't know that. I'm just thinking of like recreational drugs. You don't take both at once for reasons, I guess. And I actually don't even know that. Because I don't even believe that. I like drinking and doing MDMA. I'll drink at the end of an MDMA come down at the end. Yeah. But I know why that's the case, because uppers and downers, I think when you're talking uppers and downers, you're generally just referring to CNS depressants versus CNS stimulants. But like drugs have other properties besides stimulating and depressing your CNS. So, I mean, yeah. I don't know. Don't fuck with benzos. The only time I ever abused a drug. I had to ask a doctor to never prescribe me those again. Yeah, people that abuse prescription drugs are just like, it's just not, just don't do that. These aren't cool people, okay? You don't meet cool people that are addicted to fucking heroin or addicted to fucking downers, okay? Those people are downers. Get addicted to psychedelics, okay? Way more exciting. Okay, Dan says he does both, so. Do you ever get GI problems when doing MDMA and alcohol? No. My stomach is rock solid, thank God. I had one weekend where I had like, I don't know if you'd say food poisoning. I had to go to the bathroom like every 30 to 60 minutes. It was on a weekend trip where I was with Bad Bunny, actually. I felt really bad. My God, I have never had so much empathy for somebody with Crohn's or IBS in my entire life than that one weekend. I hated my fucking life. You are so unbelievably fucking restricted. Whenever you're out, you have to be careful where you go. You can't be too far from a bathroom. If you go to any restaurant, you got to make sure that you can get in and out. There is no such thing as like waiting at the door for something. My God, it was so fucking horrible. Holy shit. I don't think I would ever leave my house. Heard you mention recently that you've gone back and forth on using retard pejoratively. I'm curious how you got to your current take on it from whatever your last position was. I mean, I feel like you generally kind of shouldn't say it. I don't know why. Maybe because I say because it like is mean towards people with mental disabilities, but I don't even know if that is really true. And then the social rules on it aren't consistent. Like, people will say things like you shouldn't call people retarded, but then I feel like you can call people retarded in more words. Mentally handicapped. Would you say that? I'm not sure. Like, I think even Hassan doesn't he use neurodivergent as an insult, or did he used to? I don't know. It's just, oh shit. Okay, sorry, hold on. Let's see. second. Somebody tried to take that advice to not use prescriptions at all. Benzos are fine if used as prescribed. People's brains just shut down when it comes to drugs. Oh, trust me, I see the amphetamine hate everywhere. All uppers and downers work differently. What is some of the most dangerous contraindication literally ever is a benzodiazepine and alcohol. Oh, true. Yeah, if you stack. I think if you stack in either way, I think stacking downers is more dangerous than stacking uppers, though, right? Like, realistically, if you do a fuck ton of like cocaine while you're on like an Adderall prescription, and then you like, I don't know, like the chances of you, careful, the chances of your heart actually like exploding, like having a heart attack, assuming you don't have like probably is pretty low, would be my guess. But in terms of drinking yourself to death or stacking like you're shooting up heroin, or if you're doing, drinking some other, like you're doing like some kind of downer and then you're like drinking alcohol a lot, I think the chances of actually like one-shotting yourself, like actually just killing yourself, I think it feels like it's a lot higher stacking downers than, I don't even know why you say stacking uppers. Does anybody stack uppers? I feel like you just do cocaine. And then you might do cocaine and drink or something, but like, going through my first divorce, any tips to get through the first few months? Use your powers for good. Maybe it won't be an attack vector going forward. I can't help you. I wish I could. I'm sorry. One, I don't really care about marriage that much. And so a divorce for me is the same thing as a breakup. And then two, I've kind of been the one that's ended all my relationships. So if I was like super obsessed with somebody and then they ended our relationship, especially over the course of years, that feels like a really agonizing feeling. I don't know what I would do. That seems like it'd be really shitty. You're not afraid of using drugs when the whole fent thing is going on. It's not like you have a lab in your spare bedroom to analyze the drugs. I buy little tester kits. Or you also can send stuff off to labs. Like there are labs you can order from and send stuff off to get tested too. I think if you live in the Netherlands, I think you can actually send stuff up to a lab to get like a comprehensive report done.
Hello and welcome.
Ugh. All you do when you have these is you take if you have like a pill, if you're buying pills, just buy like an extra pill. If you're getting raw powder or something crushed, then just put like a little bit of powder in. And then you get these little chemical droppers that come in these, that basically it'll come in a kit and you can drip a little bit in. And then if it turns certain colors, so like for like I think, I don't know if they're all the same, but like the really dark purple color, this is always going to be, no, hold on. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't speak with absolutism, or I shouldn't speak absolutely here. In the kits that I've used, the purplish color indicates MDMA. If there's an amphetamine in here, it'll turn red if there's something else in it. I wonder if it would turn a different color for fentanyl, actually. Testing MDMA for fentanyl. Yeah, I know it turns red if there's other stuff besides MDMA in here. Oh, you might have to do a different one. Besides the marquee kit, you might have to do something different to check for fent. You probably need another reagent for it, yeah. Yeah, this is the one that I'm the most familiar with because we tested in the past. I've got friends that work at labs and shit now, so. Do you think the federal government has the constitutional authority to regulate drugs domestically, or should it be a states' rights issue? I don't know enough about the law for that. There are fentanyl strips. Fentanyl strip, MDMA. What are good activities on MDMA if not raving? I just like to cuddle and chat with somebody. I'm a very big like one-on-one or like very, very small group, like 4 people at the most drug person. But some people do drugs and like go party and stuff too. Fuck, I wouldn't be able to walk you through this. I haven't actually used one of these before, I don't think. I should learn this. I'll learn this for my next thing that I buy. I usually just try to buy 25 plus grams at a time with my firearm and child nearby. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Could you read my dono, please? Well, YouTube has it so you can't click donos anymore. So now that they're just floating up there, I don't think I have any way to access it. Oh, wait. Actually, wait. I think Cake made a site where I can check it all. Actually, hold on. There's Marquis, Ehrlich, and Mandolin reagent test to cover most popular drugs. Destiny. Gotcha. So I'm not really into online politics that much, but why are the people who, at least to me, comes off as completely inane so popular? The things they say are just things I never hear people in the real world say, at least publicly. Did you typo that? Did you mean to say inane or did you mean to say insane? I guess inane just means like dumb as well, right? Like, I feel like the people online repeat fairly common talking point. I think it depends on, I need an example. I'm not sure who you're talking about. I can tell you why people are popular if you ask me who. I don't know who you're talking about. Hold on. Okay, super chat, chess box. Rate your agreement with the following: all things and systems in the world are already as good as they possibly can be because nature always seeks and falls into the path of least resistance. I would disagree. On a scale from 1 to 10, I would be at like a 2 for this, or maybe a 1. I might just disagree fundamentally with the premise. I don't think nature always seeks and falls into the path of least resistance. I don't know if that's true at all. Or maybe like least resistance with respect to what? Nature just tries to, for genetic stuff, you just try to pass your genes on. That's it. But that can happen in like a whole host of different ways. Took gummy shrooms, defecated blood. I now have ulcerative colitis. No joke. Okay. The reason why it's easier to OD from downers is because the depression of your CNS can cause your breathing to become so shallow that you don't get enough oxygen to survive. Okay. What are your thoughts on piracy from a moral standpoint, specifically in regions where the game is unavailable or heavily censored? Well, that's boring. That's a boring question. What do you think about piracy if there's no other way to get the game? Oh, I guess it's fine then, because who cares? It's like there's barely even a victim there. Why did you take your Vyvanse break recently, Destiny? I think I was just traveling for 6 days. I get really scared stacking. This is a totally emotional feeling. It's not related to the real world at all, but I don't like taking my Vyvanse if my sleep is like irregular or something, because I get the feeling that I could fall into the habit of like staying awake forever because I'm using my Vyvanse to like mask how tired I am or something. And I don't want to be at a point in my life where I'm like using my Vyvanse not to fall asleep or something. That would make me scary. Like I'm burning through my brain too quickly or something. I don't know if that's actually true or not. That's just like a feeling I have. Do you take meds to fall asleep on long plane rides? No, I'll read. I have my iPad. Now I've got my double OLED screen, fucking whatever the fuck my iPad is. So, damn, you just push a few buttons and everything transfers from your last iPad to your new one? Apple's got that shit on lock. How long do you think you're going to be known as an unlearned wiki warrior for, no matter how much researcher stances you provide to dogshit panelists? I mean, it's an easy attack. I don't care. It's whatever. People say whatever. People will say it. If it's not that, it's going to be something else. Either I don't know anything or I'm reading. Like, because you see like a glimpse of this with some of these people where even if they don't hit on the wiki thing, they'll imply that the people that I do talk to are biased anyways. I think I saw this in a sub, or I might have seen a creator saying this, but like basically saying like Benny Morris, after the Second Intifada, he's basically like a radicalized Israeli anyway, and you can't trust him. So of course, Destiny listens to his like pro-Zionist sort, and it's like, okay, well, so it doesn't really matter. Do you ever get a weird buzzing feeling when you first take your Adderall? Sometimes when I take my Adderall, I get a weird like feeling at the start. Nope. It sounds like getting high though. I have ADHD and doctors will write you a prescription for a less potent booster pill, depending on its capacity for addiction. Vyvanse and Adderall XR, doctors see them as very, very low capacity for abuse because they're slow release, right? Vyvanse keeping you awake? I fall asleep after taking that shit? Yeah, no. That happened to me earlier. I woke up and then I ordered some Starbucks and then I took my Vyvanse at 11:30 and then I fell asleep waiting for my Starbucks and then I woke up at 1:20 and that's why I'm streaming late. You are wrong on piracy. It's not stealing. It's not like a store owner losing a product. People pirating weren't going to buy the digital product anyway. So one, that's a massive cope. Everybody that pirates, some people would have bought the game. And two, it is stealing. You're just not stealing a physical thing, but it's in a way, it's still stealing. You're not like, it's not the same type of stealing, but it is a type of stealing. Not true. There's ways to bypass the extended release, like grinding them up. You could grind up Adderall XR, I guess. You can't grind up Vyvanse. But that's a lot of work for, fuck that. What do you think about companies like WB, Warner Brothers, keeping old episodes of Looney Tunes out of the market? I think part of copyright protection, keeping your IP out of public domain, is that you sell the product to the public. If companies don't sell the IP anymore, it should be public domain. I don't know. I don't like the way a lot of IP law works. I think we lose a lot as consumers by not having that. Rectal ingestion of Adderall is more potent. I think rectal ingestion of anything is more potent, right? I don't know why. Because it goes right to your bloodstream instead of... But things have to be dissolved by the acids of your stomach first, right? Otherwise, they would just go right to your intestine. You even have a stomach. I don't know why your alcohol... I know alcohol could be absorbed really easily, but maybe because you don't have to digest it, it can just go right to your shit because... to your shit, get it. Does it have something to do with how it doesn't pass through the liver? Does every single thing that your stomach digests go through the liver before any part of your body? Is that true? I don't actually know. Digestion system. Digestion system. So things go from your stomach. Jesus, your liver's just here like a giant fucking slug. I don't know. How does slow release of Vyvanse work? Your liver has to break off a useless attachment, and then once it's broken off that useless attachment, then the amphetamine can go to your brain and stimulate you. I also recall reading a write-up that Vyvanse isn't very abuse-resistant in real life when you take a large dose. I mean, you can abuse things that, like... I mean, theoretically, anything can be abused. The reason why physicians tend to favor Adderall XR or Vyvanse is because usually slow-release things are less likely to be abused. Because usually people that want to get high want a quicker high, and they want the They want the peak to come like sooner. This is why people like snort drugs or inject. So the idea that like somebody would abuse a drug and get high by taking a pill and then waiting like an hour plus for it to start to kick in. Usually that's not like the typical profile of a substance abuser. But I mean, you still could abuse it. You can still abuse stuff that's slow release, but. I would actually be interested to know, for example, why that Hassan guy is so popular. He doesn't really come off as either reasonable or particularly sensible to me from what I've seen, but I also don't really watch him, so I may be wrong. I mean, like, he's reasonably funny. He's attractive. Like, he covers, like, current breaking events on stream. He's, like, in the current zeitgeist of, like, the kind of, like, the Zoomer socialism political stuff. He'll give you those opinions if you want to hear them. Like, he makes fun of people. He's relatively, like, witty and clever when he's attacking people that disagree with him. Like, if you're in that political camp, I think Hassan is like a guy. I totally can see why people would watch him and enjoy it. Yeah. Have you ever taken SSRIs? Fuck no. Has taking meds impacted the way you drive a car? I've heard that there are actually some negative correlations with having an ADHD and chance of getting into an accident. Do you personally feel any different? It's hard to say. I'm not sure. But people with ADHD apparently are like 13 times more likely to get into a car accident or something. It's insane. The higher. Never mind. I completely overshot that. I'm sorry. Somebody linked the whole thing. With like different things, negative outcomes for ADHD. Over the first 4 years of having a license, drivers with ADHD are 37% more likely to get into an accident. Okay, sorry. So twice as likely to drive while intoxicated. And 150% more likely to receive an alcohol, drug, or moving violation compared to their non-ADHD peers. I got so many speeding tickets growing up. Holy shit. Is that unmedicated? Yeah, probably. Your cam isn't fully in the bottom left corner. Could you fix this? My camera is wherever it needs to be, motherfucker. There you go. I don't even know if that changed, but... Has your driving style changed while on meds? I don't think so. But my driving style is pretty, like, set. I've been driving for many years. Look up first pass metabolism. That's what's being reduced. First pass metabolism. I'm surprised you never fell into the substance abuse pitfalls of ADHD. It's so common. I wonder why you seem less susceptible to it. I mean, growing up, like, intelligence in my brain is, like, very, very, very important to me. I didn't even start drinking, really. I think I got wasted twice before I was, like, 22. And then that was the only 2 times I'd ever drank. And then I had the one time with Cats in Utah when I got wasted with me on stream. That was, like, the 3rd time in my life I'd ever drank. Yeah. So I was very, very careful and worried about doing any kind of drugs at all because I didn't want to, like, destroy my brain at all. Destiny, Angel Advocate has a question incoming. Why are you typing it then? You said once upon a time that to ground yourself in reality, you try to take info around you from all sources, but almost every news outlet is against you in Israel. Why are you so confident that you're right on this issue? I feel like I have a deep enough understanding of the things, and I feel like I'm giving everybody a fair shot in terms of reading into things, and I feel like I'm able to point out where I think they're mistaken, like, pretty well, and I don't hear any good counters for it, so I feel pretty confident in what I'm saying. Stephen M. Gay thoughts. Godspeed. We should talk about the negative side effects, short and long term, of ADHD meds sometimes, if you're going to talk about a decent chunk on stream. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, do your own reading and research or whatever. I've only done them for 6 months, so maybe it'll change, but like, but I also admit that I got really lucky. I don't know if people think I'm joking when I say, like, my brain is, like, wired for amphetamines. I have literally no negative. I have one negative side effect from amphetamines, and that's that sometimes it's a little bit harder to pee while I'm peaking because apparently norepinephrine is in control of your, like, telling your pee to go out of your body or something. So, like, if I'm, like, when I'm peaking on my or my Vyvanse if I can stand in front of the toilet sometimes for like 20 seconds before I actually am able to pee. This is like a super random thing. I don't know if there's any relation to this whatsoever or not. I haven't looked up into this, so I'm not sure. That peeing when I'm peaking on amphetamines is more difficult. It's not impossible, it's more difficult. But Vyvanse or Adderall boosts the amount of, I think it's norepinephrine in your system, which is supposedly what makes it difficult to pee. One thing I noticed that I see some people say is prior to taking amphetamines, people would joke about like not being able to pee with a boner or whatever. I have no idea what that means. I've always been able to pee totally fine, rock solid. Like I could fuck somebody, come, still go to the bathroom, still hard, and then pee. And it's never been like an issue ever. I wonder if that's like an ADHD thing because my levels are lower. Maybe I'm totally bullshitting. But yeah, I'm so curious about that. I wonder, is it correlated with ADHD people? Like, if you have ADHD, are you more likely to be able to pee with an erection? I have no idea. I just thought of that when I was peeing because sometimes when I pee, I'm like, holy shit! I wonder if this is what people mean when they say it's really hard to pee with an erection because yeah, when I'm peeing on my meds, it is. You're sitting there and it's like you can't even like push. It's like there's like an unbreakable wall that's not letting you pee, and I'm like, I don't know what's happening. Yeah, but yeah. But prior to this, for 34 or 5 years of my life, I have a rock solid erection. I can pee. It's not even a problem. Please say it right. It's norepinephrine. Sorry, norepinephrine, not norepinephrine. Podge Twins was frustrating at times, especially the Ukraine part. Wanted to check if you were aware of the information in this video. I probably was aware of a lot. When I go on shows like that, my goal isn't to fight on every single point because it makes the audience hate me. How the fuck do you aim with an erection? I don't know why people keep spamming this. What do you mean? You aim even better. It's like it's a longer barrel. What are you talking about? It's harder to aim while soft. While you're soft, you take it out, your guy can be pointing anywhere. You're just like, whatever. When you got like that AR-15 barrel is like pointed right down, you know exactly what's going on. What are you talking about? Some drugs like MDMA and ketamine really do have long-term negative effects to urinary tract. Okay. Have you ever put your thumb on a hose? No, that sounds scary. I'm worried my shit would explode. Apparently there's some ways to like fucking, I don't know if it's edging or I don't know what you would call it. It's like more extreme forms of orgasm denial stuff where you jerk a guy off and then right before he comes you squeeze his dick so that the cum doesn't come out. I feel like some tube or something in my body would explode. That shit makes me paranoid. Fuck that. Would you say it's okay for poor people who wouldn't have bought it to pirate, but not for people who could have? I mean, it's probably more okay, but it's still wrong. I mean, you're still kind of stealing, right? Listen, you new age fucks, you entitled fucking children, okay? When I was a kid, all right? Not when I was a kid. When I was between like 16 to 20, I pirated fucking everything, okay? I don't have money for fucking CDs and music and all that shit. Bro, a CD costs $12 at the store. I don't have money for that shit, okay? I pirated, but I knew it was illegal, and I knew it was wrong, okay? I did it. Hope I didn't get caught, so I can enjoy free shit, all right? I didn't have the money for it, but, you know, hey, listen, if I got caught, I get fucked. That was a trade-off that you accepted, all right? This idea where fucking people want everything, and you, even if it's probably not okay, and then you try to make this, not only this rationalization for why you should do it, but why it's actually okay, or why it's actually better that you should be able to do this bullshit. Sometimes you do shit you're not supposed to because you, whatever, for a variety of reasons, but it doesn't make it okay. It doesn't make it not, like, stealing or not taking something that you shouldn't have, or not depriving somebody of some revenue that they've earned, or whatever, like. Weren't you looking for good torrent trackers a year ago? No, I don't think so. The only thing I pirate now is stuff that, it's not available conventionally. Otherwise, I'll just buy everything. Do you have a hypothesis as to why you lost? David, why are you typing in cake instead of GG? You guys are so weird sometimes. What about ad blockers? That's hella lame. I don't even use ad blockers. Do you have a hypothesis as to why you lost motivation for gaming? I'm just so much like if I had extra time to dump into shit, I think I would. I think I'd rather just read now. I don't know why. I think maybe like I can. The problem is I can't tell you because I've read so much about like ADHD that I could just be giving you the answer that I've read now. The answer that I've read that seems to be true, but I don't know if I'm mind fucking myself into it. Is that gaming just gives you like a really nice, steady, even supply of dopamine that if your brain is starved for, it just feels so nice and comforting and good. So you're like at all hours of the day, you're kind of like looking for that. And now that I don't need that as much, I'd rather just like read and study stuff. Yeah. Why are you so binary about it? I don't know, just because my life is busy. I work and do a lot of shit. I don't have like a lot of extra free time. If I have any free time, it's probably not going into games right now. Maybe that'll change in the future. Did you see Louis Rossman arguing that piracy is okay against certain companies for their efforts to remove ownership from the consumer? I mean, like, I disagree, but I mean, like, you can probably make other arguments for things like that, sure. The lack of ownership is a little bit sad, I think, on stuff. Everything has kind of become like software as a service, but do you think not having Vyvanse during your SC2 prevented you from going semi-pro to pro? Like if I would have had Vyvanse, would it help? I have no idea. I'm not sure. My response to Rossman would be to just not buy the thing. You don't have to pirate it to not buy it. Yeah, I mean, that's true, yeah. If to say that you want to enjoy the thing, but you don't want to pay for it is a little bit different than, yeah. We never own anything, really. The fact that you pay taxes, even after paying 100% of your house, is insane. Okay. Did you read about Concerta? Yeah. I'm not a methylphenidate guy, but if you can't do amphetamines, then try that. It was over a year. My bad, Destiny. Destiny, is there a good torrent anime tracker? Yeah, the issue was that I was trying to watch Steins Gate? There was an anime that I was trying to watch, and none of the fucking services had it subbed without some weird... They were missing an episode or something. It was stupid. It was triggering the fuck out of me. I think Crunchyroll didn't have... They were missing an episode. It was something really dumb. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? So I was just looking for a tracker to just download it because I couldn't find it for some reason. I don't know why. Hearing you talk about ADHD made me afraid that I have it. When you were a kid, did you feel like studying for you was like you had someone in your head poking you over and over until you stopped, or like lifting a heavy weight mentally? I don't know. I don't think so. I think it just felt like if I'm sitting down, I would literally rather be doing any fucking other thing with my time right now. By any other thing, I mean probably playing video games. There are like a million other things I'd rather do than sit down and do fucking homework. I think that was it. I don't think it was like anything else besides that.
Okay, what do you think about Nick Fuentes being reinstated on Twitter?
He's awesome. That was the day we wished for. We were sacrificing accounts for that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's a big deal because he's the biggest reactionary on social media. So, you know, and he's the only one telling the truth alongside with you and everyone. So there's big potential, you know. And with AFPAC and everything, it's going to be a big
Are you going to go to the AFPAC?
Unfortunately not this year. I'm going to go to the next one now.
Okay. You
Yeah.
don't think that Nick Fuentes is a racist? I mean, you guys are the opposite colors.
You know, it's a different, it doesn't matter, you know? That's the right reaction. You know, when someone says you're racist, anti-Semite, you got to be like, why does that matter, you know? The country's all fucked up. You got people selling shit on the street, crime everywhere. You know, these people control everything, so it doesn't matter. You can't care about that. We don't hate anyone, but, you know.
Fuentes is like the strongest astroturfer in the fucking world. I'll give him that. He's good at weaponizing the limited fans he does have. How did that change taking meds, though? Wouldn't there still be 1,000 other things you'd rather be doing than research? Yeah, like I said, listen, the only thing it should help you do is just focus a little bit better. That's it. So, like an example would be, but the problem is it's all like in degrees of and scales of like how mind fucked you are on this, and you either are or you aren't. There's no way I can tell you. Like, if I need to take out the trash and clean the kitchen, like I might wake up and then have to get on my phone and then check Reddit for 30 minutes. I might get up, kind of walk to the kitchen, look around and see stuff. I might take out like a trash bag and sit it on the counter. I might walk to my computer and check chat and then Reddit and stuff for 30 minutes. Then I might get back up, walk to the kitchen. I'm looking around. I might take the trash out of the trash can, set it down, look around. I'll take the trash bag, I'll pick it up, I'll go out, and I'll throw it in the thing. I'll come back in. I might sit on my computer for like 20 minutes. Like, this process will take me like 2 hours. It's like the most retarded shit in the world. But now I'll wake up, go to my kitchen, I'll clean what I need to clean, empty the trash, put it in the trash again, take it out, and I'm done. It's just like, it was like a 2 hour process of like the most retarded fucking shit you've ever seen somebody walk around in a fucking house, like a retarded pinball machine. I don't know why, okay? I don't know why. It's fucking retarded. But now I can just like, yeah, I'll just like do things. If I need to do it, I'll just do it. It's not that big of a deal. Jesus. Like, yeah, I don't know how else to say it. It's just fucking retarded. When it comes to online discourse, to me personally, attacking people instead of their arguments just comes off as distasteful and unproductive, but it seems to be incredibly common and popular to do so, so maybe I'm unique there. The reality is that people like really big attacks and really personal and mean attacks if it's against somebody they don't like. That's the issue, right? When we say the reason why these systems are so hard to enforce with yourself is because when you're fighting somebody, okay, and I see this guy and we attack and you attack and you attack, and then you want to make like a fat attack. Fuck this guy, this fat fuck. The reason why we don't like to do the fat attack, why we shouldn't be attacking appearance, is because it's like AoE damage, right? You're like hitting all these other people that you ordinarily wouldn't be. But so what? You don't feel bad. It doesn't make you feel bad. It really doesn't. And you know he feels bad. So your insults are achieving what you want. They make you feel good. They make him feel bad, right? Good feelings, bad feelings, bad feelings. But the only way to like not do it is you have to be like super aware of like these people that are caught in the peripheral. And that's like it's like a very cognitive process. You have to think about that. Like, okay, well, I probably shouldn't do this because of these people here and it's not good and I don't want to like hit them. So it's a thing you have to like put some time into and actually like consider, because emotionally you're not going to feel it. So if you're watching a guy and he's just like going in on some dude and he's using like horrible, evil, mean personal attacks or whatever that would hit other people, unless you actually sit and think about it, you're not going to see it. So most people are okay with saying basically whatever to a person that they don't like. As long as you don't like the person, you can basically say or do almost anything to it. Like if I get killed, like in Israel, like everybody's going to be fucking memeing and laughing about it and shit, and it'll be proof of whatever ideology you want to be proof of. Right-wingers would see it as proof that I was stupid for ever making any concessions whatsoever to Palestinians because they're all just like violent savages. Left-leaning people will see it as vindication that I engaged in a ton of like pro-crazy Zionist propaganda, and now I finally had my comeuppance. Like, yeah, anybody can twist or turn anything into whatever they want. Most people aren't very principled. Most people don't really figure their shit out. They just kind of do what feels good, and that's about it, yeah. I don't understand any of the analogies when it's compared to why you stopped gaming. I kind of just want you to admit you never liked the hobby, I guess. Morally lucky gamer. I can't tell if that's a meme or not. Bro, I was a professional video game player. I played video games my whole fucking life. Probably, as a 35-year-old, probably for longer than you've been alive. Can you give some signs and symptoms of someone with undiagnosed ADHD? Go read the DSM-5's fucking checklist. What do you mean? Diagnostic criteria, ADHD. Just go read it. Go run it down, or go talk to a diagnostician. Probably, I don't know if a therapist would diagnose you. It'd probably have to be a psychiatrist, huh? Can a non-prescription signer like diagnose you with a disease? I'm not sure. Just take the L, buddy. Okay. Hold this L. Interesting read on the ICJ order. What are the accolades that made you a professional gamer? I was on a team and I got paid money to play games. Consensus at what cost? Verfassungsblog. I have no clue what this website is. And it's a German site, so. Be careful with the uppers, V downers, safety with OD, etc. Serotonin syndrome is a real thing, and without opioid co-administration, things like benzodiazepine are much less life-endangering than with... He didn't type the rest of that message. Maybe? Yeah. Serotonin syndrome is a real thing, but I don't. People don't use it right. I don't even know if anybody knows what serotonin syndrome actually is. Like people say that my understanding is that if you take too much, what is it? Hold on, I was about to make some shit up. Because I don't think taking too much mushrooms or LSD can give you serotonin syndrome. But I think if you I think you can take too many SSRIs and other things. You can do something to have too much serotonin, and serotonin does a lot of things in your body. And if you have too much, I think you can die with serotonin syndrome. I don't remember if it helps with like heartbeat or but people, you know anything about serotonin syndrome? People say like, oh, if you do MDMA and you feel down the next day, that's serotonin syndrome. That's the most common place that I hear people talk about serotonin syndrome with. It's like, oh, that's your MDMA come down. Symptoms in mild cases include high blood pressure and fast heart rate, usually without a fever. Symptoms in moderate cases can include high body temperature, agitation, increased reflexes, tremor, sweating, dilated pupils, and diarrhea. In severe cases, body temperature increased to greater than 106 degrees Fahrenheit. Complications may include seizures and extensive muscle breakdown. I'm pretty sure you can die from serotonin syndrome, right? I'm just trying to think of, I think you have to combine different classes of drugs to do this, although I'm not 100% sure on that. If you take a monoxamine oxidase inhibitor, MAOI, right, and also an SSRI, that can cause serotonin syndrome. Okay, that might be it, yeah. You used to say it bothered you when people stopped liking pop/popular music when they learned music theory or took lessons. And you kind of sound like person now post Addy. I don't understand what you're saying. I don't hate games now. I played a little bit on the airport. I downloaded Slay the Spire. It's not that I hate video games. I think I could play them, but there's just a ton. My whole life is filled with work stuff. I work 2 full-time jobs essentially, trying to stream full time, and then all the other shit that I manage in the background. I just don't have time to just sit down and play a ton of video games. What's the largest thing you've killed? When I slayed your mother and her puss. You know what I mean? That's not true. I took 240 milligrams of MDMA my first time and almost died, even though I cycled off my SSRIs for months. Bad idea, by the way. 240 milligrams of MDMA almost kills somebody? That is a really heavy dose, but what would win in a fight, this or Havana syndrome? Shut up. No, it's not. Yes, it absolutely is. 240 milligrams of pure MDMA, that is a huge dose. Like a normal person just starting can do probably 50 to 75, maybe 100 is a solid good trip. Once you start getting past 100, you're getting to kind of the spooky territory. 150 is that's quite a bit. 200 plus is that's a huge amount of MDMA. It's a really good time. Probably not going to die. Might not be the best for your brain, but what do you mean 240 isn't a lot? Fuck you. You're some retard that takes pressed pills and you measure the whole fucking pill and you're like, oh bro, I did a 400 milligram pill, bro. I did 400 milligrams of MDMA. The fuck out of here. Hold the L. Okay, never mind. Fuck. I am holding the L. You're retarded. I don't even know if you're... You didn't even put the... You used the wrong form of your and everything. I bet if we check the fucking wiki, I bet they probably say the max save dose is like fucking... They probably say 110. Psychonaut wiki MDMA. ESL. GigaChad. Oh, okay. They'll say 150 is heavy. Or 125. 120 to 150. If you don't do it more than twice a month, 200 milligrams plus is a lot for someone. That's a big... 200 plus is... I don't even know if I've ever done 200 plus before. $240 milligrams first time is not fun. I couldn't focus my vision. I had a headache. I could feel it in my neck and my chin. It was throwing up multiple times an hour. Yeah, plus you're probably chewing the fuck up out of your tongue and your cheeks and everything too. I'm pretty sure it's hard to OD if you regulate water properly, right? No, ODing on a drug and staying hydrated are two different things. Like, you can have a worse time on a drug because you're getting dehydrated, and that dehydration can lead to other things, but it's not technically an overdose. I don't think you'd consider it. Destiny, but you can work up to where it isn't a lot, and a shit ton of people do get to that level. Yeah, because a lot of the people that do Molly or ecstasy really are, abuse the fuck out of it. But that doesn't mean it's not a lot, right? That would be like me saying like 6 shots of alcohol. That's a lot of alcohol. And then you coming in and be like, 6 shots isn't a lot, actually. I drink every weekend with my bros, Friday, Saturday, Sunday even. Yeah, I drink. Yeah, that's not a big deal at all. Like, okay, yeah, for you it's not, sure. But... Why'd you delete your mushroom video? I don't think I did I? New Turkey Thomas video on Tom Dark about Hassan and stuff. There's got to be something else to talk about besides Hassan. You guys are driving me crazy. At Destiny at people dying of fentanyl stuff when thinking they do MDMA in the States these days, or question mark. I don't know if people usually mix fentanyl with MDMA. They could. I don't know though. I think fentanyl is more likely to show up in cocaine, I think. I don't know why you wouldn't mix it with MDMA though. I feel like you could. There's no way I could Google this. Like, how often does, like, there's not going to be stats or numbers on any of it, but. Do you know that Turkey Tom said the N-word? Holy shit. You need to do research on how Vikings reached Israel first. Okay. This site suggests 133 milligrams to someone weighing 80 kilograms or 176 pounds. I don't think that, I don't think brain drugs like that usually, like drugs that hit on neurotransmitters, I don't think that usually depends on weight. I've never heard that before. Like, if you're doing like mushrooms or LSD, your weight doesn't really matter. I don't think it should matter for, I don't think it should matter for MDMA. I've never heard this before. I don't know what website this is. I don't know what they do. I've never in my life heard that you should vary your MDMA based on your weight ever. But most pills contain 150 plus milligrams per pill. For MDMA, absolutely not. No shot. I don't believe that for a microsecond. They might have 150 milligrams of some kind of upper, especially if you're taking pressed pills. It's probably going to be some other bullshit, some speed, some bullshit amphetamine or something else, and then combined with MDMA. There's no way that the average pressed pill has 150 milligrams plus of pure MDMA. I don't believe that for a microsecond. And most people take more than one pill a night at raves. Yeah, because people at raves do way too much fucking. I linked a source. I don't care what source you link. I don't believe that. I have too much anecdotal experience. No amount of data is going to overcome my my personal stories. MDMA, the current situation in Europe. You need more MDMA on raves than when you're just sitting, so they're higher doses. Why? Also, I don't think you just do pure MDMA at raves. Aren't you always doing ecstasy? Why the fuck would you do MDMA instead of ecstasy at raves? The average MDMA content in tablets. Is a tablet the same as a pressed pill? Is a tablet more likely to be a pressed pill or a capsule? I usually hear people talk about pills or capsules. I don't know what tablet. I don't know why the fuck I googled this like a fucking retard. What's the difference between MDMA and ecstasy? It really depends. Honest to God, like people use these words interchangeably, and people use these words differently. The way that I've heard it described, and I'm going to describe it to you, and then other people will say the exact opposite of what I'm saying, is Molly usually refers to pure MDMA. It's Molly, it's MDMA. And then ecstasy refers to MDMA plus some other upper to give you more energy. But I've heard other people say it the exact opposite, where they'll say, well, actually, ecstasy is pure MDMA, and Molly is when you get ecstasy, MDMA, plus another upper. So people use a whole bunch of different. I don't think there's a consistent. If you really want to know what's in a drug, you have to ask a lot of questions or like test at a lab or whatever. Like just having somebody just like, oh, it's Molly, it's ecstasy. It's not really communicating anything of value to you. I need to get my hands on some of these European MDMA tablets. The MDMA tablets used in Europe contain an average between 160 and 173 milligrams of MDMA. There's just no shot. I don't believe it. What are they selling these tablets for? I wonder if they're in this for this research. Do they include like methodology or anything? I wonder if they're just counting all the amphetamines they find in a pill as MDMA. MDMA purity or content of samples submitted to drug checking services in 2021 and 2022. These are seizures. I guarantee you the quality is higher in Europe. Maybe in Europe it just tends to be better, I guess. It wasn't in Amsterdam for me and Melina. That was retarded, though, to be fair. The streamer guy was retarded. Fuck me. And I was retarded for trusting a streamer. The drug purity chart at the top of the... Seems like the pills are getting stronger. Oh, maybe. I have no idea. Fuck European drugs. MDMA is decriminalized and is a soft drug in places like the Netherlands, so they can check it freely, have done so since the 80s or 90s. And the Netherlands is the MDMA capital of the world with the highest purity, unless you get it from tourists. Okay. I don't know if that's true or not, but... Okay, let's see. Why is Farhad debating on Twitter now? You'd still rather see a dude than a bear. If you saw a bear, you'd really wish there was a dude there. Bears can't chain you up and sexually use you for decades to come. The plight of many missing girls and women. How often is this happening? That women are being abducted, chained up, and raped for decades. Jesus Christ. What? I think localities will ban recreational marijuana in Florida when it passes because they will say it's a monopoly. Why shouldn't they? / serious. What? She's a Twitter warrior now. Look at her feed. Okay. The retail price of cocaine has remained stable while purity is increasing. I wonder how they measure purity. I think you have to be careful with that because technically, like... If I had this, which was 100% cocaine, and then I had this, which was like 80% cocaine, and then like 20% speed, I don't know, some other bullshit. And then I had this, which is like 50% cocaine, and then like, I don't know, like 30% baking soda, 20, just like bullshit or whatever, inert stuff. I guess that doesn't do anything. And then let's say over here I have this, which is like 99% cocaine, but like 1% fentanyl. Since fentanyl is so potent, wouldn't this be more pure than like this? But I don't know if that necessarily makes it better or not, no? Because fentanyl is so potent and so cheap. So like, wouldn't this technically be more pure? How are you measuring purity of cocaine? I don't think EU has a problem with fentanyl yet. Not sure, though. Oh, I don't know. Why does it only come to America? What the fuck? Why would you do that, though? Fentanyl is incredibly cheap, and fentanyl is incredibly potent. So if somebody gives you 10 pounds of cocaine to sell, why would you sell 10 pounds of cocaine on the street when you could sell 30 pounds of cocaine by taking the cocaine you have and then lacing it with fentanyl to increase the potency? And now you don't have to give as much cocaine, basically, for... Although you probably pad this out with something else as well, huh? So actually, wait, because if you did add fentanyl to this, the overall potency would increase a lot, so you probably would add some other kind of bullshit to it as well, right? So it would be more like 6149 or something, huh? How much fentanyl offsets the cocaine if so little of it is lethal? Well, so little of it is lethal because it's so potent, right? I'm saying, why would you cut 1% into 99%? There's no point. No, you're right. You would add something more. You'd buffer it out with something more. You're right. It wouldn't be 99.1. It would be 99.1 and then, or it'd be like 90. It would be 1 and then some other inert bullshit, right? To make up for the, yeah. Fentanyl is a downer, not an upper like cocaine. A drug being a downer or an upper is a very broad description of what the drug does to your central nervous system, but it doesn't mean that every single downer and upper works the same way. And at different dosages, I'm pretty sure that like downers and uppers can even have like different characteristics. So if you take, like, I'm pretty sure if you take like a very small amount of fentanyl, I think you can actually have like feelings of euphoria and feel like a little bit more energetic, I think. So I've read, I haven't done fentanyl. I don't do fucking any of that shit. But like doing like a very, 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 very small amount of a certain drug might not give you the, like alcohol can like, we can think even with alcohol is a CNS depressant, but drinking like a little bit, like having a glass of wine or even like a single shot can make you feel like more energetic and more social and like more cool. Like doing it one shot of alcohol doesn't make you like, oh, I'm so fucking like toasted and or whatever. Yeah. Fentanyl doesn't make cocaine more cocaine-y. It makes it more addictive. I don't want to speak with absolute clarity here because I'm not a drug dealer, but I don't believe that you don't add stuff to drugs to make it more addictive. I think that's like a cartoon or like things that your parents tell you meme to make you scared of drugs. The reason why you lace drugs is because you can take a substance that's far cheaper than what you're actually selling. You can mix it with something that's inert. You can throw it into your primary substance. And then once you've done that, you've got something, the whole batch has about the same potency overall, but it's obviously a lot cheaper to make, but you sell it as the original product. This is why you lace things. You don't lace things to try to like make I'm gonna get this guy hooked on drugs and make him addicted to my stuff forever. It's more just like somebody gave me 10 pounds of coke to sell, but I can sell this 30 pounds of coke if I buy a little bit of fent. I cut it with some bullshit and then I lace it with a little bit of fent and then I sell it, you know, as pure cocaine. That's why people do. That's why people lace drugs, is because you multiply your profits basically. But obviously with great risk and with the fact that now it's not a pure high from whatever substance you're looking for. Now you got other shit mixed in. And you run the risk, depending on how potent the substance is, like fentanyl, of overmixing and killing people and other shit as well. Is it unethical? Yeah, of course. It results in more addiction, though. So even if that's not the intention, it's an inevitable byproduct. I'm not even sure if that's true. Maybe it is. Maybe I don't know. Are you disappointed that almost all respectable news reporting are not accurately reporting the ICJ decision? Doesn't this encourage alternative media? Yeah, but it's not like any alternative media is getting it right either. Where is all the alternative media getting it right? What about you? Yeah, I'm the exception. Listen, if I was on mainstream media, I get it right. If I'm an alternative media, I get it right. But I am alternative media, but I don't like to consider myself as such because I don't want these fuckers getting any credit from me, okay? Is it actually dangerous if you were doing it in a lab setting? Lacing drugs? I mean, not necessarily, but the problem is that the unethical part when it comes to lacing drugs is that you're usually lying about it, right? If I go to buy, like if you've ever bought a drug from somebody, if you buy some cocaine or if you buy some MDMA and you do it and you're like, you know, I feel like I just didn't have as good a roll last time as I did before. Or like this coke just doesn't feel like, I don't know, I just don't feel like it's energetic or like I feel a little bit different. Like, I don't know, yeah, it was still okay or whatever, right? What happens, or what could be happening, there's a lot of things that could be happening, but one thing that could be happening is, oh, you bought something that was probably cut with some other bullshit and then laced with something else. That's what happened. But you paid probably like you were buying the original pure product. That's the unethical part. You're getting scammed. Right? If you want to sell me a batch of cocaine that's been watered down with some bullshit and had some fent thrown in to make it feel potent, then fine. But I better be getting a major fucking discount if I'm buying shitty cocaine. Fuck you. Yeah, that's the unethical part, is the scam part. It's worth pointing out that cocaine purity drastically increased after the release of hit TV sitcom Breaking Bad in 2008. Is that true? I feel like all drug purity hopefully has gotten a bit better, but it probably depends on like what's available and what's popular and what's like, yeah. Why did the ICJ even put out that statement if it was just reaffirming itself? I think it was with a little bit more of a focus on the just with a little bit more focus on Rafa, but What is fentanyl and why is it so cheap? Fentanyl is just an incredibly potent opiate. I don't know why it's easier to make this or cheaper than other stuff. I don't know the chemical process, but like fentanyl and I think a carfentanil are very, very, very cheap. I'm just really surprised big media don't they have someone to do the same type of work that you're doing on stream? I think the issue is that there's not a lot of ideological diversity in a lot of these places. Like they don't have enough people who work in the military. They don't have enough autistic streamer people. They don't have like, and it ends up becoming a little bit of an unintentional echo chamber, or it unintentionally kind of reinforces itself. I don't think it's like an intentional thing to omit and do fake news, but I think it's just like people just kind of get stuck in their own crowds and then they don't hire from outside intentionally. And you say that alcohol can make your speech slur? It can. It really depends. It really, really, really depends. Alcohol could make your speech slur. People that drink a lot, though, you won't be able to tell they're drunk. Yeah, I think when I worked at the casino, I think the only two things that worked for us were you could smell their breath and you could see. I think their eyes would always be bloodshot. I don't think you could get over that, but you can't really tell. Actually, I would make this as an absolute statement. You can never tell from somebody's behavior how much they've had to drink. You absolutely cannot. I would say that as an absolute statement. If you give somebody like me 2 shots, I could be like pretty toasted. Like I'll kind of like, yeah, you know. If you give an alcoholic, 5 or 6 shots, they might not show it at all. You have no idea that they've even had a thing to drink because they're just like functioning completely normal. I've met people like this that are that are literally alcoholics. Yeah, you have no fucking idea. So I think in terms of drinking, I don't think you can tell just from looking. God, these fucking planes. Do you think some dealers could cut coke with fent with the intention to sell the fent addicts? They often like doing coke as well. Maybe that fent-laced coke just ends up in the wrong hands at some point. Could cut with... You think dealers could cut coke with fent with the intention to sell to fent addicts? You would just sell them fentanyl or something, no? I don't even know if people... Do people just sell raw fentanyl? I feel like there's not much money in that. But I could be wrong. I have no idea. I don't know. I actually don't know. Thoughts on King Death? I have no idea. Fentanyl addicts like mixing it with coke. Okay. Yes, they do Destiny. It's very popular. Yes, they do, but it's not super common. Okay. I don't think there's a high demand for pure fentanyl. I feel like fentanyl is like so fucking potent and so cheap that there just wouldn't be much money in selling it. Like it'd be like selling LSD. Like who does? I guess people do sell LSD. That was retarded. Oh, Lycan's at the beach right now. If fentanyl is so cheap and so powerful, why not just do fentanyl, buy a ton and just do a little? Well, there are people that do that, but I think the problem is that fentanyl is so like comically potent that if you make a little mistake, you die. Now the problem is that people think that that's true of all drugs, but that's because people treat drugs like Israel-Palestine. People treat drugs like starving Palestinians, where they're always on the verge of starvation, and they're always on the verge of starvation, and they're about to starve, and they're ready to starve to death, and starvation deaths are about to, and it's like, okay, where are they, right? People talk about like heroin, like you do heroin once or twice, you're addicted forever, and you're gonna die. Heroin can kill you instantly. Like if you do cocaine, like cocaine is gonna kill you. Like you might die if you do cocaine. It's like cocaine is not like that. It's whatever. It's not. Cocaine's not an extreme fucking crazy drug, whatever. Anything injectable is pretty crazy, pretty extreme. Like drinking like hydrocodones. There's a lot of drugs that have like varying levels of like dangers for a variety of reasons. The problem is that fentanyl is the drug that our parents told us every other drug was growing up. Fentanyl is the drug where even if you're young, even if you're healthy, even if you've got no pre-existing conditions, you could do a little bit too much and die instantly. But the problem is that like if you've grown up listening to parents talk about drugs, that's like every drug. They tell you like, oh, you do bad cocaine and you might die. Oh, if you smoke too much weed, it could cause your brain to fall out. Oh, you could kill yourself easily with alcohol. You drink too much, you die. You throw up and you get alcohol poisoning, you die. Fentanyl is like actually like that. So when you say like, well, why don't people just intentionally do fentanyl? There are people that do intentionally do fent. But yeah, the problem is like a little mistake in a young, healthy person can die. Like, which typically doesn't happen with drugs. Usually people dying from ODs are either in exceptional circumstances or they've been using for decades, depending on the type of drug you're talking about. I don't think most parents are like that anymore. Okay, maybe not, yeah. Does age matter for drugs? Like, they're more dangerous as you get older? Yeah, probably. It's going to be... Drugs are probably like diseases in that case, right? Like, the older you get, or very, very young, you're more likely to have a bad time. I say a bad time. I mean more likely to die. Fentanyl saved my mom's life in the hospital. Please highlight the fact that it is medicine. Well, sure. Well, I don't know. Would fentanyl have saved your mom's life or just, like, helped her not feel pain? I mean, yeah, I mean, painkillers help you not feel pain. That's good, but... Did your Hodge twins talk go better than you thought it would? I thought it was okay. They were pretty... I thought it was, like, decently funny, I guess. How much do you want to bet the whole comment section is, like... It's either going to be calling me a cuck, or it's going to be like, I'm so glad these talks are happening. It's good to show that both sides can talk to each other. Oh, it's good to remind people that not everyone is a woke fuckboy freak like Hassan. Okay, hello, Based. I disagree with Destiny, but I respect him for talking and debating. Nothing like having the opposition onto a debate. Kudos to you for getting a different perspective. People talking about the producers, editors. Nice. Are those basically ideal comments? Those were actually a little bit better than normal, but it might be because my fans got there early, or because those videos don't get as many views because that's a podcast channel. So, do you think selling drugs is immoral or more like a financial crime? I don't know. American rapper Nicki Minaj said she was held at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport on Saturday on allegations of possession of soft drugs. What is a soft drug? Now they said they found weed and another group of people have to come here to weigh the pre-rolls. Weed? Okay. Have you seen the Hodge Twins podcast yet? They show screenshots fact-checking you after every claim. Yeah, I saw some of those screenshots. Listen, it is what it is. I said my piece, all right? Okay, hold on. Let me go through what I've opened here.
I'm not carrying drugs.
Okay, but it's not a question here. I think it's.
I'm not
smart
carrying
to go
drugs.
inside.
Number one, when I came here,
Yeah.
the
Okay,
back.
you can go inside.
Why do people I hate watching people argue with cops. Especially people arguing over shit where, like, it doesn't matter. It's like, oh, it's not my drugs. It was just in my bag. Like, bro, okay. Fentanyl is used to keep her in a sedated state and is used that way for various reasons. It can be medicine. Please check it out. I won't bug you further about it. What do you mean it can be medicine? It is medicine. Of course. What are you talking about? Yeah, I think we all know that, don't we?
I'm not going in there. I need a lawyer present.
You will get a lawyer. It's
No,
no
I
problem.
need a lawyer present now.
Okay, please.
Where am I going? I have no idea where
you
I'm
have
going.
to go to the police station.
What address is that?
It's 5 minutes away.
It's 5 minutes away.
What's the address of the police precinct?
When you will get your next show, we have to do it very fast, and we will help. But
You're talking about my show?
yes,
What about it?
yeah, we talk.
They will help to try to get you there.
They'll help to try to get me to my
Yes.
show.
So you get
How?
them out very quickly.
To do it as soon as possible. But we
What,
can.
what am I doing? What am I doing? I
You
never
are
gave
under
anyone my.
arrest.
I never. So I'm under arrest.
Yes.
But
Yes.
under arrest for what?
Okay. Stop filming now.
I'm under arrest for what? Do you
Stop
know what
filming
happened
now.
when I came
you
here?
have to go inside.
Huh? What you said?
Can you please stop filming and just step in the car for us?
No, I need a lawyer, but because I don't know where I'm going.
You will get a lawyer at the office. You can contact the lawyer, but if you just step in the car, then it will go as fast as possible.
And who's going in this vehicle?
So please step.
He will go with you.
I had 2 grams of certain things at the airport. And I remembered last second holy based. I think one of my scariest moments in my fucking life was when me and Melina were in Cancun. She went through her purse and she found out she had fucking LSD and MDMA with her in the hotel. And I was like, holy fucking shit. We went through a fucking Mexican airport with this. You were fucking unhinged. Oh my god. I was like, holy fuck. Wait, we just watched this. I didn't copy. Okay, we got this open. Any thoughts on Rekieta Law getting arrested? I mean, I think it's sad. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. I think anytime somebody has like crazy addiction issues or they're like spiraling hard like that, I think it's pretty sad. Is that real? How the fuck do you react that quick at that speed so smoothly?
Puede salir volando y para salir volando trasero izquierdo automáticamente puede salir volando y para salir volando trasero izquierdo automáticamente puede salir volando.
Is this sped up?
Automáticamente puede salir volando.
There's a POV of the driver? This doesn't seem possible.
Automáticamente puede salir volando.
I wonder how quick you can see him. Has anybody measured the reaction time? Continue. Oh, there you go. It's real time, but from his cockpit view, it's less crazy. Yeah, I wonder if you can just see him around the corner more, and it's hard to tell from our point of view.
You had the yellow flag.
So he's very slowly there in the tunnel. So whether he's having some sort of reliability issue, and that's a scary place to be behind.
Oh my
speed.
goodness me. Right, we knew it wasn't an accident because we would have cut to it in the tunnel, but how? That's about as dangerous as it gets around Monaco. We're on board with Isaac Hadjar. You've got the LED boards.
Oh, okay. I see. It's still a good reaction, but okay, less.
We knew it wasn't an accident because we would have cut to it in the tunnel, but how? That's about as dangerous as it gets around Monaco. We're on board with Isaac Hadjar. You've got the LED boards. Oh.
Yeah, because from the other angle, it looks impossible, right? I think human reaction time is capped at like 150 millisecond. I don't think it's physically possible for the signals to travel quicker than that. And from that other view, it looks like a 50 millisecond fucking response or whatever. The blinking red lights are telling that he's coming up on a slow car. Oh, okay.
You'd run over my new friend, Ficus. Ficus? Who's that? Ficus is right there. Where? I don't see anybody. Ficus isn't an anybody. Ficus.
Frogan. Why was this linked to me?
Is a little baby tree. See? Wow. Hey, little fella.
We watched this like 2 days ago. I thought upper end of reaction time can be around 80 milliseconds. No? I think you need 120 just for the signals to travel back and forth. 120 milliseconds? Like that's like the theoretical max at like the top of your I don't think 80 is possible. I think it's faster than the signals can travel. I don't think that's true. What is the theoretical fastest reaction time human can have? The fastest possible conscious human reaction time is around 0.15 seconds. Yeah, I think the signal can travel at like 120 is like the actual fastest. Like that's like the speed of the signal. I'm not doing the reaction time test. I don't want to do this. Okay, what else? Do I feel like going over this on stream? I don't think I feel like going. I don't want to do this. Too lazy. Do you think a brain implant could increase that? No. Like when I say the fastest it can happen, it's not that your brain takes time to process it. It's that the is it sodium ion channels? How do nerves signals don't? I don't think signals transmit electronically. I think they transmit like, would you say like electrochemically? It's like action potentials like traveling along your nerves or whatever. It's not just like an electric thing where it's like almost instantaneous. It's like a series of like ion gates that are opening and closing to go to and from your brain. It can't travel that fast. Nowhere near as fast as like a light speed connection. So you're capped at how fast that it's a huge slowdown for your theoretical fastest reaction times. I don't know if you say like electrochemical or action potential difference, or I don't know what you would call it, but. So people that hit lower thresholds probably just predict it rather than react to it. Yes, they're just a prediction. Like physically, it can't travel faster than that. With the only exception being there are certain reactions that your body can have that don't require your brain to ever process them. So like touching a hot stone, or it could be a hot stone, touching like a hot stove, that signal doesn't have to go to your brain for you to pull your hand back immediately. I think that only has to go to your spinal cord. It only has to touch some part of your central nervous system, your spinal cord, and then you can react. So that can happen in like 20 to 50 milliseconds maybe, because your brain doesn't have to process that. But like when the doctor taps your knee, I don't know if the doctor tapping your knee is the same thing as pulling your finger away from a hot stove. It might be though. Do you think if a human brain were to be made using electronic instead of electrochemical signaling, would time slow down for them? That's a really good question. A better question though, wouldn't be would time slow down for a person with an electrochemical brain? The better question would be if time slowed down for the person, would they even be able to tell? I'm asking for your opinion, my dude, on why local government shouldn't ban marijuana sales. Love your show, keep it up. Also, I don't know. I don't have strong opinions on it. I don't care that much about drugs. Why should they ban sales of marijuana? In general, I think marijuana should probably be sold. I think it's fine. Destiny, right to reply. This got up to 640 plus comments. Holy shit. Thoughts on Lawrence of Arabia? Fantastic film and relevant. I tried watching some of it, but looked like it was made before 1997, so dog shit movie. How woke are you? You're an atheist? 1. You believe in I'm not a vegetarian. Believe in climate changes? 2. New York Times? 3. Sunscreen? 4. No small dog. Think America is racist? What does racist mean? 4.5, I guess? You go to the MOMA. What the fuck is that? Mall of Mom America? You say happy holidays? You already either. Oh, damn, I got a 4.5. Fuck me. I can be more woke than that. Museum of Modern Art? Fuck this test. No questions about trans people or... Okay, we'll do our one Hassan clip per day. Chemical signals are from one neuron to another, and action potential is the electric signal that goes from one end of the neuron to the other. A conscious reaction requires chemical signals, but reflexes do not. Pretty sure reflexes are still processed in the brain stem, though. Okay. I think it just has to touch some part of the spine, but I could be wrong.
I thought to myself, you know, we'll do this. We'll do it as a fundraiser. And both Austinox and basically everyone in my community is so used to me, whenever we do fundraisers, so used to me giving all the money, that everyone misunderstood the point I was making. I said, you guys, for every $100 you guys give the fundraiser, I add another point, with the goal being 1,000 3-pointers, which would mean $100,000. But everyone thought I am going to be giving $100 for every 3-pointer I make. No, dude. No, you are going to, like, I think a lot of people fucking forget that in the normal situations, like when we're fundraising, it's not just me doing the fundraising, it's both of us, but like, you know, I do the work and you give the money.
Wait, this is a troll. This isn't real. This is a troll video. What is happening? He's probably laughed right before or right after this or something, right?
Okay. Everyone thinks like, oh, we just come and watch. That's great. No, man, you raise the funds. I thought to myself, you know, we'll do this. We'll do it as a fundraiser. And both Austinox and basically everyone in my community is so used to me, whenever we do fundraisers, so used to me giving all the money, that everyone misunderstood the point I was making. I said, you guys, for every $100 you guys give the fundraiser, I add another point, with the goal being 1,000 3-pointers, which would mean $100,000. But everyone thought I am going to be giving $100 for every 3-pointer I make.
Is he saying that, like, they're trying to raise money for Ludwig, and it's based on how much money Hassan's community raises for Ludwig, but Hassan's not going to be the one donating money to Ludwig. It's for them donating. That's what he's talking about, right? He's just phrasing this incredibly fucking stupidly, right? Wait, it's for the Palestine shit? Wait, I thought Ludwig wasn't participating in that. For himself? What?
Which would mean $100,000. But everyone thought I am going to be giving $100 for every 3-pointer I make. No, dude. No, you are going to, like...
Oh, our people are like, it's their dono drive, so when they raise money, the more money they raise, the more 3-pointers he has to make. That's what he's saying. Okay, never mind. I understand. Okay. Where do you get Ludwig from? Where do I get Ludwig from? Didn't Ludwig say he's doing something where he's trying to shoot 1,000 3-pointers? I thought, never mind. This might have nothing to do with Ludwig. I just inserted that on my own, I guess. Never mind. Did I make that up? Is Ludwig doing something like that soon? Or is he...
I add another point.
He did the initial stream. Go look at Ludwig's Twitter. He challenged Hassan to do it. Gotcha. Okay. He already did, and he challenged... Okay. Ludwig shot 1,000 threes and called it... Wait, how long did it take him to do that?
With the goal being 1,000 3-pointers, which would mean $100,000. But everyone thought I am going to be giving $100 for every 3-pointer I make. No, dude. No, you are going to, like, I think a lot of people fucking forget that in the normal situations, like when we're fundraising, it's not just me doing the fundraising, it's both of us, but like, you know, I do the work and you give the money. Okay? Everyone thinks like, oh, we just come and watch. That's great. No, man, you raise the funds.
That's just such a funny line. If I was an asshole, I would just clip that last part.
Okay? In the fundraising, it's both of us, but like, you know, I do the work and you give the money.
This is such a good line. I need a voice clip of that. Can somebody give me like an MP3? Shoot it to me on Discord or something. I just want an MP3 of that. I need that on my soundboard.
It's not just me doing the fundraising. It's both of us, but like...
I need this on my soundboard.
You know, I do the work and you give the money.
From 1 minute to 103. That's such a good fucking soundbite. Maybe I'm autistic, but what did he say wrong? He didn't actually say anything wrong at all. He said it like the worst way possible. he didn't say anything wrong at all. Sometimes people donate to charity for like somebody to like run a marathon or to do a thing like, oh, like if you guys raise $1,000, I'll go do this. And I guess Hassan's coming to us under the impression that he was going to donate and do the thing, which would be dumb. What he's saying is perfectly normal. He just found a way to say it in the worst way possible. Also, I don't believe that Ludwig shot any of those three-pointers. I remember there was a time where me and a bunch of people at, I think it was TwitchCon 2019, we were all out in the court playing basketball. We were having fun. We were chilling. The vibes were immaculate. Ludwig comes in, and then we offer him the ball so he could play horse with us. And he just, like, looks at us and says, no. I don't know if we just weren't clouded enough or what. Apparently he was there to just pick up a guy that he was smashing. I don't want to out the guy or anything, but, like, yeah. Ever since then... Graphic. Missouri police officer kills small, blind, and deaf dog. I wish him well. Like, yeah, I wish the best for him. I'm sorry, I'm done. Okay, thank you. I have the MP3. Hold on. I don't know if I can watch this on stream. Graphic. Sturgeon, Missouri police officer kills small, blind, and deaf dog who wandered from yard. The city says it believes that the officer acted within his authority based on the information available to him at the time to protect against possible injury to citizens. This happened in 2024, 6 days ago. Oh, no. It's censored? Oh, okay. I don't know why the video starts here. There's some random small dog in this. I imagine a much bigger, scarier dog is about to come out, and that's probably what the video is about.
Come on. There you go.
Jesus, yeah. Where is this dog going to come from?
Just wrap you up.
From the trees? Wait, somebody said the video is not censored. Coalfish28. You're getting permabanned if it is censored. I don't know if this video is censored. Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, I should go permanent. Everyone said that it is censored. Hold on, I'm watching. He's even got like a stick thing.
Like smooth as hell.
Hajri, thanks for 7 and kick. What are the series of things that needs to happen in this video for me to feel like the cop has to shoot this dog? We would need at least one assailant with a firearm coming out and the dog distracting. Maybe the dog bares its teeth and it's actually got like a mechanically enhanced jaw. Maybe the dog has a knife tied to its paw that we can't see yet. Maybe a pine cone drops off a tree and hits the top of an officer's car. This is the part of the video where you're the dog and the live leak thing just appeared over your... Did he just take his gun out? Hold on. I don't know. And I don't trust you guys now. I'm not sure what's going to show up on screen or not. Too many people are saying too many things. 1 second. Bro. Oh, why? Is he just like playing an RPG and he just like, he's like, just has to like.
I'm gonna pick it up.
Actually, hold on. There's one thing. okay, hold on. There's one thing that could happen. If he got a call from somebody here saying that there was a dog that matched this description that seemed like it had rabies or was attacking people or something, maybe this is the only possible thing I could imagine that could justify this. What did he get the call for? He explains himself later in the video when he pulls his laptop out. Who cares? He could have easily captured that dog. If it has rabies, why the fuck would you capture it? You would just kill it. What are you talking about? But he was trying to capture it? I don't know what the fuck he was trying to capture. What did he get the call for?
Animal dispatch.
Destiny working overtime to justify that. You're permabanned. How is he going to establish if the dog has rabies? Did the caller do a rabies test? I don't think you normally have to do a rabies test, but otherwise I have no idea why, like, the dog wasn't doing anything. I don't know why you would just shoot the fuck, like, for literally no reason. Hold on, apparently there's a corpse. Normally they suspect rabies if they're acting erratic and or foaming at the mouth. Maybe. I'd have to check. I don't think rabies doesn't always present with the dog being like crazy and foaming at the mouth or whatever. I think if a dog is acting like kind of sluggishly and like moving around or like twitching or being kind of weird, that can also be like symptomatic of having rabies. I think there are different stages to it, or it impacts things differently, but rabies doesn't have to be like foaming at the mouth and attacking. It can be like acting like very sluggish and like disoriented, I think, as well. But I would imagine you'd have to establish more than just like you see a dog and it's just kind of wandering around. You're like, oh, must have rabies, and you just shoot and kill it. Isn't hydrophobia a sign of rabies? Well, I mean, I don't know if you see that in animals. I think that's a human thing. I don't even know how you would test for that in animals. Why is he out of breath? This guy sounds like he has rabies. What is wrong with this guy? Oh my god.
What's up? You don't know the dog? I'm down.
My name is Nicholas Hunter. I live.
Okay.
I'm here talking to the officer that shot my dog, who is the person who found my dog and called joint communication. And I have spoke with her, and she has stated that the dog, she fed him, gave him water, and he was not a threat. And she was just waiting, which nobody ever contacted her after she called joint communication, at which time she went outside.
I can respond to that. I'll tell you why we didn't call her.
Was my dog a threat to you or anyone else? Sir?
Now I'm gonna show you something.
What is your name?
I'm gonna show you something.
Badge number, sir?
My God, I'm gonna show you something. Come here.
May I have your
I'm answering your questions. Come here.
Officer Woodson.
Come here.
May I have your badge number?
I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you why we didn't call her.
That dog was, this is to be known on record, my dog is completely blind and completely deaf.
My God, look at this.
He is a 13-pound
What does it say right there? Does it say no contact? She said don't call her. Now, if you want to talk, I'll talk to you happily.
That's not how you handle a situation. If a dog is a threat to a person and harms a person or shows immediate threat, that's when you use force. There is many other
Do you want
tactics
to talk or you want to tell me how to do the job? I'm more than happy to talk to you.
Job.
I'm more than happy to talk to you.
There's no talking. You already took care of it. You handled it very poorly. Also, I like to be on the record that you told me whatever on the phone when I called about this situation. Hopefully your calls are recorded.
Please explain what's happening. I have no fucking idea. We'll see, I guess. I don't know what the fuck the background of any of this is.
When I called in.
Do you want me to respond to anything? Or you just want to sit here and lecture me? I respond to a situation. All I have is information in hand, correct? All I have is information in hand. I see a dog that is walking around blindly. I don't know the dog's blind.
You didn't try to whistle?
Can I respond? Yes, I tried. I have a whole team in contact with me trying to contact him. I had a little leash out too trying to catch the dog. How am I supposed to know the dog is simply, that's his medical condition? Do I know your dog?
A dog, unless
do I know your dog?
You are a person.
You know, that is not how this works.
It's not.
That is not how this works.
We shall find out, sir.
You sure can.
I'm going to do my study.
But are you trying to have a conversation or you just want to keep on
no conversation. I guess if you're one
I'm trying to speak to you.
Citation.
Am I not trying to speak to you? Do I have my citation book out? Is there a pen in my hand? Am I not trying to respond to you? I'm not trying to ease the situation over. It's a situation. I don't enjoy shooting dogs. My God, all I had was a dog with a condition I don't know anything about it. I am sorry this happened. I'm not happy I had to shoot a dog. I got dogs myself. How am I supposed to know the dog's condition?
You need to wear a camera.
I got a camera on this recording. But I'm asking you, how am I supposed to know the dog's condition?
There's other ways. There's tactics to find out if the dog responds, if he's aggressive.
I understand how to make a dog respond.
Lethal is last resort. You can use a taser. You can use a lasso. There's many other.
What's a taser? I had a lasso.
Can you taser a dog?
I had a lasso. I was using a lasso.
And did you feel harmed when you were trying to catch him?
Did I ever say I felt harmed? Did I feel pretty?
Exactly.
But you're not listening. You're not listening. You're trying to argue, but I'm just simply trying to talk to you.
Did he harm anybody when?
I'm also curious too. I don't believe the dog was blind and deaf. I wonder if they exaggerated this to make it seem more tragic. Because the guy gave it as an example, like why not whistle or something to get his attention, or like how the fuck are you gonna get the attention of a blind deaf dog by whistling? I wonder if it was just old and so like, oh, he can barely hear, he can barely see. That's probably my guess here, but I don't know. We'll see.
I responded to a situation. Do you want to speak or do you just want to sit here and try to lecture me? I'm not trying to lecture you. I'm not saying you was a bad dog owner. I'm saying
high-pitched noises can be heard easier. Is that true? I thought, don't you typically lose high-frequency hearing first? Or maybe if the deafness is caused by something different, maybe not.
I have information I have on hand. That's all I'm saying. And I'm sorry it happened to you. I'm sorry I had to do it. That's all I'm saying here. I'm not saying you're a bad owner. You don't see me writing a citation for a dog at large, do you? I'm not. It's a situation, buddy. I'm with you.
Your authority.
What authority? I went and responded to a dog. I thought it had a medical issue.
I live by rules and regulations.
Dude, how was I supposed to know the dog to get hit by a car?
I lived by rules of engagement for 12 years.
How did I know the dog to get hit by a car?
Proper way.
How did I know the dog to get hit by a car?
To get hit by a car?
How did I not know that? How did I not know somebody didn't just throw the dog out? How was I supposed to know any of that?
Because you're supposed to, if you are a dog,
Is
to
the
get
dog?
the dog, then you're supposed to catch him, man. You're not supposed to shoot him.
You did not hear me
That's
say
not
I
what you do.
attempted
You
that.
take-
That was my first
You
step.
take them to the pound.
We
and
don't
that's
have
what
a
it
humane
is.
society here.
So what is your procedure? Surgeon's
What is my procedure?
on when
We
you
have a
a
pound up
lost
there.
dog?
And what if I put the dog in there and it was a medical emergency and the dog was bleeding internally? Then it's just sitting there suffering. And then y'all be on me about a dog suffering.
So
how was I supposed to do? What else am I supposed to do? We don't have a freaking animal
Like
control
everybody
here.
else, it was on there for an hour before you responded and shot it. You're supposed to...
Hold on. I'm sorry. First of all, hold on. Just as a heads up, okay? Let me just say this. I don't give a fuck about animals. I don't care if somebody kills 150 million different fucking dogs. I don't care. So if you're here looking for some empathetic reaction because some fucking dog that supposedly somebody cares about is running around the backyard gets killed, I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't care if it's your dog that grew up with you and took care of you and fostered you and helped you with your fucking algebra one. I don't care. So number one, always be aware of that, okay? If you're a new fan, you didn't know this, now you know it. I don't give a fuck, okay? He could have leaned on this on fucking on Schnauzer Floyd's neck, okay, for 9 minutes and watched him die, and I wouldn't give a fuck, okay? Number one. Number two, okay? You don't always have to play good faith advocate. There's a 99% chance that this is always morally wrong. The 1% isn't good meme content. This isn't meme content. It seems pretty obvious that the cop is completely and totally wrong. That's why I'm just asking the question of like, what the fuck was going on? Because the video itself just seems unbelievable. That a officer would walk into a forest, see a dog that weighs like 3 pounds, and then pull out its Glock and fucking Metal Gear Solid 2, like behind the neck, like execution style, shoot the dog. That's just a wild situation to me. That seems like borderline sociopathic behavior. I don't know why anybody would do that. So I'm just trying to figure out. So when I'm asking questions like, what the fuck is happening? I'm just trying to figure out like what is going on. What the fuck would why? What is the call that he got, or what is the circumstances that would lead somebody to do that? It just seems bizarre to me. I understand in your mind, because you fucking retards have an irrational attachment to fucking pets, okay, that you see a dog die or some shit and you lose your fucking mind and all common sense goes out the fucking window, whatever. That's fine. I don't give a fuck, okay? I hope next time he finds twins dogs, okay? Jesus Christ, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, the emotional attachment to fucking animals, listen, unless you're a vegan or a vegetarian, okay, fuck off. Don't care.
To put it
It wasn't on
online,
there for an hour.
put
What
the
are you talking
dog in back. I have everything on my phone.
Okay.
But when the lady posted it to let me know it was lost.
Why is a cop handling this instead of animal control? I don't know if animal control is called for violent animals, number one. I don't know what this call was even for, number two. I don't know if every city even has an animal control, number three. I don't know if a small town... Bro, I got arrested in small towns where like the sheriff is like I'm badge number 01. It's like, oh, okay. Are you the only fucking officer? I don't know if a small town population 500 has an animal control. I have no fucking idea. I don't know.
And everything.
So it was online for an hour.
Don't you think it's reasonable to kill the cop in the scenario? No, you can't revenge kill me. What are you talking about? What the fuck? Destiny, he literally said they don't have animal control or a pound. Oh, okay.
It's all on Facebook.
Okay.
It's all on search.
That's fine.
And the lady has stated that there was no cause for that. There was no reason for it.
She stated afterwards.
She stated afterwards.
Yes.
Yeah, she stated afterwards.
I understand that.
And you could put them in back, and you could put them
Okay, if I
online.
can catch
And
him,
if you
I can
can't
put him
find them,
If I can catch him, I can find. I
a
can put him
squealing
back.
dog insinuates pain. He was not squealing.
Okay. You think all dogs squeal when they're in pain?
Most dogs squeal when they're
Most.
in
See,
pain.
not all, but most. Okay.
Most squeal when they're in pain.
Yeah.
So defense of property goes out the window. It's not defending property to revenge kill. If you were defending your dog and you want to shoot the officer or whatever, sure, you can defend it. Revenge killing is not defending your property, though. You should know better. Holy fuck. Oh, God. After this video, new rule, please. No more videos involving animals, because people's brains go out the fucking window. I don't want to do this, because I'm going to get triggered for the rest of the day, listening to a bunch of retarded fucking people cry about fucking animals. Christ. A bunch of meat eaters crying about fucking animals, okay? This is the last one. Never again. Please, never again animal videos. There's no point in going through this, okay? Listen, the officer's literally the descendant of Hitler, great-great-grandchild. This is the worst possible crime you could have ever fucking done, ever, okay? If I was the Punisher, I would be driving past 100 homes full of children being perpetually raped by Epstein's fucking colleagues just so that I could get to the end of the street and save one poor innocent dog, okay? That's my position. Now let me finish this fucking 3-minute video. Jesus Christ.
I'm not denying that. Yes, everything squeals when they're in pain. How was I supposed to know this dog? I didn't know the condition. No. I'm not denying that. Yes, everything squeals when they're in pain.
Also, just a heads up, if you give a fuck about owning animals, that's also not true. Not everything squeals in terms of pain. Some animals that are suffering or some animals that have issues don't squeal or make any noise at all. Sometimes it can be really hard to tell. That's why sometimes if you have an animal and they've got certain types of pain, you might look for things like weight loss or other changes in behavior to tell when they're in pain, because you might not actually know, especially when animals have like dental issues. Like if a cat or a dog has like an issue with their tooth, they're not going to squeal or say anything because they just won't eat anything. And then they'll just start to lose weight and then you notice that way. It's not even, this isn't a true statement the cop just said.
How was I supposed to know this dog? I didn't know the condition of the dog. That's what you're living in the world of. I get it, your dog died. I'm not judging you on that. I'm sitting here apologizing. I had to do that.
I can handle it if a dog died, if a dog was put down for the proper reason.
Okay.
It's the reason that you went
See,
about
you're
your
living
authority.
in the world that
Just
you know
the
all
first
the
thing
conditions.
to pull out a weapon.
But you know all the conditions of the dog. That's what I don't have.
He was not aggressive to a person, and he was not a harm to any.
Saying that you don't have all the conditions of a thing going into a thing is not an officer as a police. It's not an argument as a police officer. And any police officer knows this. The whole point of showing up initially is to do a brief investigation to figure out, to assess the situation. You don't just show up guns blazing because you don't have all the information. It doesn't make sense to show up. You like knock on somebody's door and they answer and then you pull out a gun and shoot them. It's like, well, I didn't know all the information. It could have been an intruder. Like this is a bizarro fucking.
Okay, why was your dog not put in the house then, buddy?
He was in a kennel. He escaped from. I just went to.
Destiny pretending he didn't just defend the cop 5 seconds ago. I haven't defended the cop a single time. You're gone. Bye. That's good. I'm glad. We have to do these every couple months. Actually, I changed my mind. Keep the animal videos coming. I got to do this every now and then just to keep the bleeding hearts in check. Yes.
Columbia.
Okay, and where did I find the dog?
How do I know? You did not make any attempt to do anything properly besides lethal force.
What did I do properly?
Lethal force.
So you weren't there. You weren't there, but you know I did everything wrong.
So
even if the dog was suffering, would that give the police officer the right to kill it? Why is the cop using that as a justification? My guess would be because he knows he fucked up. I don't know. You wouldn't just go up and see like imagine a cop or somebody's like at your house and you hear a gunshot and you run to the next room. It's like, what the fuck is going on? It's like, I don't know. It seemed like your dog was in pain, so I did you a favor. That's insane.
So did the dog seen it?
Show me a taser. Do I got a taser? Don't have a taser.
Your hands are probably fine. You whistled to it, didn't respond. You go up to it.
Have you ever really worked with an injured dog?
Have you had dog training?
Have you ever worked with an injured dog?
Yes. We get dog training military and at my work.
I'm military too, high speed.
And so,
I get it.
and so therefore, you.
Wait, did he call him high speed, or was that like a reference to something else?
Ever worked with an injured dog?
Yes. We get dog training military and at my work.
I'm military too, high speed.
And so,
I get it.
and so therefore, you should know a dog that's showing aggression.
I know what aggressive dog is.
All that, and that dog does not show any of those sorts. He shows confusion with his head sideways, walking side to side.
And as military, you know you read the signs you have on hand. Without all the material, can you read a simple, peaceful dog? No, you cannot. How was I supposed to know the dog was blind and just confused? How was I supposed to know any of that?
Why you can't like? It's such a wild thing to say.
By attempting.
Like, this line of reasoning works if you're talking about like a fucking German Shepherd that's like running at you full speed. Like, how am I supposed to know that this fucking like wild beast isn't about to turn on me? Like, it's such a. We'll read the article after. I'm so curious what the call was for. This is.
To get close to him.
I did attempt.
Destiny trying to win Chatters back over. Okay, hold on. You are permabanned. I just want to be on the record. I want to be very clear. I support this cop killing the dog. Only 50% though, okay? Only 50%. Also, we're not reading the article. The biggest mistake that I would say that the cop made on this interaction is he should have shot one leg first, and then he should have broken the other 3 with his fucking boot, and then after waiting for the dog to crawl around on its stump, destroyed legs for about 45 seconds, then he should have shot it, John Wick style, execution, back of the neck. That's what I think the cop should have done. That's what I would have fully supported. Somebody link me to the police department. I will donate money to their animal torture and kill division, okay? If you shoot me the link in my email later, okay? That's where we're at. Now we're done with that story, okay? Okay. Consensus at what cost? Now we're moving on. After 4 applications for provisional measures, 3 sets of formal orders, and 2 rounds of oral hearings on Friday night, the International Court of Justice in South Africa v. Israel delivered a long-awaited order in paragraph 2A of the operative clause. The court declared that Israel shall... This is the first time I've seen it referred to as paragraph 2A instead of 70, whatever it actually is in the thing, but, I mean, it's fine, I guess. Immediately halt its military offensive and any other action in the Rafah government which may inflict on the Palestinian group in Gaza. We've read this operative clause like 50 fucking times. This order was passed with 13 votes in favor and 2 against, an apparently strong majority. News outlets ran headlines shortly after declaring that the court had ordered Israel to immediately halt its military assault on the southern Gaza city of Rafah. The situation. Is there any point in reading this, or is it just going to be retreading what we've already basically said? Let's eat grandma or let's eat grandma. Punctuation matters. There are multiple interpretations on this part of the order doing the rounds, predominantly based on the placement of the commas and the use of the word may. Stefan Tallman contends the sentence structure means that Israel was not ordered to halt all military... Okay. Different people arguing. Oh, Tallman was the guy we read on Twitter, I think, in this thread here. Oh my fucking god. I think today's the last day of this show, right? New viewer here, but wow, it seems that Destiny can't take the L and runs away. Well, listen, at least I took the L and run away. You know who can't run away anymore? The dog that got John Wicked, okay? By that brave patriotic ex-military veteran officer. A hero veteran, one might say. True. Hold on. Wait, not that. The air shows go through Sunday, so usually one more day. I thought I read that this one ends tomorrow. Or today. It said tomorrow, yesterday. So I did read tomorrow, but... Oh god, I went to the wrong folder. Hold on. I bet that brave officer is flying that jet right now. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted. Absolutely. Okay, who linked it? Fuck. What is the site we use for logs now? We're not doing anything on stream until I found out who linked me this. They're getting fucking banned. Was it this guy? Oh, it was this guy. Nice. Okay. And he already got banned for something else. That's a good candidate.
Like, you know, I do the work and you give the money. Like, you know, I do the work.
Can I need to learn how to, I just need to learn how to do this. I feel like I should just download the shit and learn how to do it right now. That's what I should do. I should be able to do this on my own. What would I I need this clip without the like in the beginning. There's like a whole extra half second here that doesn't need to be here. I don't need the like in the beginning.
Like, you know, I do the work.
Like it should start right there. There's like a 25% of this clip is just wasted. Wait, hold on. Somebody else has one. Hold on.
I do the work and you give the money. I do the work.
That's it. Thank you. Thank you. Jesus Christ. All right. One day I will learn how to actually fucking do this myself. I should keep this pipe sound here though, just to punish you guys, and then spam it.
The money.
Thank you. Okay. My God. Why is Lonerbox responding to Bad Empanado on Twitter? My God. This is one of the few people I would celebrate. That's all I'm gonna say. Do you see what Lonerbox said about you?
Gaming Destiny. Stick to your fucking gaming Destiny. You're not a real person. Just do your fucking video games and your Wikipedia. I'm sorry. I just really hate Destiny.
Wait, hold on, real quick. For when people do skits like this, did we decide there's not? Is the accent part of the joke, or is it seriously how people talk? Like, is this?
Mate, use your laptop.
It's
Tell you
real.
what.
So the way they're speaking, that's not part of the joke here.
How about I give you something more valuable in the laptop? What?
It's half and half.
My time.
On your time? On your laptop? I'll have your phone and all.
I know you're hunting.
What?
I know you're hunting.
Don't try and walk me out.
Am I wrong? Got to be hunting today what you're doing. Robbing people, robbing them of stuff that's important to them. Knowing how much that'll hurt them, but no caring.
It's exaggerated to help the joke.
The Scottish accent is famous for being difficult to understand, but the Glaswegian accent can be even more difficult. There are words and phrases in Glasgow that sound a bit like a foreign language even, so I'm on a mission to find some people to help me translate. Okay, so I love the Glaswegian accent, and I was wondering if you could teach me some local phrases.
Well, it's very hard to bring them to mind. This is the thing. It's all right when your eyes are not going and happy as eyes. You understand?
Okay. Let's see. Also argues that the court's order needs to be read in light of the court's factual findings, paragraphs 45 to 47 in particular, the offensive risk creating conditions of life that might lead to the physical destruction of Palestinian people, and therefore the conditions that follow. Even more intriguing, judges have indicated in separate opinions that there may be different opinions about the interpretation of this clause between members of the court. Judge Nolte, although in the majority, considers that the court has ordered Israel to limit the current military offensive in Rafah as far as continuation rights of Palestinian people and a general convention, notably their access to basic humanitarian needs. Judge Arusku or whatever, we read both of their declarations yesterday. Judge Sebutindi, this is the South African judge who's insane, in the minority contends that the relevant paragraph could be erroneously misunderstood as mandating a unilateral ceasefire part of Gaza, but then Judge Tladi, Tladi is the crazy one. Sebutindi is the guy that just full-on disagreed completely. He actually dissented. He didn't agree and then write a declaration. He was a dissenting judge. The blog post is not going to offer yet another interpretation of the already infamous clause. Instead, it asks why and how the court, faced with such a high-profile and important decision, could end up delivering an order which has left academics, journalists, lawyers, and even the judges themselves arguing over what it means. This is the only thing that matters. This is why, and I don't know if this is a vestige of, debates in high school over the fucking Oxford comma, but there was always, this is true in math, and this is true in English, that the writing should be clear. If where you put a comma or not is dramatically and completely and totally altering the entirety of one statement, or there's some ambiguity, then you are fucking up, right? Like when people go on, Sebutindi is a lady, by the way. Okay, whatever. Like when people give you things, what do? They're like, what's the, solve this equation or whatever. And people argue over this on Twitter. The reality is that you would never see this equation written ever. This is a dog shit equation because it's written poorly. You wouldn't write like this. It's very unclear what the fuck we're talking about. It's just super unclear what the fuck we're talking about. First of all, I don't even know. Is this sign ever used ever? Maybe did we use this in grade school? I don't actually remember. We must have at some point in our lives. But you would never ever 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 write something like this. Even something. No, yeah, it's poorly written. That's all I'm saying. The court order being interpreted different ways by different people for what should be an essential part of the clause, or a clause that's essential to the overall purpose of the ruling. The fact that this is being read differently by multiple judges is unconscionable. It's unacceptable. The writing should not be that ambiguous. That's wild. What was the answer for the equation? There is no answer. There is no answer. The answer is that it's written poorly and it's stupid. That's what the answer is. Some people whose highest math class they've ever taken is Algebra 2 will start screaming PEMDAS at you or some bullshit. But nobody passed, when you're doing calc and shit, nobody's thinking PEMDAS, what is my order of operations? You're never thinking that because your terms and everything are grouped completely unambiguously. You know exactly which quantities you're working with because they're either bracketed by parentheses or they're on top of or below it, a bar. There is no first I multiply this and then I divide that and then I have you're never ever ever thinking of that ever. That is just not how the function of math is supposed to work, where you're having to PEMDAS your way through through an expression. It just doesn't work that way ever. But regardless, it doesn't matter. Okay. Do I want to? You could not be more wrong, dog. The P in standa for parentheses. I don't know if I want to. how would you solve that without PEMDAS? You're not understanding like there's when you're evaluating an expression, it's everything that triggers me today. When you're looking at something like this, you're not even thinking of like it's 4 plus 7 first, and then you multiply by 3. This is 3 times the quantity of 4 plus 7, right? But this could mean like the way that you should think about this in your mind, right? It could be 3 times 4 plus 3 times 7. It could be 7 plus 4 times 3. Like the way that this should exist in your mind is never through PEMDAS. I just don't think you're ever looking at expressions past 5th grade where you're thinking PEMDAS. That's just not like once you're just never doing that. You're never looking, or you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be looking at things like this and thinking like, okay, well, first I would have to do x plus 2, and then I would have to think about this being in parentheses because this is technically a single. I can evaluate it. Like there's just not. You're not thinking of like you're not thinking in PEMDAS. You should understand like what's actually being expressed, what's being written in front of you. I don't care anymore. I don't care. Hold on. Listen. This is retarded. Okay. Nobody like writing shit out with like a fucking division sign. Like this is fucking full on retarded shit. Okay, this doesn't mean anything. It's a worthless expression. You're not testing somebody's math knowledge. You're not testing whether or not somebody knows how to PEMDAS or not, because nobody past 5th grade math is thinking in terms of PEMDAS. That's just how you evaluate any expression ever. It's fucking retarded. Okay, that's it. Okay. It's a fraction. Kind of, but a fraction isn't even... A fraction is just one quantity divided by another. It can be expressed in a fraction, or it can be expressed in a decimal, or if you've got terms that you can't simplify, it would remain to be like a fraction. But like even a fraction is not any different than just one quantity divided by another quantity, right? It's not like a... PEMDAS/BEDMAS is an abstraction of what you're saying. Yeah, kind of. It's like a kind of a guide, but like it's like before. But if you have a better understanding of what's happening, you're just not. I don't think you're ever actually evaluating this that way. So when people are like screaming about like the order of operations, if you're having difficulties writing the order of operations, and something is just written very poorly, it's just written poorly. It's not an understandable expression. Nobody should have to be thinking about like, well, did I do this first or that first? Like something's just not clear the way that it's written. Like, okay, I don't care. In reality, do the addition first. That's what I'm saying, okay? Okay, but sometimes things are written poorly. Then go bully your teacher, punch them, and then call them bad names. The blog post is not going to offer yet another interpretation of the already infamous clause. Instead, it asks why and how the court... Okay, we must begin with a disclaimer. The author has no secret insight into what is going on behind the scenes at the Peace Palace in The Hague. Is it really called the Peace Palace, or is this like a trolly expression? But if we reflect on the court's methods of decision-making, it appears that in this instance, the court may have been driven by a desire to convince as many judges as possible to vote in favor of the order at the cost of issuing a clearer and more straightforward directive. That would be crazy if that were true, and I feel like we'd see evidence of that. Which judges read it wrong? Well, it seems like there was only one judge that came out strongly in favor of the interpretation that this says that Israel needs to stop its Rafah offensive. It seems there's only one judge that's come out saying that. Peace Palace is an international law administrative building in The Hague. Okay, so it's called the Peace Palace. That's kind of funny, but... This outside shit is triggering me too. Ooh. Let's see. The registry staff may also be involved, preparing a statement of the facts or checking the draft, orders for ambiguities. Oh, they're going through the process, I guess. The court's official decision-making procedure set out the resolution concerning the internal judicial practice of the court. What does this procedure reveal to us? First, that the judges are, from the outset, aware of the views of their fellow members of the court, while the existence of any majority remains fluid until the final vote is rendered, and may only emerge once judges are content with the formulation of the text. To put it in clear terms, it is entirely possible that certain judges needed to be talked into agreeing with the ceasefire order and the ambiguous paragraph at issue with the version everyone could agree upon. This isn't to imply any judges were holding out for illegitimate reasons. The court's jurisdiction, in this case, is limited to the application of the Genocide Convention. They may and it is, to be frank, most unsatisfactory. While the court is known for its Solomonic decisions, which try to give each party a little of what they asked for at times to no one's satisfaction. This is not a... Oh, like when Solomon wanted to fucking split the baby in half? That's an interesting term. When are you going to start doing the World War I research? It's in my notes. I think I'm literally listed in my notes. I think it's on the literal first page. Destiny.gg/notes. General research schedule, June 16th through June 24th. Also here, I put my outline up, although I don't think the outline works. There's something is broken about this website people suggested. Wait, hello? Did this not publish? Maybe it will in a second, whatever. Oh. Apparently this doesn't... There's a way to create links in... There's a way to create links in Obsidian where you link to the note, but then you use a bar to link, to change the text of how it appears. And in that case, it breaks the link for this sharecanvas.io website. So this might be fucked for everything. So I don't know. Good luck. It's fine. Well, it's not really fine, but you could submit a pull request? Yeah. I don't touch Git unless it's to make fun of Cake or break my website. Okay. Don't care about this. This was with me. 46 comments. Did I open this last night? Shut up. 600 comments. Oh, damn. Okay. Don't care about this. Okay. Why don't you cover the Dr. K thing? Apparently they went over a Dr. K video from 4 years ago where they're super critical about how he talks to his wife. It is like a little bit yikesy, but I don't know. I'd have to. Well, I went back and I watched some of the original video. I kind of get it. I'm not sure. I just don't know if I want to dive into all the relationship back and forth stuff. It's that time of day. You're right, it is that time of the day. Why does Dr. K break people's brains so hard? Does he break people's brains really hard? He probably occupies a similar-ish space to me where he says and does a lot of stuff that seems sus. Oh, shit. We're in Jamaica. Do you have much knowledge or interest in UK politics? Also, do you know Nigel Farage? He's a UK politician that's helping Trump campaign, but I doubt. I don't have much knowledge. I don't care. I don't know. Don't know, don't care. Okay. This is 2014. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, boys. Ready? Oh my God, my location was so wrong. Never mind. I just saw Fly Emirati. Maybe I figured maybe they're in. The Commonwealth Games. Gold medal in the men's 4x4. How the fuck am I supposed to know what the fuck country this is in? Was there an indication? Am I just supposed to know the event that they're the main sponsor of Arsenal? I don't fuck. How the fuck am I supposed to know that? White people? How many? Well, don't white people go to Dubai to watch fucking sport events and shit? I'm sorry. Do you think it's all fucking Middle Easterners? This is a legendary event? Yeah, who cares? Boring. Oh, shit. What the fuck? Photograph. Salzburg. Salzburg. That's in Germany. The year is 1035. Salzburg sounds like Salisbury. Okay, hold on. Okay. Okay, hold on. Hallstatt. Does this sound like Swedish to me? I don't know this shit, no. Okay, July. Okay, I know where we're at. I know we got it. I got it. It's somewhere. I'm just going to go between Germany and Sweden. And we're going to say, those are some glasses definitely from the 1970 period. God, I'm so fucking not even close. We're in fake countries again that nobody has heard ever cares about. Austria, the place that Americans confuse with Australia. Who cares? A group of salt miners? I didn't even know they had miners outside of the United States. I thought they all came here to mine for gold. Sounds like losers. How are you a miner that wears glasses? Holy shit, this might be our worst fucking 5 score yet. Christ, I don't know what the fuck is this? The bombing of Nagasaki? Jesus Christ. Bro, what are these guys doing? What the fuck? It's the Jews. They planned it all. They're like watching. They know where every bomb is going to fall. Okay, well, it's clearly Germany. Again. Dresden. Absolutely. 44. San Francisco earthquake. Bro, get me the fuck out of here. These are cursed pictures. These pictures are cursed. People coming outside to see the damage caused by the 1906 San Francisco earthquake. We didn't have pictures in 1906. Impossible. Impossible. Also, what did I get 12 points for? Man, they're real generous with the locations here. Holy fuck. Okay, okay. Ah, oh, Seinfeld. Okay, so we're in Israel. Fuck me. Where does Seinfeld take place? Oh, a diner in New York. Picture looks like it's from 97. Okay. This is going to be a good one. This is going to be an 8,000 plus point one. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it. 97, New York. Let's go. Oh! Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Bring it back. Okay. I just need one more of these, okay? I just need one more of these. Let's fucking go. No. No. Speditions. This is German. This gotta be German. It just looks fucking autistic as fuck. Christ. My God, these people are fucking spooky. Germany, 1920. The fuck is this? Germany 1910. Oh my God. Abraham Lincoln. Oh, Germany 1910. It is. It's Germany. Berlin. Let's go. Did Germany even exist in 1910? When was that made? 1900? Let's go. Let's go. Austria. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. We take those. We do take those. We do take those. Somehow we etched out a 50% here. Okay, so anytime I see Germany, I should just think Austria. That's what we're going to do from now on, okay? $960 on Aldono, 2 tier 5s. Okay, and then we're finishing this UN report, which might take an hour or 2 or 3. Good luck. Fuck. I'll get you next time. Okay, let me use the restroom real quick and then we'll hop a doodle to it. 1 sec. The UN would be more effective if they didn't hate Jews. Okay. Jesus. We'll do the New York Times one in 30 minutes. Let me just keep scrolling through this. When the UN talks about this event, they say the UN identified 3 major phases of the demonstration. March 30th to May 14th, mid-May to early October, and then October 31st to December. But there's like a whole other year of this Great March of Return that goes on. I don't understand how the 3 phases are just like year 1. Does like year 2, does not much happen, or? Also, it's really bizarre to me how the UN is, in this report, the UN accounts for a lot of facts way better than I thought they would. But they suck at, the way that they do away with them is just very interesting, I guess. Jesus. Or very convenient, I guess, to a particular narrative. How is Hunter X Hunter pronounced? Hunter X Hunter? Yes. Always say the X. It's the most important part. Watch Decoding the Gurus, your Jew alumni shill. If you want, I can listen to that in the background, I guess. But I feel like everything I've said on this, you've already heard me say. It's just going to be me saying shit that I've already said on stream. Here, hold on. Listen to Decoding the Gurus episode in the background. Yes or no? If we listen to this, just so you know, okay, I will be pausing it to talk about this fucking thing I'm reading. Okay, so. I missed the past couple of streams. Has anything in the report shifted your thinking on the matter? I feel like it's kind of moved me more extreme in the direction of like, I feel like this event gets very misrepresented, but.
The dating apps create a terrible dynamic for men, where a small number of men get all of the invitations. And that means they can become jerks. They can be rude, they can date multiple women, and then the women feel men are jerks. But you've got most of the men are getting no bites.
This is retarded and not true. Oh God. Oh no, wait, oh no, I've always had worries about this guy.
Getting no dates, and they feel women are jerks. All they want is, X, Y, and Z. So I think the dating apps are one of the reasons driving the sexes apart. Again, this is just for heterosexual dating. Just driving the sexes apart, making it more difficult to date, to court, to fall in love, to marry, to have children. So I think we're going to look back on this and say the dating apps had all these unintended consequences that are really messing up the romantic lives of Gen Z.
Okay. I don't care. All right. Did I link this in chat already? Ooh, we're getting no's on this. Why is he wrong? He's wrong. He's not wrong. He is absolutely correct. The Stacys are getting fucked and plowed by all the Chads, and then the Chads are making the Stacys hate the normal guys who are all actually really good and perfect partners, but women just can't see through Chad dick for them. But once the ladies are all used up and their vaginas are rubbery and stretched out when they're 35, they'll settle down with the Kevins that they ignored for their entire lives when they have multiple children by the Chads that aren't taking accountability for them. Okay, we're not listening to this in the background. We're just going to listen to me talk. Check out the latest Jordan Peterson debate with Alex O'Connor. At the start, he talks about your debate with him. I just don't have any concern or care for what Jordan Peterson has to say about anything. Does he say anything interesting, or? Why don't you make long effort post style tweets on Twitter now that it's possible? I think it would be good for maximizing engagement and outreach while having your positions available publicly aside from your Obsidian notes. I don't know if people read. I try to make my tweets go before the cutoff. I don't know how much people actually click and read the longer tweets. They didn't even click the video link last time you posted that Lud clip. Oh yeah, there were a ton of people responding saying like, oh, like, why are you going to believe a 6-second or a 18-second clip? And it's like, bro, I literally linked the entire video beneath. What the fuck are you talking about? It's literally right there. There's this whole genre of like sad music, sad piano songs or something on YouTube that all uses like these very poppy chord progressions. Like, can't stand. I wonder if I'll get that if I play this. Let's try it. Good luck. Okay. The topic of dating, what advice do you give for a guy who's fucked in some sort of physical attribute? Listen, learn how to have good conversations, okay? And be interested in other people. That's step one, all right? That's like 80% of the work. The other 20%, the 3 6s, 6 feet, 6 figure, 60 years old, okay? A number of earth mounds or berms were also built at each demonstration site, 30 to 70 meters east of the fence, depending on the site. Oh, I saw the infrastructure. Okay, this is what Israel did to prepare. Are we supposed to read along? No, you just sit there in silence, you cuck. Fuck. Snipers were coordinated by officers who were responsible for their deployment, training, and conducting after-action reviews. The snipers generally operated in teams, typically consisting of 2 snipers and a spotter or observer. These teams were led by senior commanders required to approve each use of live ammunition by the snipers and typically positioned on top of the berms. It's probably worth noting. Teams of 2. With every use of live ammunition signed off on by senior commanders. Jordan Peterson talks about how an argumentative approach to debate isn't worthwhile and how a more conversationalist approach is better to convincing people and learning might be worth considering. It really depends on the caliber of both people involved, and it depends on the fragility of both people involved. I think for Jordan Peterson, one thing that you have to worry about is for fragile minds, if you come across ever as being argumentative, you can immediately shut down their ability to process any sort of logic or reason, and Jordan Peterson has that problem. So for somebody like him, yes, the conversation needs to be incredibly gentle and incredibly soft because you can activate the self-defense portion of his mind. For other people, you can have like a bit more of like an aggressive conversation, and people are capable of like listening and responding and not like losing their fucking shit. It is possible, okay? Please talk about there's Howard's, I beg, I'm undecided, and it will give you content and money forever a week. Please add, oh beg, I want to know your opinions. What the fuck are you talking about? Bro, meds. Find them. Photos from a variety of sources of the protest period showed ISF soldiers armed with several types of assault and sniper rifles, including variants of the Israeli-made Tavor rifle and the US-made SR-25 and M24 sniper rifles. The snipers reportedly used 7.62 ammunition. See the below section on the use of high-velocity ammunition against demonstrators. Less lethal means. The ISF was also equipped in advance of their 30th of March with a variety of crowd control means, including public address and warning systems and less lethal means to disperse demonstrations. Given their importance to the factual and legal findings, the Commission addresses these in more detail. I will never use less lethal. That is going to be that will be the hill I will die on, and I'll be an old guy, and everybody else will be using this new word, less lethal or less than lethal or whatever. I will always be using the term non-lethal. What a stupid fucking euphemism. The ISF has vast experience with riot control across both Israel and the OPT. The Commission recognizes that dealing with protests taking place during an armed conflict and along a separation fence presents additional risks and challenges to those arising when a state is dealing with protests within its own territory, attended by its own citizens and residents. Nonetheless, the Commission found the Israeli police's rules of engagement, which in contrast to the rules of engagement of the IDF, have been made public in their entirety, relevant for a number of reasons. First, Israel stated that its use of force towards unarmed civilians during the GMR protests is in accordance with the law enforcement paradigm. Second, the Israeli police has extensive experience in handling violent demonstrastrations, including in East Jerusalem and the West Bank. Third, tactics used by the police may shed light on, and in other cases may be suitable for, policing operations carried out by the ISF in the context of the protests. He means Terrence Howard. 1 × 1 = 2. He watched that yesterday for a bit. Don't think he cares much about it. Okay. During riot control operations and other contexts, the Israeli police employ a number of less lethal means. Under current Israeli legislation, when a protest poses a serious danger to public order and safety, the police are authorized to disperse the crowd by force. However, and in line with international humanitarian rights law, that's what IHRL stands for, right? Yeah. Less harmful means must be used first. Only in exceptional circumstances can more severe means be employed immediately, without first exhausting less harmful means as elaborated below. Protests classified by the Israeli police as Level D riots appear most similar to the situation that prevails at times along the Gaza fence. Level D riots are described in the police's rules of engagement as severe riots where participants act violently and in a manner which can result in physical injuries to others and extensive damage to property. They may use cold weapons such as stones, spikes, and knives to disperse a Level D riot. Cavalier 40, thanks for subbing. Permissible methods include loudspeakers, generating extremely loud sound waves aimed in a particular direction. Oh my god, directed energy weapons? Don't tell Dan. Blinding flashlights, batons, water cannons, skunk water, tear gas launchers, grenades and bullets, stun grenades, paintball guns, and 40mm sponge grenades. Before deploying these methods, warning must be given to demonstrators and appropriate precautions adopted, taking into account, inter alia, the character of the crowd, for example, the presence of children or the elderly. Wordsmith Andy, thanks for subbing. A description of less lethal means and, where applicable, their use during the demonstration follows. Water cannons and the use of skunk water are regularly used to disperse demonstrations in the West Bank. Skunk water is an extremely smelly and foul-looking liquid composed of water, yeast, and sodium bicarbonate. It is typically sprayed from truck-mounted water cannons with a maximum range of 30 to 40 meters. The Commission saw limited use of this means during the GMR. The ADF noted that cannons are too focused and would be required every few meters, with an effective range, when stationary, of approximately 60 to 70 meters. These are of limited effect where demonstrations last for hours, morning to evening, at sites sometimes extending for 2 kilometers. Stun grenades, we've got tear gas. Tear gas was extensively used during the GMR, although the ISF reported challenges to this practice. For example, with the typical Gaza sea breeze blowing from the west to the east, tear gas tended to blow back in the ISF's direction. Also, tear gas fired from the berms lacked the range or risked exposing ISF personnel if they moved closer. Tear gas fired from vehicle-mounted launchers closer to the separation fence reached further into Gaza. The ISF also dropped tear gas canisters from drones, allowing its deployment at greater distance and throughout the demonstrations. The commission received allegations related to excessive use of tear gas. It heard from several witnesses who believe that tear gas used at the demonstrations is causing more serious harm than usual. Among others, a humanitarian worker claimed that it appears more like a nerve agent. Okay. People who are experiencing it are severely suffering. It is not the usual gas they use at the demonstrations. It is something much more serious. The symptoms are serious convulsions, loss of control of the limbs, crying, really suffering. It is not the normal kind of tear gas. Some medical professionals believe that these unusually severe symptoms may be due to the strength of the tear gas used. Given its limited time and resources, the commission did not investigate allegations regarding to tear gas inhalation. However, it investigated several incidents entailing direct hits with tear gas canisters. Okay. Destiny, I will never use the term less than lethal. Also, Destiny, don't know how you can kill people with rocks you fucking regard. Or don't you know you can kill people with rocks you fucking regard? The reason why it's called non-lethal is because you're using something to explicitly not kill. That's why it's called non-lethal. Less lethal doesn't make sense as a term. When you're choosing, you don't choose to use less lethal weapons because they might have a slightly lower chance of killing somebody. The reason why you're choosing less lethal things is because you're trying to do something non-lethal. That's the stated goal, right? When you're slinging rocks or whatever, the goal is not to be non-lethal. You wouldn't call that a non-lethal weapon. The goal is to inflict usually as much damage as possible. You would never think of rock slings as like non-lethal or less lethal. Sponge rounds are sponge grenades. We've got this. Exceptionally, Israeli police operating in other contexts may use 37mm rubber-coated bullets. Thus, their use must be approved by the head of the Israeli police. They are to be directed at the lower body and are only permitted when visibility is good. Sponge bullets. The Commission criticized as I've used rubber and sponge-coated bullets during the demonstrations. Ruger bullets are .22 caliber live ammunition fired by the so-called Ruger rifle. Have in the past been used by the ISF as a correctional measure, as they were considered less lethal than larger caliber ammunition. While their use was do you understand the confusion now? Yeah, smaller caliber is going to be less lethal than larger caliber, but you would never say smaller caliber is less lethal. You're still using ammunition that is like penetrating the skin and potentially like, Jesus. Did you see my email about the Israeli think tank report on this event? No, but you can link it if you want. Link it in chat. Jesus. Okay. Wait. terrorism-info.org. This is the IDF or ISF site. This has information that the IDF releases about their things, right? Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm not going to do all this. I like using less than lethal because it just describes it better. People still die easily to non-lethal, so calling it that is misleading. But it's not a hill to die on personally. It just seems to make a bit more sense. People don't die easily to less than lethal things. When people die to less lethal things, it's an exceptional event. So you're completely incorrect. See, like the fact that it's even called less lethal is like destroying your mind. Ugh. Jesus. Isn't the issue that if you say something is non-lethal, people will misuse them and those circumstances will happen if they think they won't ever kill? No, that's fucking retarded. You're inventing a problem that doesn't exist. Never in the history of all of mankind has somebody had a beanbag gun and thought, oh wow, I bet I can shoot this guy in the throat 50 times because it's called a non-lethal weapon and it magically won't kill the person. That's fucking retarded. This is a non-problem that was invented by people that are trying to like woke scold like police basically. It's literally like, it's just the dumbest term ever. I don't care. Okay. To resend the messages because I'm on some super space crack. Truly believe if you look up Terrence Howard's podcast with Joe Rogan. I truly want you to know your opinion. This will be a great stoner content. Maybe later, my dude. Okay, I don't care. And the fact that it's on Joe Rogan means I probably super don't care. Okay. The use of firearms. Country Mara, the IDF decided against using 22 caliber live ammunition, opting instead for 7.62 millimeter ammunition. 7.62. There is it by 5.1 or by 3.9? Right. I mean, there's technically different types of. I don't know this. Or not even technically. I mean, it's important. There's different caliber ammo, right? Or no, it's by 5.4, I think. Is it by 5.4 or by... One is for like AK-47s and one is for like... fucking sniper rifles or some bullshit, I think. No? This is what I fired on my Mosin, okay? Is this one here, I think. This is, do you think for AK-47s on the left? 7.62 by 3.9, I think? I think. But I don't care. Okay. It doesn't matter, though. Not that it matters. It's not that important. Okay. The Israeli police rules of engagement authorize the use of live fire, a single shot towards the legs, in order to arrest a person suspected of the commission of an offense posing a real danger to life or physical integrity of a person. This is provided that a prior warning... Oh, these are for the policing rules. Live fire can be used without warning, only in case of self-defense. Context of the GMR, the IDF stated that due to the limited effectiveness of various non-lethal means in negating the threats detailed above, the IDF has also been required to use potentially lethal force as a measure of last resort. The Commission examines the legality of the ISF's use of lethal force. The IDF's rules of engagement are not public. Their contents have been described in great depth in the Israeli government submissions to the Israeli Supreme Court and in several public IDF documents. Old AK variants use 7.62 by 3.9. New AKs use 5.45 by 3.9. Okay. Okay. According to the IDF, the rules of IDF treated demonstrations as falling under the law enforcement paradigm. At the same time, Israel deemed the demonstrations to be linked to the ongoing armed conflict with Palestinian armed groups. The demonstrations were therefore not seen as purely civilian, meaning that any action of combat such hostilities which might be integrated in the demonstrations would be seen as part of the ongoing armed conflict between Israel and Hamas. This approach appears to have underpinned the government of Israel's assertion before the Israeli Supreme Court that its use of force during the protests would be subject to the rules of law enforcement. Underpinned the government of Israel's assertion... The use of force during the protest, with the IHL-based conduct of hostilities paradigm invoked only when the situation called for it. Provisions relevant to the conduct of hostilities paradigm would only be and the Government Israel further asserted the court and publicly that the use of lethal force permitted to prevent such imminent threat from arising. Thus, according to the government, as possible. Court declined to examine how the rules were applied on the ground, deferring to the ISF's internal investigations. Court also declined to view videos of incidents presented by the petitioners. In reaching its conclusion, the court relied on the government's factual depiction of the GMR and could not assess whether or not the ROE were also being applied in compliance with international law. The commission sought to do so on a case-by-case basis. Legal assessment of the rules of engagement in the demonstration. Hi, Destiny. Still remember attending your debate with Elijah Schaefer on Ukraine at Penn State. Keep up the great work. You're a much needed voice in these times. Wow, thanks, buddy. Okay. Let's see. The ISF targeted lower limbs in every government. Injuries recorded between March 30th and December 31st, 2018. Wow, Nimrod. And thanks for the 10 gifted subs. Wait, hold on. March. Okay, wait. Why does everything make it sound like this ended in December of 2018? What do they go by the dates? Okay, April, May, June, July, August. Was this only lasted for, did this last for less than a year? Are they just, did the wiki just fuck these dates up? Or, like, date, 30th of March 2018 to the 27th of December 2019? Is this just listed incorrectly in two places, or? Everything I've read so far makes it sound like it basically ended at the end of 2018. A couple of pointers you dig into this report. Have Loner Box's list of cast and fighters handy as you tally stories with the HCR's findings. You will find the disparity numbers reported in militant knowledge comical and blackpilling. Okay. Did Elijah Schaefer turn into a Nazi? I don't know. He's on some really weird shit. Organizers say Gaza protest to be scaled back. Wait, do you think they wrote the date incorrectly on this one article? And that's why the wiki is so fucked? Oh no, for nearly 20 months, Palestinians have held weekly demonstrations dubbed the Great March of Return. Okay, whatever. Wait, fuck, wrong. The ISF targeted lower limbs in every government. Okay, so these are percentage of injuries to lower limbs versus head, neck, and torso, or upper limbs. In court, the government argued that its ROE permit firing towards the legs of a key rider or of a key insider, but only as a last resort, subject to strict requirements derived from the principles. Court rightly treated this category with caution, noting the status of key insider / key rider does not exist in human or international human rights or humanitarian law. This is just the UN describing why they don't think any of these people should have been targeted because of them considering it a policing event and separating the armed conflict out from it. Oh, we have one example listed. Okay. Name removed. A 16-year-old boy, why is the name removed, was confirmed by eyewitnesses interviewed by the commission as someone who had been near the front of the crowd of demonstrators, and had attached a rope to the barbed wire. While tying the rope, he was shot at, but he managed to escape and hide behind a near barrier. After a few minutes, he emerged from the barrier and was shot immediately. While the sniper may have been aiming for the legs, as the RE would seem to have required, the boy was hit in the chest and died in hospital shortly thereafter. Clearly, at the time he was shot, he posed no imminent threat to anyone's life, nor was he part of a crowd posing such a threat. Rather, he appears to have been targeted based on the status of key rider. The commission confirmed that he was otherwise unaffiliated with any political faction or military organizer. .463 and 464. It's noted the boy had attached a cord to the barbed wire. The wire likely would have been pulled away subsequently by members of the crowd, but even then the separation fence remained, as did the full array of Israeli defenses. Report of the victim on file. Well, what file? Okay. This is more assessment of when lethal force would lawfully be used under the law enforcement paradigm. Did you go through loaner box stuff on the GMR? No, I'll probably skim it after I finish with this. These are the different demonstration sites. During the course of its investigation, the Commission gained knowledge of various violent activities of demonstrators which, under certain conditions, may have posed an imminent threat to the lives or limbs of Israeli forces positioned near the separation fence. Justifying the use of lethal force, its assessment is set out below. Although the Commission noted the threat posed by burning kites or balloons, see the below section on impact on southern Israel, in no case did the Commission detect that this threat was imminent to the lives or limbs of any Israeli civilians. Resulting from actions by demonstrators, the ISF had designated the Israeli lands in the immediate vicinity to the protests a no-go zone for Israeli civilians in an effort to protect them from any potential threat emerging at the demonstrations. The Israeli civilian community, which was closest to any of the 5 sites, kibbutz Nahal Oz, is located 800 meters from the separation fence. This is one of the kibbutzes that was hit on October 7th. Let's see. In addition, kibbutzim neighboring Gaza are protected with a range of security measures, including high smart perimeter fences with barbed wire and electronic notification systems. In addition, Israel has substantial forces in the area, including military bases and battle tanks that can be deployed to the kibbutzim within minutes, as well as fortified gun towers. Throwing stones and other non-explosive objects. It's clear from the information reviewed by the Commission that some demonstrators regularly threw and slung stones and other non-explosive objects at ISF soldiers on the other side of the main separation fence. Based on this assessment, the shortest possible distance between a demonstrator throwing an object and an ISF soldier is approximately 20 meters, but usually considerably more. 20 meters would be limited to situations where the demonstrator was able to reach the main separation fence directly in front of a sniper nest. Spotify is discontinuing their Car Thing product and bricking all current devices. Wait, what? What car product do they have? Oh, Car Thing was the name of it. Damn. And they are bricking current ones. Jesus. Hold on one second. So throwing rocks and using a gun are both lethal, then isn't that such a broad category? Sure, lethal and non-lethal can be broad categories. The question is, like, what is your intent, right? Force and throwing again.
Okay, I'm ready if you are. There we go. So unlucky. 1 millisecond to my ult, man. Millisecond.
Okay. While being struck with a stone or non-explosive object that was thrown by hand from a distance of 20 meters could certainly cause injury, the Commission does not consider that it would pose an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury, especially taking into account the ISF's protective equipment. Therefore, considering that 20 meters is the shortest possible distance in which a demonstrator could throw any object, the Commission finds that any demonstrator in the act of throwing a non-explosive object at the ISF from the Gazan side of the main separation fence usually does not pose an imminent threat of serious death or bodily injury to ISF soldiers on the other side. Okay. Slinging stones and other non-explosive objects, however, requires a different analysis. Slings are crude weapons designed to increase the speed and distance of stones and other objects released towards a target. A skilled slinger can hurl a stone several hundred meters and strike a head-sized target from 10 meters or more. It's clear that objects hurled from a sling are much more likely to seriously injure a target than objects that are thrown. That's true. That said, many factors must be considered when assessing the threat posed by a slinger. The slinger's size and strength, as well as the length of the sling, contribute to the force with which an object is hurled. The size and density of the object hurled also matters. How would you even assess this? Also, does the size and strength of a person wielding a sling, is it that relevant? Isn't the point of a sling that because of the, like, you're essentially using, like, the centripetal force to, like, do all the work here? Like, arguably, wouldn't, like, a relatively weak person be able to, if they were skilled with a sling, be able to kill somebody? Isn't that the whole point of David and Goliath? Is that he's using a sling? A demonstrator in the act of slinging a stone or other non-explosive object may pose an imminent threat of serious harm, however, not in every case. For example, a person hundreds of meters from the separation fence who's in the act of slinging a stone or other non-explosive object would not pose an imminent threat of serious bodily injury. Accordingly, the Commission finds that assessments of the threat posed by demonstrators in the act of slinging a stone or other non-explosive objects must be carried out on a case-by-case basis. When will you debate sock done left on Palestine? Probably never. Hold on, I just looked this up before I ban this person. Someone in Kick Chat says, a teenage boy can throw a baseball around 80 miles per hour, an adult woman around 35 miles per hour. I just Googled this. How fast can an adult woman throw baseball? Throwing speed of the normal person can vary substantially, blah, blah, blah. An untrained adult male can throw a baseball at speeds ranging from 45 to 65 miles per hour, whereas an untrained adult female can throw at speeds ranging from 30 to 45 miles per hour. What a weird fucking incel fucking comment to put in chat for no fucking reason. Bye. Okay. Whoops, wait, wrong thing. Shit. Burning tires. Some groups of demonstrators regularly burn tires near the separation fence to obstruct the view of ISF soldiers with thick black smoke. Ah, their version of white phosphorus. Some groups of demonstrators regularly burn tires. This is done with the intention to make it harder for the ISF snipers and marksmen to identify and shoot demonstrators. And some demonstrators burn tires to provide cover for individuals who are hurling objects at the ISF or attempting to reach, breach, or damage the fence. I think I've got like most of this accounted for already. This is what it looked like when protesters got close to the Gaza separation fence in 2018. Jesus fucking Christ, the volume. Video taken Friday afternoon during demonstrations/riots at the security fence. This was on August 4th of 2018. So this was in August.
لأنك في الكون رعب اليهود بضرب ونحر ببر ببحر زمن التخاذل ولا لن يعود قل هذه أرضي وأرض الجنود وتاريخ مجد ليوم.
Now hold on, to be super clear, is this the border fence or is this the fence leading to the no-go zone?
لا بها أساوم وفيها أقاوم بلغ إني قادم أحضر اليهود تقدم في القدس أحرار الكهان وتشكو إلى الله ثم الكيان.
Pretty sure this is the border fence. I would imagine the border fence would be a little bit more elaborate now. Border fence, Gaza, Israel. Oh, okay. Wait. I would assume it would be like this thing over here. Israel announces completion of security barrier. Oh, did they build this later? This was December 8th, 2021. Oh, maybe, was that all they had then? Or maybe it's different in different areas, I guess? Damn. You can see all the tactics and everything on display that we're kind of reading about here too, right? So the idea is you use burning tires. The burning tires create a lot of smoke. It gives you cover from snipers. People can't see you. And then you use that to, like, I guess, infiltrate, right? Why did the border fence have functioning security during the Great March but not October 7th? Because for the Great March, it was over a period of months, and they had warning on it because there were Facebook posts, people talking about it beforehand, right?
وورثت عنهم قرون القتال بطعن ودهس بقسم برأس بروح بنقص كم خاضوا لذاك يا رعدا يزلزل في كل مجال طغيان الأعادي وضم الاحتلال بنار وحرق من غرب وشرق بواد وسهل وفوق التلال تقدم لأنك لا تخشى العدا زوال الكيان الآن قد بدا خذ الشاحنات في كل الساحات اسلب المصافي في أرض الإله قل بأن روحي للأقصى بلا ومنايا فيه أن استشهد فقم يا مقاتل بكل الفصائل بكل الوسائل أدرك الردى
Damn. This is real, right? I'm not like looking at a protest in fucking Afghanistan from 2014 or something. What is this? So video taken Friday afternoon during demonstrators. Who is this person? FDD senior research analyst, editor for Long War Journal. Palestinian armed groups and Iranian proxy organizations are my focus. Like, does anybody have the video that this came from? Like, I'm looking at this top right. Was this like a news TV broadcast? They do have Palestinian flags. Oh, that is true. Yeah, we see. Wait, hold on. Was he waving it when he was like on the fucking fence? Am I crazy? Is this one? I can't even tell. There's like 12 pixels. It says Cuds, so I'm assuming it's from the Cuds news outlet. Oh shit, that could be it. This was Colombia last month. Palestinians operating at the border were able to plant an IED at the military gate and detonated earlier today at Deir al-Balal. This was in October. Finally, some good fucking music. Hold on.
تهد جبال بكرة حنسكل أغلال ونبوس تراب فلسطين يا أقصانا إحنا معاك أبدا أبدا ما ننساك بالدم نحرر مسراك جوا الحرم مرابطين.
Damn. You can see the fragments of like the Oreos in the sky as the IED goes up. Is this mostly peaceful? So I haven't looked up this particular event yet. It's referenced in the UN report, but I'm probably going to look up the thing. So the UN says that they classify 3 major phases of the demonstration from March 30th to May 14th. It was generally peaceful, where breaking through the border was kind of like seen as like a symbolic thing. And then apparently on May 14th, a big event happens because it's a reference. Some number of people got killed. And then from mid-May to early October, apparently it starts to get a bit more wacky. And then from the end of October, October 31st onwards, Hamas is getting a lot more involved in terms of trying to leverage the protests for negotiations with Israel that are facilitated by Egypt. So these 2 videos would have been after whatever that May 14th event was. April, May, June, July, August. Yeah, August and October. Somebody linked me a video, but I don't know. Booby traps on the border, not safe for life. Oh, what's the point of these? I'm just thinking about Great March of Return stuff. Oh, this is November 3rd, November of 2018. Do any of them try to go through afterwards, or? I wish I could find the full broadcast for this. 2018. Wait, this looks like the date is February 17th, 2018, but I can't tell. Somebody dies in this video.
وأخذوا مواقعهم خلف أحد السواتر ومن ثم ترجل أحد جنود الهندسة بعد أن قام بتجهيز نفسه لنزع
So this is in February prior to any Great March of Return.
وقام بتفحص.
Oh, you got to be super careful. One of the little tricky things they do is when Palestinians put flags, or sometimes when they leave corpses around, they will booby trap the flags, or they'll booby trap the corpses. That's why this guy is putting on a bomb suit to try to check out this flag.
تفحص العالم مطولا وتفقده قبل نزعه وهنا تجلت معية الله واستحضر المجاهدون قول الله تعالى وجعلنا من بين أيديهم
This just shows a guy digging around the flag or something, I guess. Is this music really necessary? Oh, he gets the flag out of the ground.
واهمين أن مهمتهم قد نزعهم لهذا العلم وهنا دقت ساعة الموت حيث.
Oh my god, this is like... Oh wait, is this like a video like celebrating that this guy's about to die? It feels like it's edited that way. The video ends right when the explosion happens, claiming they all died.
ساعة الموت حيث وقع الانفجار بوسط هؤلاء الجنود.
If 4 people die, if 4 soldiers died in a single explosion, that would be a story. That would be a story we could very easily find on Israeli media. The last phrase is literally hour of death. Hold on. Jesus! Oh, okay, hold on. I see the bomb go off. One guy might have died here. Wait, so the explosion is like hidden inside the flagpole or something? Boom. One dude looks like if he's not dead, he looks like he at least got fucked up. But the other 4 soldiers, 1, 2, 3, 4. Would an explosion like... Oh no, it was under the ground? Wait, so did this guy just happen to sit a flag on top of an explosion where it... No, it was under the ground. The pressure wave probably killed them. The military wing of Gaza's Popular Resistance Committee is released on Tuesday. You have to be careful because Rage Pope, like half the shit he says is just completely fucking wrong, but he always speaks with the same level of confidence no matter what. Okay. The military wing of Gaza's Popular Resistance Committee has released on Tuesday dramatic footage of an attack on Israeli soldiers involving a booby-trapped flag that injured 4. Oh, injured. Okay, so does anybody even die? Okay. And was it a booby-trapped flag? It wasn't The Al Nasser Salah al-Din brigades released the video of the operation, which took place in February, saying it was in response to Israeli war crimes and Washington's recognition of Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. The footage shows Israeli soldiers approaching the explosive device disguised as a Palestinian flag that had been placed on the border fence near the city of Khan Yunis. The bomb then goes off, sending the troops flying in the air, severely injuring 2 of them. The incident prompted the Israeli military at the time to launch airstrikes on the Gaza Strip, killing 2 17-year-olds. The never-before-seen footage came amid the worst escalation between Israel and Gaza since the 2014 war. Okay, so the flag was the bomb, I think. The latest round of violence began on Sunday when a botched Israeli Special Forces operation inside the Gaza Strip that turned deadly, killing 7 Palestinians, including a senior Hamas commander, an Israeli army officer. Okay, this was going on during the Great March of Return, wasn't it? Okay, so the article is published in November, but I think this footage came from February, did it? Or did this come from February? This looked like it came from February. Videos emerge of February attack on soldiers along Gaza border. Okay, gotcha. It was in February. So this was right before the Great March of Return started, basically, right? Or a month before. Oh, this article says, as he walks over to the other 3 servicemen in his patrol, a tripwire connected to the flagstaff sets off a bomb that had been buried nearby. 2 of the soldiers were seriously injured in the attack. The other 2 sustained moderate wounds, the IDF said at the time. Hey, Destiny Random, but why do people think only white people owned slaves or only white people were slave owners, that America invented slavery? I don't know how many people actually believe that. Might be a straw man in your mind. Gotcha. Interesting. Okay. Okay, this isn't technically during the Great March of Return, but it's still interesting to know, I guess. These fucking music. Palestinian unit infiltrate security fence and plant and detonate IED east of Jur al-Dik in the central Gaza Strip this morning. IDF Jeep can be seen in the background driving near the infiltration. What is that? Where do they go? I thought I read in the UN report that there was only ever one person that actually ran into Israel proper. Do these guys just like run over there and then run back? He links the entire video in the comment. Oh shit, true. Oh, thanks, nice. Why? How did you scroll down enough to see that he links the entire video and then say that in chat, but not click the video? Oh, maybe you just saw it on my stream, I guess. Barbed wire past the fence, I guess? It's already past the border fence, right? Oh, there's the Israeli Jeep. Oh, this is the IED that's being buried, I'm assuming? And it's being armed? Is that what's happening here? Would you ever mobilize the community to do stuff like that? Shut the fuck up. You think that's actually getting somebody, or is that blowing up on accident? Let's see. Gaza factions announced ceasefire with Israel after day of violence. Sorry, somebody in chat said, this is my strongest Zionist warrior, so I take everything he says with a grain of salt, but this is something that I've heard a lot that nobody's talked about, and I haven't brought it up as a talking point much because it's the propaganda for this march is already so overwhelmingly ridiculous. At Destiny, this is one of the things that led to October 7th, the perimeter being diminished more and more. The IDF would let Palestinians get closer and closer to the border until one soldier died from point-blank range, Barel Hadaria. The Observer soldiers say that since this March of Return, Palestinians and Hamas would walk straight to the fence and nothing would happen to them. This is all a part of what is called conception. If you were Israeli, you'd hear it quite a lot, especially after October 7th. I have heard that a lot, that like stuff relating to this Great March of Return is in a way a bit of a precursor to October 7th, the idea of like people walking up, cutting barriers, running through, whatever. But this Great March of Return is characterized so often, like it's ubiquitously referred to as peaceful, 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 peaceful. This is always the peaceful Great March of Return. It was mostly peaceful. It was generally peaceful, peaceful. Like, so when you say that like Great March of Return, most people had no idea what it was about. Like it was just presented as a bunch of people just like, actually, I don't need to tell you this. We can just listen to Ryan Grimm say it.
You're saying that
Is that footage from the Great March of Return? I believe so. It's posted on October 21st, 2018. Yeah, this would have been during the time period. This was from November 13th, 2018. This is from October 16th, 2018. This is from August 4th, 2018. This is all during that time period. It's all during this mid phase, it seems. Oh, they even labeled it here, actually.
Keep a government like that in place.
Can we pause for 1 second on the quote response to the Great March of Return? For
it's an untenable position. I don't think a single other country or person in all of human history would be asked to keep a government like that in place.
Can we pause for 1 second on the quote response to the Great March of Return? For people who don't know, the Great March of Return was a civil society-led Gaza initiative that was a nonviolent demonstration where every Friday people would meet and kind of march to the fence, symbolically gazing out at land that they had lost over the years. The IDF responded by killing a pretty significant amount of Palestinians, but also maiming, I believe, tens of thousands, to the point where the UN put out a report noting that it had become commonplace to see people walking around with one leg, missing a leg, missing an arm. There were IDF soldiers who said, we were told shoot out the legs. One guy said he hit like 40 plus legs, like in a single day. Hamas opposed this at the start because it was nonviolent, because it was civil society led. Hamas eventually caved under public pressure and ended up supporting the Great March of Return, which I think goes to your question: what is the political order that can replace Hamas? If there is a nonviolent movement that can gain traction, then Hamas is defeated by that. Hamas is pressured into supporting that just by the kind of public support for it, like happened with the Great March of Return. The Israeli response was not to say, wow, let's embrace this nonviolent civil society-led movement and marginalize Hamas and reach a deal with this Palestinian force that could even, see a unification between, the West Bank and Gaza toward a long-term peaceful solution. It was, let's annihilate this. Let's shoot and kill and maim the peaceful protesters, which only then fortifies Hamas's position and allows them to say that we were right all along. We told you you can't deal with Israel. We warned you against this, that violence is the only way forward.
That was a fantastic retelling that is almost entirely fictional for the Great March of Return. It did start off as a generally peaceful protest. The idea behind the March of Return was returning to Israel. The UN has released a report where they've gone over a lot of the shootings. It's very curious that if you actually read the entire report, you'll notice that almost every single...
Which is what we'll be going over soon. Or actually, I'll just go over Loaderbox going over it, because he went and he looked up a lot of these people even listed on Hamas websites or whatever. But a lot of people they get shot or end up being like near the border. Yeah.
Single shooting happens between 50 to 100 meters in range, which is curious. Why would
it's actually 50 to 150, depending, but
because I was told, I believe, I think Finkelstein himself, or it might have been Rabbani, that this is a crack team of Israeli snipers, but apparently the rifles only work up to 100 meters. The reason why
maybe they're just lazy.
Or maybe the reason why is because there's a no-go zone between.
Maybe they're just lazy.
In the fence in 100 meters because when people get too close, people try to cut the fence open, people try to break through, which is what's happening towards the end.
They have no choice but to shoot all those unarmed people.
It doesn't matter if you're armed or unarmed, if you're approaching an area that you're not supposed to be in. And then
but anyway, this is why I haven't argued much over Great March of Return, because in the propaganda version of this event was that it's a peaceful march, a bunch of people walk up to the fence, and the IDF, Jewish animals, rabid dogs just start spraying down crowds of people for no reason and shooting and maiming children and press vest and medical people. So it's like... Close-up view of the moment an IED detonates in front of Palestinians at the Gaza border. This is on October. Does anybody have a link to the full footage of this? Because this looks like it's all been cut from like more broadcasted video. Wait, I don't know if this is about to be super violent. Hold on. Okay. I don't think so. But also, Jesus. Over here. There's lots of footage, lots of archival footage of the 2018 Great March of Return on the AP's YouTube page. East of Khan Yunis, Gaza Strip. This is 6 years ago. This is in May 11th. Oh, so this was prior to whatever that May 14th killing was. So this should be during the time period that the UN describes as more festive and peaceful in nature, with the idea of breaking the border being thought of as symbolic in nature. Their current understanding of the legitimacy of shooting people for being inside the buffer zone within 300 meters from the fence. I don't know how much right a country has to shoot people that are crossing a border. I'm not actually sure. Like, the intuitive feeling feels like you must be able to. At least if you probably have to make an attempt to apprehend first, depending on the situation, but... What's your answer to the question, to the previous question, morally speaking rather than legally? I think if somebody's trying to illegally cross the border, I think as a country, I think you have a right to defend that with lethal force. Yeah, I would say so. As long as the person is like, it's like an obvious border. Like obviously if you're like between Canada and the US and there's like a part in the forest that crosses the border and you don't know and you get shot for it, I think that's kind of wild. But I think if the person is on notice, then I think it's probably fair. Why doesn't the U.S. do that to Mexico? I'm sure if you broke through the border and you were trying to escape agents or whatever and they saw you doing, I think you probably would get shot. What do you think is the goal of the people cutting the fence? They can't walk in without being shot at or. Holy shit, what an AIDS fucking sentence. The goal is probably, my guess would be mainly symbolic, or maybe to plant explosives on the other side to like kill people or fuck with people or on the other end. I mean, I doubt they're going for a full-scale invasion. It doesn't seem like they had that planned here. But I mean, you don't know at the time. I know that now retrospectively, but like, what was the goal of the people cutting the fence in the morning of October 7th? Well, it was quite the meme. Quite the meme. This was on May 2nd. Okay. A lot of these people like right. Yep, those are all children. These all running here and doing things. It looks like if I had to guess, at least the people running here, the vast majority of these people look under 18. Like these guys look like they're what, like 10 to 13 or something? These people running here? That'd be my guess. We could go through and look at also individual shootings because it's worth looking up as well, right? Take everything I say with a grain of salt or cautiously because I haven't seen any shootings on camera. But it's also quite a different situation too when the presentation of the Great March of Return is basically just a crowd of people that are standing there singing Kumbaya, maybe holding lighters in the air, and then IDF snipers are just like shooting at them to maim indiscriminately or because of their hatred of Palestinian people. Like this, the appearance of this looks quite different, right? Slings and tires. Have you gone over Amnesty saying that Hamas doesn't use human shields? My friend used that in an argument against me. Is that in your notes? Yeah, Amnesty International says that they don't use human shields, but Amnesty International is using a unique definition for human shields that only they use. They describe behavior in their reports that I think most people would reasonably say, like, oh yeah, this constitutes violating the norm of like using civilians as human shields. But Amnesty International uses a unique, very specific definition of it that it's hard to say if Hamas does it or not. Who's sending the ambulances? Well, it's probably the Gazan Health Ministry, I imagine, right? Are the border shootings confirmed by a third party? I always wondered if they stage injuries, push bad PR on Israel. The problem is that third party confirmation when it comes to this conflict is either coming from the IDF or it's coming from Hamas, unfortunately. So whenever like a human rights org is like verifying something, the only way they can verify it is by either interviewing people, you know, interviewing Palestinians or interviewing IDF soldiers. So that's all your third-party verification essentially is. Is this the Great March for Return protest? Yeah. Why do you think Israel's lost the propaganda war so bad that the popular understanding of what can be verified on video is characterized as marching up to the fence to stare at the land that was once theirs? Why did they lose the propaganda war so bad? I don't know. I'm not sure. There's probably several really big macro reasons why. I mean, one I can think of is that Israel has done peace with neighboring Arab leaders, but the population still don't like them very much. I don't think that's changed much at all. Another is the dynamic of a larger force versus a smaller force. Another is that the smaller force has far more freedom to navigate because it's not a real state and they don't face real consequences, so they can do a lot of crazy shit, whereas Israel has a bit more accountability. Another thing is Israel's greed after 1967 and their desire for more and more land in the West Bank has turned even domestic opinion against them to some extent. Thinking the delusion for Israel that they can just like push the Palestinian problem off indefinitely and never worry about it has contributed a lot to it. Yeah. To Jews. Easy to hate. Is there a more standard or accepted definition of human shield in international law or some Rome statute or something like that? Not that much. I think IHL rules basically say that like when you're co-locating military objects with civilians, they would kind of consider that human shields. But I don't know if there's not a strict definition spelled out in a treaty anywhere. The prohibition of using human shields in the Geneva Conventions AP1 and the Statute of the International Criminal Court are couched in terms of using the presence or movements of civilians or other protected persons to render certain points or areas or military forces immune from military operations. Most examples given in military manuals, which have been the object of condemnation, have been cases where persons were actually taken to military objectives in order to shield those objectives from attacks. This is the one that these examples, this is what the Amnesty International uses their definition of, that you have to move civilians over to weapons and then force the civilians to stay there for it to count as human shields. But I think more broadly and more fairly, I think we would say that a human shield is when you are co-locating a military object and a civilian object such that you expect to gain a military advantage by that co-location, by discouraging the enemy to attack because of the collateral damage. This is essentially the last paragraph here. It can be concluded that the use of human shields requires an intentional co-location of military objectives and civilians or persons or state combat with the specific intent of trying to prevent the targeting of those military objectives. Is there any justification for sending children to throw rocks at people with guns? Yeah, looks good if the kids die for your cause. We watched all this one. Other images. What's the date for this? November 8th. November 8th, 2019. Oh, so this is like a whole year later. November 8th, oh, is this all November 8th, 2019? September 13th. Doesn't have a year? Do you think how likely someone is to attack matters for the human shield analysis? Yeah, of course. The mens rea, the intent behind the human shielding thing, actually, I don't know if it's fair to talk about criminal intent because we're not talking about an actual criminal charge, but I think the intention to get somebody on using human shields is that you expect to gain a military advantage by doing so. If you're not expecting to gain a military advantage, it's probably not like a human shield. The bottom right is September 20th, the 75th consecutive Friday in Gaza. These are all like in all these videos are 2019, right? Oh, this is the 37th Friday. This is in December 7th. How do you contend with the fact that despite wires being cut, tires burning, and obscuring vision, there was no instance of thousands of people rushing the border if the intention was to invade Israel? I never said the intention was to invade Israel. I don't think that, in fact, I'm pretty sure I said the exact opposite earlier. I don't know if there was ever, it didn't seem like there was ever any large-scale intent to invade Israel. It seems like the most they wanted to do was plant IEDs or whatever on the other side. Oh, you can see the... Damn. You think these kids are like 9 or 10? How old do you think these kids are? This looks like an adult. This looks like a kid. Right? Am I crazy? 11 or 12? Oh, and you see another one in the back, too, who's doing it. This is the like sacrificing your children part is like just so effective, right? Like if these kids were to get shot for slinging rocks, right? It's like 5 more children shot by IDF, 4 children, child, 13-year-old child. And then if I get into a debate with somebody over any of these particular things and we don't have access to the video, right? The guy's just going to be screaming at me, justify it, Destiny. You think shooting a 12-year-old child is acceptable, right? Like, so I hate the term child is so stupid. It's such a Western concept that like any male under the age of 18 is basically just like a kid, you know, the most you can do is go to summer camp. True. If Israel was smart, they would train their own child soldiers to fight. Absolutely true. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. It's not funny, but like, goddamn, the kid's missing a leg. Okay, I don't really need more videos of this shit. Oh, Sinwar was there? How dangerous are slings with rocks? I mean, more dangerous than throwing rocks? I mean, you could kill somebody with like a clean shot pretty easily. But I mean, at range, it's going to be complicated. And it's a more difficult weapon to use than just like a gun, obviously. So, I mean, I don't know. It's a hard question to answer. Like, how dangerous is a bat, right? Like, you could hit a guy a lot with a bat and just leave him like kind of fucked up. Or you could kill somebody with a bat if you know what you're doing, I guess. It just depends. It's a little annoying. I have to be careful not to let my own opinion get turned even more pro-Zionist watching it. It is like it's pretty disgusting to see like the grown men all protesting here and marching and doing the chants. And then in the videos above, it was like the children that were out there like throwing the rocks and everything. That's kind of fucked up, but Jesus. Ugh, okay. What do you think about my mail? Blue John, I don't think I got your mail. Okay, it hasn't been forwarded to me yet. Okay, chill. But I love you. Okay. They may have also just filmed the children. Ah, that's true too. Well, welcome to said RFK Jr. is a serious contender for the presidency. What if he qualifies in a debate? That'd be cool if he did, I guess. We can have more debaters or whatever. But he's not. He's a very unserious person to me. I don't take him seriously at all as an individual. Whether he gets votes or not, I don't care. Like every tire, like, well, I guess you're right. I have to be careful. It could just be certain footage that we're getting, although this footage is coming from the AP. Now, that being said, just because it's, hold on, stop. X-Shriner Addicts, okay, you're here because you provide really good pushback to me 95% of the time, okay, to make sure we're not being crazy, but this is the dumbest thing you've ever typed in chat. Kids do stupid shit on their own volition as well. That was exemplified during the BLM protest, where it was seemingly a pretty young demographic writing. No, this is not kids doing things of their own volition, right? This is pretty organized. Right? These kids, like, these are all kids. It's not random that all these kids are like, oh shit, let's just go roll some fucking tires up to the front lines. No. And it's crazy that it's all like children doing the transporting, right? So if you would identify these people as having a CCF, continuous combat function, like what? You're going to shoot children that are bringing tires up? You can't do that. They're children. Like, so it's all pretty gross too that this is how it's. Oh, wait. No, that guy's not a child. I don't think. That guy is probably over 18, I think. Okay, they're not all kids. All right. Not talking about cutting fences, burning tires, etc. Throwing rocks, on the other hand. I don't know. I don't think I've seen a single video of a kid throwing a rock yet. Maybe they were, and I just was looking at chat. I've seen people with slings, but.
حتى تحرير فلسطين حتى العودة إلى يافا وحيفا ونقول الاحتلال حتى فك
Who is I don't know who this guy is. Fuck me. Is this the president guy? I don't know what he looks like. Who's the prime minister that got shot? No, not Sinwar. Not Sinwar and not Haniyeh. And then Deif is the other one. Oh, never mind. No, it is Sinwar I'm thinking of. What does this guy look like? I need to rewatch that music video a bunch. Okay, it's this dude. Who the fuck is this guy? Just a random speaker guy? Hideo Kojima.
الفلسطيني أن هذه مستمرة بعد 15/5 حتى تحرير فلسطين حتى العودة إلى يافا وحيفا ونقول الاحتلال حتى فك الحصار رغم أنفكم وإن لم تفك الحصار فإن
Isn't the only difference between Palestinian adults using kids and MLK doing it that MLK's cause is more virtuous, or was it bad that MLK did it too? Well, there's two things. One is that arguably MLK's cause was more righteous, but second was MLK was telling people not to fight. MLK didn't train child soldiers, so it's also a complete different like execution of the idea as well. He's talking about Palestinians getting back to Jaffa and Haifa. Sure. Yo, this is so cringe. Like, I don't want to, like, pull rank or, like, get into a victim off. But, like, when people tweet shit like this and claim they're getting harassed and death threatened, harassment? Don't be such a baby. They're just asking you to debate their leader. Chill out. Like, really? This is your harassment example? Come the fuck on. Really, dude? Get the fuck out of here. It's actually so cringe that this is what these people will fucking cry about. Okay, sorry.
مقاومة تراقبكم ساعة بساعة ولحظة بلحظة.
Jesus, what the fuck? How many horses are in the Gaza Strip? This is the guy. Rahi Mushtaha is a member of Hamas's Gaza Politburo and in charge of its financial affairs. He was previously a member of the group's main Politburo. First year 2012, he reportedly helped co-found Hamas's armed wing, the Al-Qassam Brigades. Oh, interesting. Wait, and when is this? Oh, and this was on May 9th. That's kind of interesting. I feel like that's worth throwing in here. If that's indeed who this person is. Can I get a picture of him? Is that him? Was that him? Don't make me use my face blindness to figure it out. Not this guy. This guy? Do they include this guy's name? Ahmed Bahar, one of the leaders of Hamas on Friday. Wait, is that who's speaking? Or is this referring to somebody that's not in the video? No, wait, it's this guy. You're wrong. Oof. Okay, I'm glad I checked. I think. This is the guy who's talking here. Actually, we can even look for him. Great March of Return. Oh, he died. Rip. I think. Ugh, fuck, kill me. Fuck me, actually. I don't fucking know.
وما تراقبكم ساعة بساعة ولحظة بلحظة.
Jesus. These are the ropes tied to the fences. So that one kid that they talked about getting shot for tying a rope or whatever. These are the ropes to pull the fences away, I guess, or the barbed wire. Serious question. Do you think the reason why Hamas only reports the number of people killed and not the number of soldiers is because they consider all their civilians to be soldiers? No, it's because more civilians dead is good for them, right?
المكان كله غاز. يلا اجري. اسكت كويس من ماسك تقلقش ايش الربطه هذه؟
So that's a little interesting is that just from reading the UN thing, it sounds like there was a big event that happened on May 14th where a bunch of people got killed. And then that's after May 14th. That's when things got serious. But these videos are coming from before that. So like this is from May 4th. So it seems like the protests were getting really spicy part of that. So like what I've written in my notes, you can't read it, but like the UN identified 3 major phases of the demonstration. Actually, I can just read exactly from the UN thing. I'm on 95 right now. So this is how they describe the first phase, is from the 30th of March to May 14th. In broad strokes, the first phase could be characterized as a genuine, popular, festive event with tens of thousands of people from across Gaza society, refugees and original residents, gathering around traditional activities, concert, barbecues, cultural activities, and sports games. Although the organizing committee and demonstrators messaged about returning to their lands, this was generally understood as symbolic, according to reliable sources present. There was not a sense that the demonstrators had intended to break the fence and enter Israel en masse, but random and uncoordinated acts by demonstrators edging toward the fence and returning back. The large numbers of killings and casualties that occurred on May 14th changed the atmosphere. So this seems to just be a complete and total lie. This narrativization here is just completely wrong, unless I'm incredibly charitable and I say they just got the date wrong and the event wrong for May 14th. What are the sources they cite here? For 359, they cite Confidential Submission 30, page 2 to 3. However, I mean, like, this YouTube video has 280 views. I don't know what the news coverage at the time looked like for this. I have no idea, so. But it's interesting because, like, not only is there obviously more than just concerts and sports games, it is coordinated as well. Like, this right here, this speaks to a high degree of coordination. And remember, these videos are from May 4th. So we've got a high degree of coordination. Not only is it a high degree of coordination, it's a high degree of coordination for offensive events, which is burning tires so that you can get close to the border so that you can, like, take it down, right? The description says that they plan a mass breach later on. Wait, where? Oh. I don't think they ever say that. The large numbers of killings and casualties that occurred on the 14th of May changed the atmosphere, and the second phase saw fewer families attending. Instead, anger over killings and injuries drove groups of youth to engage in more violent actions, increasing their use of incendiary kites, slingshots, and incendiary balloons. From August towards October, nightly so-called baffle squads were established throughout the Gaza Strip. In general, while demonstrators threw stones, burned tires, and at times cut the barbed wire coils throughout the demonstrations, over time, the intensity appeared to increase, with more damage to and breaching of the separation fence. Demonstrators claimed their increasingly intense actions were in response to the severity of the ISF's use of force. Similarly, Israel claimed that it escalated its use of force in response to the actions of the demonstrators, particularly to the use of incendiary kites and balloons. Still no mention of, like, kind of any coordination or organization, but it's also interesting that in the AP report here that was published on May 9th, so this is before, the UN says that, the UN claims that Hamas doesn't get involved until the third phase, really, which starts in October. But in this AP report, in the description here, they described it as Gaza's ruling Hamas group, which has organized the marches, said the protests might culminate in a mass breach of the border fence later this month. Hamas has called for mass rallies at the border every Friday as part of a weeks-long campaign of protests against a decade-old blockade in the territory. Here is what Hamad Bahar was saying in that video. Our Palestinian people affirm that this protest will continue after May 15th until the liberation of Palestine, until the return to Jaffa and Haifa, and we say to the occupation until the lifting of the siege, despite your nose. And if you don't lift the siege, the resistance is monitoring you around the clock. Okay, that was a translation, but... Sinwar was there from the start. This is from April 2018. The leader of the Hamas movement in Gaza, Yahya al-Sinwar, joins the Palestinian masses on the Esther border of Gaza in the March of Return. This is on April 20th, and these marches, the first one would have been on March 30th, I think. So this is like 3 weeks later. Oh, that's the guy, right? Al-Sinwar. Oh my god, did you see he was trying to give him a stealth hand job? What the oh no, he's shaking his hand, never mind. Al-Sinwar doesn't live in the Gaza Strip, right? He hasn't for a long time, right? I don't know if I find it I'm expressing skepticism. It's a little hard to believe that Hamas senior leadership is here at this event, and they were totally hands off until October. Oh, he does live there? He lives here full time? Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if he's one of the ones that stayed in in Qatar. Oh, shit. Okay. He did during October 7th, at least. He was talking to hostages. Gotcha. How the fuck do these people get in and out of... He's in Gaza right now? How the fuck has the IDF not gotten to him? Okay, Sinwar is a military commander. The ones in Qatar are part of the political side of Hamas. Okay, so like Hanaya is like the head of the Politburo or whatever. He's a guy that's in Qatar, right? And then Daif is he's also a military guy. Does he live in... I guess it's hard to keep track of who lives in and who's out. Okay. He hasn't been seen in months. He might be in Egypt or dead, but probably just in the deepest tunnels coordinating. Sinwar is the head of Hamas in Gaza, and Daif is the leader of the military wing. Okay, but isn't there another guy who's like considered the president of the leader of the Gaza Strip, who is a different person, right? No, it's not. That is Sinwar. Okay. Sinwar, Daif, and then Hanaya is the political Politburo, whatever head guy. Okay, so these two guys should theoretically be in. Also, the leadership structure and everything for Hamas is completely different than Palestinian Islamic Jihad, right? Like their military and their leadership is all like separate people and everything as well, right? I believe, or it should be. Jesus. I think we've seen this cut from another video before. Look at my cock and balls. Okay. Does the AP have their own? Is this an AP journalist? Do you think? Or do you think this is a? Do you think this is an independent journalist that? That sells footage to AP. I'm curious. The UN report does state that Hamas was hands off until October. I know they say that, but I'm saying I don't know if I believe that. Do they like ascribe, like, did they give credit or anywhere in any of these? Find out more about AP Archive here. You can license through the AP Archive. Huh. Okay. UN evidence. United Nations Human Rights Council. Israeli snipers deployed near the separation fence to police the protest referred to as the Great March Return. Shot over 6,106 demonstrators, killing 183. On what evidence to the contrary? The fact that like their highest leadership is there like 3 weeks into the march. It seems unlikely that he just kind of like showed up and why do they, all the Soylent wrappings are so fucked now? Why? Jesus, this footage. Separation fence. Someone gets shot in that vid care. It's on YouTube. It should be fine. The UN Independent Commission of Inquiry. I think that's the report that we're reading here. Human Rights Council. It's this report of the detailed findings of the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the protests in the occupied Palestinian territory. So it's this report. Oh, I see why they only go up to a certain date. It's because this report was published literally in March of 2019. Okay. That report came out of this investigation, I guess. Ahmed Abu Tior, 16 years old, fatally injured, died of his wounds in hospital the following day. I wonder if he got shot in the leg, or if it went too high and it was in the torso. The cam guy said they're going to shoot you seconds before the shot, did they? Are these doctors here? So this is more of the leg shots can kill insanely fast. I mean, if you hit a major artery, especially up the thigh, you can, right? Yeah. To be fair, this kid is like literally spamming emotes at the IDF. What do you expect? But you see a similar strategy in the other. Should he have been shot for this? I don't know what the rules would be here, right? He's obviously engaging in violence and throwing rocks, but obviously throwing a rock is not probably lethal. At this distance, there's no shot you're actually killing anybody. Like, do you shoot and kill people who are doing this? Probably not. You're also playing into, again, like the staging of the event as well, right? So it sounds like you've got, I don't know if it's parents back here, but you've got camera footage, you've got doctors on standby, and you've got or maybe parents, I don't know. So that when he gets shot, everybody can run forward, and then you get your footage and everything. The IDF are behind that dirt mound. Yeah, it looks like they're right up here, right? I can't tell. What is the distance here? It's so grainy. I can't know if this is like 10 meters or like fucking 100 meters. They look kind of big here, so I'm guessing maybe you're kind of close-ish. It looks close. It looks like it could be really close. But it also looks like it could also be really fucking far away. I can't tell. It looks like it's pretty close up. This is them leaning up here, right? We got people saying 20 meters, 50 meters. Another protest site. Oh, he got shot in the torso. I don't know what he's walking up to do. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't know if he's just like making hand signs or if he's trying to throw something or what's happening here, but I don't think he has anything in his hands, right? He just did this thing. This is a site where they were pulling the fence with ropes. You can barely see the razor wire by... Oh, yeah, true. You do see the razor wire from the fence here, yeah. And then he gets shot. Shot in his abdomen. He survived. It's really pixelated, but I think he threw up a Wu-Tang Clan symbol, who are very anti-IDF. Okay. Barej protest site, he might have. Oh, wait. Oh, this guy got shot at. Hold on. Oh, no, wait. They show this guy is circled. Barbed wire fence in front of separation fence. Okay, there's a shot. This guy's running. Fatally injured, died of his wounds in hospital in Gaza. Why didn't they say where they shot him? Okay, so he's the one that ends up getting shot. I guess it was probably, considering he runs a little bit, I guess it was like a torso or something, huh? And then he probably falls here. Yeah, I see. You see how you see him fall here. There we go. Why didn't they shoot the barbed wire, dude? I don't know what their rationale for shooting any of these people are. I have no idea. We don't have their side, so it's hard to say. If I'm being... an ultra charitable reading is that they think that he's the one that's like directing the operations here. Less charitable reading would be they are shooting and Ricochet got him. That seems highly exceptional or improbable. The least charitable reading would be that this is the guy standing out, so this is the one they decided to shoot to make this guy go away, would be the least charitable reading. Does it really matter where they get shot outside of the head? As a second injury, you understand anytime you shoot someone, it could be lethal and should be treated as such. So here in the report above, They show these are the number of people that are shot in limbs. If you think that the chance of you getting shot in the head is the same like death rate as getting shot in the limb, you're fucking retarded. Maybe I'll unban you in a year. I don't know why people's brains like shut off when they're arguing for a particular thing, or why sometimes people just can't understand stats at all. I don't understand why people do this. Like, I think it's like a test. It's like an IQ test. When you say, fuck, there was a good thing on 4chan where it's like if you tell somebody, like most Asian people are below average height, that when somebody responds to you and they says, well, I have an Asian friend who's 5'11", you instantly know this person is retarded. He's like 75 IQ. Like he's retarded. Like when people respond with things like that, you instantly know that you're never worth engaging with. Nobody should have a serious conversation with you ever. So like that, this is an example of that. Destiny, does it really matter where they get shot outside of the head? As a Second Amendment enjoyer, you should understand that anytime you shoot someone, it could be lethal and should be treated as such. It's just fucking retarded. Okay. Why would you be shooting at a person's limbs during a conflict instead of center mass? Well, for this, it's because shooting at limbs means a lower death count. You're not killing as many people, which obviously helps you politically. And then also because you literally have like crack teams of dual-paired snipers with spotters here that and they're generally out of harm's way. They're not getting they're not in immediate combat, so they have the luxury, the time, and the proper weapons to do these types of shots generally. Fuck, did we even see this? What happened here? No, we don't even see what happened beforehand. Shot in his leg, injury caused his leg to be amputated. Oh, this is the one. Oof. I don't know what the likelihood. I don't know if there's a chance of like if a bullet can ricochet off like sand or dirt. I don't even know if that's possible. Or if the shooter is missing, or if he's just shooting a person in the crowd, or what. I have no idea. Like some of these, this one, like I don't know how you can ever justify shooting somebody in a crowd like that. I can't imagine there would be a justification. Looks like it ricocheted off the front dude's femur. What? This guy is trying to climb the fence. Ooh. This is zoomed in. You can tell from the pixelation how long it took that sound to hit the camera when the guy got shot already. Yeah. What caliber are they using? This is going to be, these are sniper shots, so this is the 7.62 by whatever bullets, right? Oh, that kid was 14. Jeez. Wait, did that look like a 14-year-old? The body shape and everything. This looks like an adult to me. But I guess it's really far away, so how the fuck can I even tell? Guy over here. Journalist Ahmad Abu Hussein. Fatally injured, died of wounds in hospital in Israel 12 days later. I want to know who some of these... Hold on. Ahmed Abu Hussein. Committee to Protect Journalists. Jabalia. It's a city in Palestine. And it was transferred over to Ramallah. How do you transfer a patient to the West Bank? I guess they probably just let them out of the border fence. The IDF said it launched a preliminary probe known as a fact-finding assessment into Abu Hussein's death, and no suspicion was found which would justify the opening of a criminal investigation. Has the IDF ever listed reasons for some of these shootings? Like, this one seems hard to justify, too. All right, unless you knew that this person was, like, involved. Like, you would have to have some kind of intelligence justifying, I would imagine. Because this guy's getting, like, picked out of a crowd here, right? It looks like a random shot or a missed shot on a rock thrower. I mean, you shouldn't really be missing shots, though, right? Like, you've got pretty precise weapons. You've got a lot of time to aim. You're not taking, like, mile-long sniper shots, no? Web server returning an unknown error. Is this article not available? Do they have to pose a threat? If someone, well, I mean, the guy's like in the, somebody just talked about if they're approaching a wall, but he wasn't. He was in a crowd of people, right? Wait, where does Loner Box's Obsidian notes? Oh, here it is. He doesn't have him listed in here. Like, this guy had 3 years in broadcasting radio stuff, too. For 3 years, Abu Hussein covered Palestinian politics and social and youth issues for Voice of the People Radio, a Gaza-based radio station affiliated with the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine and other local media outlets, according to his colleague at the radio station, Youssef Anbar. Lonerbox tweet. What is this? The IDF for sure scanned the crowd for people of interest. No. I mean, they might have been, but I'm just saying that has there been any evidence that this guy's even part of like Hamas or anything like that? I don't see anything that points to that he was part of like any kind of military org or anything. Oof. Headshot? I feel like of these, I feel like 2 of these were pretty hard to justify, I think. Which isn't great if the UN says that this is like the evidence that they're releasing. Like, I feel like it should be like pretty clear cut, like 4 or 5 really clear cut, horrible instances of somebody getting shot. I feel like that journalist, the guy with the press vest, the Hussein guy, I feel like that's like the probably the worst one. Like, this is pretty wild. Abu Hussein was PFLP. Well, but I mean, it sounds like he worked for a radio station that was affiliated with them, but I still don't know if I don't think that makes you a target for something like this. This is about the journalist. For the second time this month, a Gazan journalist died by his wounds after being wounded by IDF fire. Is it Mortaha? Is that the guy's other name? Oh, no, that was the other journalist. It's Mortaha, I think. Yeah, Blue John. Mortaha, I don't think it's the same person. This is a different person we're talking about. Ahmed Abu Hussein was the guy that we saw get shot. And then he's the second journalist to get killed. Earlier this month, journalist Yasser Mortaha was killed. This is the one that this article is talking about. It's a different one. I don't understand the purpose of going through singular instances of things. Doesn't the UN have to prove that there is a consistent pattern of misconduct or the 1 or 2 schizos going off? Even if these videos are completely unjustified murder, I don't know what the fuck it proves about the IDF. It feels retarded. Well, I mean, one thing is that, like, if you've got clear evidence of the IDF doing bad shit like this, and then you've got the IDF not prosecuting it, or they're not probing it appropriately, that's an indication of a bad pattern of behavior, that you should be able to hold your military people accountable if they're doing unjustifiable things. So the singular instances are important. Also, if you don't have good access into another person's military, which they don't for the IDF, because Israel doesn't like to give anybody access, for understandable reasons, but they don't, then people are going to have to establish patterns of behavior to try to discern what your internal commands might be, right? What your orders and commands are. Reuters reported that this journalist was moved to a West Bank hospital, then a hospital in Israel where he died. Yeah, we read that. The hospital in Ramallah. Jesus. I wonder if Israel, let's see. Israel, soldier, punishments, Great March of Return. I wonder if any soldier was punished for anything that happened. This is the Amnesty International report on October 19th. Protests were launched to demand the right to return for millions of Palestinian refugees to their villages and towns in what is now Israel and to call for an end to Israel's blockade. They culminated on May 14th on the day the U.S. Embassy's move from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem and the eve of the 70th anniversary of the Nakba, when Palestinians commemorate the displacement and dispossession of hundreds of thousands in 1948 to 1949 during the conflict following the creation of the State of Israel. On that day alone, Israeli forces killed 59 Palestinians in a horrifying example of use of excessive force and live ammunition against protesters who did not pose an imminent threat to life. The organizers of the Great March of Return have repeatedly stated that the protests are intended to be peaceful, and they have largely involved demonstrators protesting near the fence that separates the Gaza Strip from Israel. Despite this, the Israeli army reinforced its forces, deploying tanks, military vehicles, and soldiers, including snipers, along the Gaza/Israel fence, and gave orders to shoot anyone within several hundred meters of the fence. Several hundred meters. The retelling of these events is so crazy to me, given how much video footage is available. My God. And this is being published by Amnesty International on October 19th. Going back to your rules of games, it seems hard to argue that these shootings are justified. Gotcha. Thanks. X Triner Radix. While some protesters have engaged in some form of violence, including by burning tires, flying incendiary kites, or throwing stones and Molotov cocktails in the direction of Israeli soldiers, social media videos, as well as eyewitness testimonies gathered by Amnesty International, Palestinian and Israeli human rights groups, show that Israeli soldiers shot unarmed protesters, bystanders, journalists, and medical staff approximately 150 to 400 meters from the fence, where they did not pose any threat. That's such a wild summary. Hold on. These questions are fucking retarded. Do you know if they fire warning shots? Why do you ask that question? It wouldn't matter to you, right? If Israel was shooting people, then you would say, well, were the soldiers there? Were they visible? Oh, they did? Okay, well, were there signs warning people not to cross? Oh, okay, well, did they use non-lethal means first? Oh, well, okay, well, did they shoot one warning shot? Oh, okay, well, why didn't they shoot more warning shots? Oh, well, why didn't they just shoot with smaller caliber ammunition? Oh, well, why didn't they just shoot him in the leg? Oh, what? Like, it's never enough. Like, I'm sorry, bro, but like, if you're getting shot here and you're like, well, why didn't they shoot a warning shot? You're fucking retarded. Like, you're so stupid and nothing would be enough for you anyway. Like, or I don't know. Again, I might just be like an exceptional 180 IQ person, but like me walking into like a military base, I wouldn't expect a warning shot, obviously. It's such a retarded fucking question. X Trainer ads. Click the link. 2 sentences. Super relevant. I don't care. I don't really care what you're linking. I don't think that every single shot was justified. It seems like there are some shots that are super not justified. That's fine. That's not my issue with the characterization of this event. And trying to obsessively figure out like whether or not 5 or 10 of these shootings were wrong or bad, which I'm sure there were, and it seems like I've seen at least a couple that seem impossible to justify, is totally missing the entire fucking point of like the insane coverage of this fucking event. It's wild. Like, this is indefensible. You can show me 10 war crime Israeli killings, and this coverage is indefensible. This is wild. This is in April? January, February, March, April of 2018? I can't wait to go to World War I, bro. This shit is... Video emerges of cheering as Israeli sniper shoots Palestinian. They probably didn't know that he was being shot. April 10th, April 10th, 2018. The Guardian was unable to verify this video's authenticity. So it might not even come, maybe theoretically this could be like a fake video, it could come from something else.
לא יכול לראות בגלל טלטלית. בגלל טלטלית כפרה. מימוני, בוא לפה, בוא לפה, בוא לפה, בוא לפה. איך הוא מתכופף תמיד בדיוק כשנוקטים?
How does he always bend over right when I follow? Who are we getting this video from? Is this from the Israeli side? Not the pink. I'm on the blue.
וואי, זה סרטון! יש! בן של זונה.
Damn.
איזה סרטון, הנה, תרוצו לפנות אותו.
I don't know if you can see the full subtitles. What a movie. There go running to evacuate him. Of course, I filmed it.
בטח שצילמתי את זה.
Wow, they hit someone in the head. Is this just the spotter then? And somebody else is shooting, or?
איזה סרטון אגדה.
What a film. It's a legend. What? I didn't see it. It's just a camera next to the shooter. Well, it seems like the spotter guy, right? I would imagine. It's not from the sniper that shot him? Oh, it's from a different group? Okay, looks like they're shooting people that are near... It's really hard to tell from the resolution of the video, but it looks like this is near the fence, I'm guessing. Shooting took place on the 22nd of December of 2017, I guess? It would have been this is before any Great March of Return stuff. Because the article is published on 2018 of April. Grainy video comes after almost 2 weeks of daily protests by Palestinians. Okay, but then this is... this is published during the Great March of Return. That's what this is referring to. Play the part where subtitles say child. I don't think he said child. Oh, I don't know. I don't fucking speak Hebrew. God's language. I wonder what the date is for this picture. March. This article was published on April 10th. The protests began on March 30th. The Great March of Return began on March 30th. We already have pictures like this. Was the overall Great March of Return ever? I don't think it ever was a peaceful event. There was always some element of violence, right? That's what it seems to be the case. But this might just be like just one time where this happened, or maybe this wasn't happening all along the border. It's just like these, maybe these instances were far, far more limited. Although you've got a lot of, no, I'm being too charitable. You've got like multiple tires set up here. So obviously like there's some level of planning that had already happened at this point to bring a bunch of stuff. It's not like these are just randomly here, right? Like it seems like this tire burning operation, like this whole thing has some level of planning and some level of coordination, right? Because you've got to get the tires ready, you've got to be able to get them up, and then you've got to be able to set them on fire, and you've got, like, it seems like there's already some. Why are the videos such ass quality and the pictures are 8K? Maybe the videos have been re-uploaded over and over and over and over again. Also, this looks like it's from like a professional like photographer camera, not just like a phone. What's the point of burning tires? You burn the tire because the type of smoke that gives off gives you a lot of cover, so it's harder for IDF snipers to see you. So it allows you to further your lines or attack from behind them without being seen by the enemy. Am I most charitable? All I can really think is that maybe organized versus spontaneous is the distinction that they make. Yeah, but like, this is what I'm saying. I don't think this is spontaneous, right? Like, I don't think that, like, you have to have some level of planning to get all the tires up. Unless, like spontaneously, they're like, hey, somebody should go get some tires. Maybe, I guess, it's possible. But then you've got the fact that you've got, like, videos of Sinwar who's up here, like, with these protesters, like, literally in the first couple weeks of the march. Like... Bro, I'm so done with all this shit. The wiki says that Hamas was fully involved by March 18th. What is their source for that? Where do you see March 18th listed in here? The reason why I don't think that I don't think the wiki would cite that is because I think the wiki is sourcing a lot of what it's getting from this UN report, this inquiry report, which doesn't say that. Why do you consider tire burning to be violent? I didn't say that just tire burning would be violent, but tire burning is usually giving cover to do other things. At least that's what's evidenced by all the video footage. Okay, Ynet. I believe Ynet is considered a more right-leaning, is one of the largest publications in Israel, right? Am I making all of that up? It's considered a bit more right-leaning, isn't it? Oh, somebody said left center? Oh, okay, never mind. I could be wrong then. Fuck. Everything in my brain is fucked. I can't tell. Destiny, this part of the wiki. Idea organization. Okay, the idea for the piece of... The organizers tried to keep the protest independent from Hamas and other political groups, but by March of 2018, Hamas had become heavily involved in organizing them. Wait, that's when they started. What is this? What does that mean? What does that sentence mean? I don't understand what that sentence means. What was the date for the very first? The very first one was on March 30th, right? That's what the UN report says. That's what the head of the wiki says. The organizers tried to keep the protest independent from Hamas and other political groups. By March 2018, Hamas had become heavily involved in organizing them. Local newspapers, television, and social media mobilized Gazans to join the march. Hamas also ordered its own soldiers to take part to maximize the credibility of the protest. It reportedly planned to keep the peace by having plain-clothed security personnel move among the protesters. Muhammad Shehada, the full story behind the March of Return, a story published on Ynet. They said they would imprison us. This is how Hamas threatens the protesters' drivers. As part of the March of Return, this was published, I don't know the date format. Is this April 5th? 0405? Is that April 5th? Or is this May 4th? Blue John is an Israeli guy saying April 5th. Everyone else in chat is saying May 4th. I think Israel, from the publications I've read, I think Israel publishes their dates month, date, year. I don't think it's like Europe. I don't know why they do that, but that seems to be the case. Literally just look at a current article. Part of the March of Return campaign, the terrorist organizers is forcing bus company owners to lead protesters to the fence. That means threats, arrests, and sending drivers on behalf of Hamas to take over the buses. The coordinator of government operations in the territories. Hamas is using terrorism against its people. Listen to the recording. I don't understand that.
Who should I call?
Is the traditional home...
Christ. The coordinator of government operations in the territories, Major Yov Mordecai, published this evening on his Facebook page in Arabic a recording in which we can hear how Hamas is forcing the managers of the bus companies to transport rioters and terrorist operatives to participate in the violent violations of the order on the fence. According to General Mordecai, it's a conversation held by the government's operations coordination officer with a representative of a bus company in the Gaza Strip. A horrifying picture emerges. Threats, arrests, and confiscation. Wait. Okay, where are my Arabic speakers?
الو السلام عليكم. السلام ورحمة الله. طب ايش معك من الارتباط الإسرائيلي؟ أهلا وسهلا. قبل مرة نحن حضرناكم من عدم المشاركة في أعمال الشغب العنيفة اللي كانت وعدم جبر السكان على السياج الأمني. أعمال الشغب اللي كانت عنيفة. في قسم منها كمان تم استغلاله لاستخدام الإرهاب. نحن بنحضرك أخرى مرة إذا كانت الشركة تبعتك بدها تعمل على جلب الناس لاعمال الشغب فهذا يعني انك انت بتساعد اعمال العنف والارهاب. احنا ما بنساعد، احنا اجوا حبسونا، احنا اجوا علقونا، قال لك بدي احد وجاب سواقين وبده ياخذ البطاط، شو نعمل احنا؟ بقول لك نحن بنقوم بعدم السماح لك ولعائلتك باي علاقه تجاريه واقتصاديه وشخصيه مع الجانب الاسرائيلي. نحن بنظرنا المساعده تبعتك.
Why is it subtitled in the same language? I'm pretty sure the language here is Hebrew and the language on the screen is Arabic, right? He's saying Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Oh, this article is April 5th.
جلب الناس على الجدار هاي مساعدة على العنف والإرهاب. احنا ما بنكذب ولا رضينا نطلع، ما رضينا نطلع، يمكن وصلتكم معلومة انه احنا ما طلعنا. غصب عنا اجوا طلعونا غصب عنا. غصب عنا جابونا حبسونا. قال بدنا نجيب سواقين، حبسونا حطونا بالسجن وجابوا سواقين يطلعوهم على البطاط. ما بتلاقي حبيبي.
Any translators in chat here? He said they locked them up and brought their own Hamas drivers. I've been striking my shit for 5 days straight, on God. According to General Mordecai, in a conversation held by the government's Operations Coordination Office with a representative of a bus company in the Gaza Strip, a horrifying picture emerges. Threats, arrests, and confiscations. He was sending drivers on behalf of the terrorist organizations to force the bus companies to bring violent, disorderly persons to the security fence with Israel. These are the true face of the terrorist organization that claims that the violation of orders are spontaneous. Hamas also uses terrorism against its own people, and we have further proof of this. Come, arrest us, and file a complaint against us, one of the owners of the bus companies was heard saying to the representative of the coordinator of government operations in the territories. They told me, we want to imprison you and bring other drivers. They said they want to confiscate the buses. What are we supposed to do in such a situation? God damn. This is a badass fucking picture. Holy shit. Israel warned bus company managers don't drive protesters. Last week, the coordinator of government operations sent a message to Hamas and Gaza in general and the managers of the bus companies in the Gaza Strip in particular, lest they cooperate with the organization and drive residents towards the fence as part of the protest that took place last Friday. In the recording that was sent to the owners of the companies, it was said, among other things, that anyone who approaches the border risks their lives. From our point of view, if the bus company you takes part and transports the protesters to the fence, you and your family will be personally responsible. After that, the owners of the companies were told that if you had such and such concessions in the past, they will be canceled. In an interview with the Al Hora television channel, General Mordecai said, we will take harsh measures against any attempts by demonstrators to come to try to damage the security fence or break into Israeli territory. According to him, the Israeli response will be strong, and not only against the protesters, all options are on the table. General Mordecai said during the interview that the IDF sent a warning to the bus companies in the Gaza Strip, according to which personal measures will be taken against anyone who uses the buses to get to the violent demonstrations and against the company he owns. According to him, we contacted more than 20 managers of bus companies that Hamas paid for them to encourage people who don't want to leave the house and participate in these violent demonstrations. I'm losing a little bit because of the translation. Like, I imagine I'm missing some of what's being said, but like, it's pronounced Aura. Jesus, this was just right. So, okay. You can see the pushback. In the aftermath of the conflict, the way a number of mainstream newspaper outlets, including the New York Times, covered the events has become the object of analysis, criticism, and challenge. The political scientist Norman Finkelstein takes exception to what he perceives to be the New York Times portrayal of the march as one in which protests were described as armed confrontations in which Israeli snipers returned the fire of protesters, notwithstanding the fact that human rights NGOs have stated that the demonstrations were overwhelmingly peaceful. We read this here, their description of the Great March of Return. I wonder if he's quoting this. Oh, no, okay. Not quoting this directly, but I bet there's probably another. If it's not Amnesty International, I'm sure it's Human Rights Watch or some other NGO has said as much. In particular, he mentions articles by David Halbfinger, who was embedded among the Israeli snipers. An IDF spokesman, Brigadier General Ronen Manelis wrote for the Wall Street Journal that the world's media has fallen for what he said was a well-funded terrorist propaganda operation consisting of lies crafted to win the international propaganda war. This statement sounds unbelievably conspiratorial, but it's 100% true. But it's like, the disappointing thing is that, like, I feel like when I imagine a person in a movie uncovering a conspiracy, you're like, you get an email from an anonymous person saying, be careful what you find. And he sends you like the login information on some like dead server halfway around the world that you have to use like Tor to get into. And then you start trolling, or you start crawling through all the files on the server and eventually like cross-reference all these things. And you're like, oh my God, there's like a big conspiracy at play. Holy shit. And then you piece it together through a whole bunch of investigative work. But the fact that we can just like look at the videos, like we can just see the videos, like we can just watch it. Like we see Al Sinwar is here. Like we see him here. This is on April 20th, like right when it's starting. Like none of this is, and we can see the, you can see like all the children that are like rolling tires, and you can see all the children that are slinging rocks, and you can see like, holy shit, did you see that? Look at all these press guys, all the camera people here to capture everything on this side. Where was the trove of children rolling the tires? Which video was it? There are so many of these videos. Also, we need to look at other events. Let's see. Euromaidan. What were the name of the yellow jacket government officials? I want to say Beirut. It's not Beirut, but it was like a B word or something, wasn't it? There was a name for the yellow jacketed police officers. Oh, Berkut, B-E-R-K-U-T, I think.
The protests in Ukraine that began in 2013 not only toppled the government...
Maybe I missed it, by the way. Maybe in Ukraine, maybe there were ambulances on standby and I just didn't see it. In fact, actually, it would help. Honest to God, can somebody please link me a video of that? It would help my brain to see that, actually. I think I need to see that right now.
February 20th.
Because, like, this dynamic of having children walking out and getting shot while engaged in, like, rock slinging, and then having ambulance and press immediately on standby, is that dynamic to me is crazy. But maybe for the Euromaidan stuff, maybe they did have ambulances here and I just don't see them in videos. They didn't show up in videos. It's pronounced Berkut.
On February 20th, 4 police and 48 protesters were killed in one of the bloodiest...
Like, notice how when these protesters are dragging people back, notice how they have like fucking shields up and shit. I think I don't know if I see a single shield in any of these videos that I've ever seen in my entire life. Did we see it? Did I miss it? Am I reading chat? I could be missing it. But like people will get shot here and people just run right up to them and then like start pulling them back. They don't seem to have a problem in the world with it. Like, how do we have... Like, this is just such a wild scenario to me. Like, you're supposedly fighting an enemy that is indiscriminately murdering civilians, but then you've got multiple press angles, you've got your hospital people, you've got everybody, like, running up. None of these people are wearing, it doesn't appear to be, none of these people seem to be wearing armor, none of them have any, like, makeshift shields, none of them seem to be, like, in fear of their lives whatsoever, I remember watching the Euromaidan shit. The vibe is so much different.
4 police and 48 protesters were killed in one of the bloodiest hours of European conflict since the Cold War ended. Now, 4 years later, these videos
where are the ambulances for these guys?
Presented as critical evidence against Ukrainian policemen who stand charged.
And then these guys are getting shot behind like barricades and stuff. They're getting shot behind barricades and stuff. Like, this doesn't make sense, right? You're fighting a violent enemy that is known for like murderously taking out civilians. Like, this is wild, unless I'm just seeing a selection of videos. But every video that I've watched here, remember this too, every single video I'm watching, these are the Palestinian perspectives. These are videos taken by people in the Gaza Strip. These aren't like propaganda IDF videos that are being filmed from deep cover or some shit. Like, and then after they get... And then after they get shot, like, there's no concern whatsoever. Like, their back is to the shooter, like, no shields, no defensive things, no. Like, are these doctors? Like, they've got masks on, but I mean, that could be... Like, are these doctors ready to come forward, like, right now? Like, with bandages and everything already? From, like...
of killing these protesters.
Like this guy. Oh, I think I remember. This is one I think that the New York Times like dug into heavily. Actually, we might see it. That might be this video.
Protesters.
I think this guy got shot from behind. I think he did. Yeah, from behind his.
Working with incomplete ballistics evidence and amid rumors and denials about what happened, prosecutors hope that a forensic analysis of the videos will prove their case. They enlisted the help of Situ Research, an architectural firm in Brooklyn with expertise in video forensics. Situ analysed hundreds of videos assembled by Ukrainian graduate student Evelyn Nefertari to recreate the shootings.
At least 70 dead as live ammunition fired from both police and protesters. Ambulance towards past protesters, Independence Square. This is in, I'm assuming this is during Euromaidan. I'm hoping, because that's what I asked for.
Minutes later, we came across the aftermath on Independence Square.
Are you implying it's all performative? Oh, I'm sorry if I'm not being clear. I'm explicitly saying that there is a huge performance happening here. Yes, that this is an intentional, huge performance. I guess I won't use the word Pallywood because apparently that implies that the shootings are fake. But yeah, it seems so performative. The person recording the kid with the white shirt is calling the kid and telling him Abu Toyer, his name. They're going to shoot you, Abu Toyer. That sounds... Oh.
This place had suddenly been turned into a casualty ward. The frantic battle to save lives was being fought in every corner. On the pavement.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. I have to listen. I'm trying so hard. Okay, being the lion of fucking Israel reputation. Okay, I'm trying so hard to be charitable on the other side. Okay, so far every single time I've done it, because now I regret even how I presented this in the breaking points debate. I'm feeling like I needed to present this way more harshly on the other side. So no, I'm going to ask for something stronger. I'm not just asking for wounded people being treated in an ambulance. I'm just curious if there are videos during Euromaidan or any major violent protest where one side gets shot and within seconds there are ambulance people running forward and then taking this person on a stretcher. Maybe it's in this video. I'll keep watching. But that's what I'm asking for.
In a roadside cafe. The casualties just kept coming. But in some cases, the battle for life had been lost. Here we counted 4 dead, but later in the day we counted many more. It's hard to remember that this protest started peacefully 3 months.
Are you saying the Great March was just performative? I'm saying that the Great March of Return from the very beginning seemed to be another casualty event, where the goal was to engage in violent acts, pretend that the event was entirely peaceful, incite the IDF to try to shoot people who were ostensibly civilians, although the majority of those shot, I think Lonerbox went through every single name and said the majority of them were claimed by Hamas as being part of their, as being part of Al-Quds, I guess, right? Or Al-Qassam brigades. Al-Quds, I think, is PIJ. But the presentation in the media is like completely and totally different, right? The Great March of Return was a largely peaceful protest where civilians were shot en masse by bloodthirsty IDF crack team snipers. That's what the I'm sorry, majority killed, not majority shot. I don't know about majority shot. Sorry, majority killed.
Months ago, when it was all about Ukraine's membership of the EU. Now it's become a brutal war for power and self-preservation. It's mayhem in the square this morning. One casualty after another, at least 6 people dead. I'm not sure whether the authorities are trying to clear the square, but this is an example of the sort of pitched battle now with live ammunition taking place right in the heart of Kiev. And they kept coming. Then we met Irina, unemployed single mother of
Bro, this audio mixing. Seriously?
2, now wielding a Molotov cocktail.
One on the left side and another one on the right side. 2 snipers.
On the roof?
Yes.
That's what they were.
Wait. How old is this video? No, this must be like an 8-year-old video. Upload date is 2020. I was going to say, do you think somebody used AI to pan the audio based on where the speaker was in the video? Do you see that?
Single mother of 2.
And then the narrator's on the right? Because
Molotov cocktail.
no, never mind. She's panned to the left as well. She's panned to the left as well.
One on the left side and
Because this guy's panned to the... Okay, never mind. The video audio is panned left and the narrator's panned right. That's what's going on.
another one on the...
If the protesters in the GMR came out with shields and body armor, would you not be saying right now how that's further proof of it being Pallywood? Isn't them dragging people with no precaution for their own safety more indicative of it being genuine and not performative? I mean, like, maybe there's an argument to be made for that. I guess it would just depend on how I see it play out, I guess. I guess it would depend on how I see it play out. I feel like I've seen so many videos at this point of a child, like, slinging a rock or doing something, getting shot, and then immediately having, like, a full medical squad on standby to come and help him out against an enemy that's supposed to be, like, a murderous civilian killing enemy. That's just...
The right side, 2 snipers.
On the roof?
Yes.
That's what they were looking out for, in a square that is eerily overlooked. They'd come last week.
Yes.
Okay, somebody said there was another video for Euromaidan of people being hauled off immediately.
This is the morning after a truce.
Jesus.
Fallen bodies on the streets of Kiev. Protesters confronting security services who respond with live ammunition. Here, a CNN photographer captures the moment when a group of medics is seen helping a man lying on the ground. There is a shot. One medic falls to the ground
Jesus.
and tries to crawl away.
Like, look at the... Fuck, man. Not this video. This isn't the one. I need other things. My brain is getting fucking Mossad rotted. They shot the fucking medic. And there's even people, like, in front of them crouched with fucking shields. Like...
There is a shot. One medic falls to the ground and tries to crawl away. We don't know if he survived. The casualties climb quickly.
Also, they're not even being shot at here, by the way, by like an ultra-organized crack team military of snipers. It's literally just the... If this is the big Euromaidan event where Yanukovych fled afterwards, this is just the big day where it was those... it was the yellow-jacketed police... big. What was the name again? I think it was just like this is just like a police force basically. This wasn't even like a huge military operation. This is the Maidan massacre. Okay, I don't remember. There might have been a name for it, but the Berkut shooting police. Like, I don't believe these guys were set up in like crack team sniper positions, like ready to do battle with a fuck ton of people. Like, I'm pretty sure they basically got thrown out by the end of this, right? Like when Yanukovych fled. I don't know how many of them were present. I guess I don't have the numbers exactly.
Police force who looked large.
Okay, fuck me. I don't have this fucking bullshit. I feel like I remember watching a video of them shooting from behind bags. What's wrong with shooting medics if they are helping terrorists? Aren't they effectively also terrorists? Well, the implication if a medic is helping is that the medic is probably helping somebody that is incapable of participating in further military activity, right? So they've been rendered hors de combat, is that saying that a person has been injured such that they can no longer participate in military operations, and medics aren't targetable people in military conflict unless they're taking direct part in hostilities. Here is a Berkut sniper.
Дивіться, дивіться.
Like, this situation is so much more chaotic and dynamic than the Israeli, like, literal crack team snipers set up on walls and shit.
Carried to a nearby hotel.
Here in this building, the protesters set up an emergency medical clinic. This is where some of the very first casualties were brought. They say 3 people were still alive when they were first brought here. But the efforts of the medical teams here have not been enough to save the lives of at least these 11 people who now lie on the marble floor of this hotel lobby. Dr. Olga Bogomolyets, the head of the medical team, says they had little chance of surviving their injuries.
They were killed by snipers directly with metal bullets, with guns.
I don't understand your explanation. What's stopping all Hamas militants from dressing up as medics then? How do we even know those medics that were shot were actually medics? Well, I mean, you don't all the time. That's the issue. That's why you're not supposed to dress up as medics and shit, because it causes horrible confusion that can lead to stuff like that. I think we saw that in the beginning of the war. We literally saw there was at least one video that was published with the guy wearing the medic uniform picking up the rifle from one dude and then running it over to the other, I think, Hamas fighters. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find this fucking video. Fuck me. Was it only on Twitter? Also, I've only seen this one video happen. So maybe this is like an exceptional event. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This was in the West Bank. This wasn't even in the Gaza Strip. But this is after October 7th, I believe, right? This was published on November 9th. But like stuff like this should never be happening. This is a big, 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 big no-no. Damn, wait, is this guy not even dead on the ground? Did he look like he was alive when the guy was moving him? That he was like, am I hallucinating this? Maybe the guy's just like pretty good at picking him up. No, I think he's alive. Yeah, he is alive. I guess, to be fair, I'm assuming I am reading a lot into the title because it says West Bank Medic. Maybe this super bright, easy to see orange vest, maybe this isn't. Maybe that's not a medic uniform. Maybe he's just like a random dude or whatever. Is possible? I actually don't know. I am reading a lot into the title. Maybe that's not the case. Instead of performative, a better description might be deliberate. It's purposeful action with a clear goal. In this case, to create sympathy. It's clever and not entirely unprecedented. Sure. Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
Shooting directly to
High visibility insurgent, so your allies can see you, not friendly fire.
to heart, eyes, shoot it for death.
Later, a sheet conceals the bodies while they are identified by family. Anton says he did his best to clean the bodies for them.
I'm cleaning blood with the floor and I'm crying because this is...
Oh, this is how West Bank medics dress. Paramedic Bashar al-Qaryudi speaks how Israeli occupation forces and settlers together shot at them while evacuating casualties and killing his colleague Mohammed Awadallah in the village of al-Sawiyeh of the occupied West Bank. Yeah, so then, like, and again, like, we should never really have to ask questions like this, right? Like, technically, anytime, almost anytime a medic or medical personnel is killed, it should almost always be a bad, impossible. Like, you should never be able to do stuff like that. But then, like, you see video footage like this, and it's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, this is so obviously not okay on, like, 3 different levels, right? He shouldn't be doing that because he's a medical personnel. He's inciting potentially future bad behavior by assuming that medical personnel are just going to be combat people. Proper pronunciation of Oreste combat. Oh shit, yeah, give me this. I don't fuck it up. Please don't be some super cringe French shit. Please be easy to pronounce. Don't make it cringe. Just don't make it cringe.
Hors de combat.
No, I'm not saying that. What is the English version of this? It's always written as hors de combat. Hors de combat. Is there an English translation of this? I'm not saying this ever. Out of combat. I'm just gonna say out of combat. Fuck that, okay? Fucking French.
It's really hard for me. I can.
The confrontation started just after dawn.
Like,
a barrage of stones, fireworks, Molotov.
Like, look at the difference, right? These guys are wearing, I'm guessing this is like World War surplus or whatever bullshit helmets, right? They're trying to wear helmets. They've got like a blockade of like these shields. I'm curious if these shields honestly would even stop like any rifle round. They look really thin. I feel like this works as cover, not concealment, not cover. I feel like there's no way these will stop a rifle round. But the it's probably mostly for balance. Oh yeah, but I'm just saying, like, look at the difference in like posturing. When you have, and the opponent is way more lethal in this case, right? Like, they are shooting to kill you if they think that like fucking anything, right? Like this, like you're fighting a, that's what they're fighting. And you can see the posture they take. But then compare this to like the West Bank stuff, where technically they're fighting a much better armed opponent who's using crazy crack team snipers, who's got like a military advantage, a positional advantage, a weapons advantage. Like, they've got every conceivable advantage. But your people, like, nobody's wearing helmets, nobody's wearing armor, nobody's wearing like blocking shields. Like, there's literally, those shields are riot shields they stole from the Berkut. Oh, okay. Maybe to stop a ricochet? Yeah, they might. To be fair, I think for these older military helmets, I think it's the same. I don't think these older military helmets even protect you against like an AK-47 shot, but they will protect you from glancing blows or ricochets, I think. Show the Egyptian protest.
What if you find...
Just after dawn, a barrage of stones, fireworks, Molotov cocktails. Hundreds of protesters spread along the barricades on Independence Square, throwing whatever they could get.
Wait, why do people keep typing things like this? Is your point that Ukrainians are more serious and Palestinians are just there to bait a response? Yes, that is my point. Wait, is that not an intensely obvious from what I'm saying? Am I not communicating that?
Get their hands on. They targeted lines of security forces a short distance away, standing beyond the range of rocks and bottles. But we also saw one man firing a shotgun. We
Double
don't know
barrel,
what
geez.
he was using for ammunition.
Probably shotgun shells, right?
These people had no faith in the government-declared ceasefire. The president said no more violence.
No. The president only says, they say all times.
This is the hardcore element of the protest crowd, wearing homemade body armor, carrying shields, those prepared to take the fight directly to the security services. Shortly after, those officers received an order to pull back, once again giving up the square to the opposition. But some of the protesters pursued them through the streets. The response? Gunfire. The result? More blood and death in Kiev. Phil Black, CNN.
Jesus. Another video from Euromaidan starts at 26 seconds.
Is your small portable power station not powerful enough? Not long-lasting enough? And not used enough? Introducing the new Anker Solix F3800. Power for your entire home.
Thank you.
Now, footage believed to have been filmed on Friday
This
appears
is in
to
Egypt.
show
Hold on.
protesters from the anti-coup alliance being shot at by the Egyptian military in the city of Ismailia.
Jesus.
Well, you can see people walking towards tanks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Part of utilizing human shields. I'm sorry. Actually, real quick. I don't know. Wait, what year was this? Oh, 2013 maybe. I was gonna say. Generally, I would never say that people in countries like Egypt are ever utilizing things like human shields. For the same reason that I would say the IDF never really utilizes human shields, and that's because you don't expect to gain an advantage from it. So, for instance, for the IDF, Hamas, like these guys will literally use suicide bombers. Why would you expect that having a civilian in your area is going to prevent them from blowing you up? There's no advantage to be gained there. And then same thing for any Arab majority countries. White people and people in the West don't give a fuck when brown people are killed by other brown people. Who the fuck cares? You can knock off, 300,000 in Syria, a couple million between Iraq and Iran, a million or whatever in fucking Yemen, like however many through fucking Africa. Like when brown people are killing brown people, nobody gives a fuck. So if you're Egyptian, I don't know if protesters here now after the Arab Spring, maybe a little different since people in the West are looking, oh, this is like in 2013. I don't think you would ever try to martyr yourself like this in fucking Egypt because nobody gives a fuck. Like, who the fuck is gonna, you died because other Arabs will look at you dying like this and go like, yeah, obviously you're gonna die, you fucking retard. What do you expect is gonna happen? But maybe during the Arab Spring, which I thought was predominantly during 2011. I don't know how much longer after it carried on for. Like, I don't know in Egypt, because I know they had like their fucking little coups and their elections and shit. I don't know how much long after.
Well, you can see people walking towards tanks and armored personnel carriers and then being shot at. They start to retreat, but some are hit and fall to the ground. And you can see the same footage.
However, there might also be different things going on inside the country as well that would make these people feel like if they die it furthers some cause, whatever. But this is going to be like super domestic, I think, more related to what's going on in these countries. Unless there's Egyptians that I just don't know, or people but I don't think in these Middle Eastern countries, I don't think you generally are, like, I don't think citizens of Egypt are ever expecting people in the West to care about them. These are things that they're doing for their own internal political scene. That would be my guess, based on what I know of Egypt and the West and the conflicts that we tend to care about and everything we focus on.
Well, you can see the same in this footage, taken at the same time, but from a different angle.
After 2011, the U.S. supported them. Well, I think we were like broadly supportive of a lot of like Arab Spring type stuff, but I don't know how much.
And these are those same pictures in slow motion.
Jesus.
You can clearly see a uniformed man and a puff of smoke in the top left of your screen as he fires his weapon at people.
The Palestinians are trying to bait shootings as part of their protest. I mean, it's a protest. Isn't the point of it is to make a statement through violence? What is the wrong part? Misrepresenting the treatment they get from Israel? You're asking. I don't necessarily know if I would say that the Great March of Return, as we see it playing out in videos, I don't necessarily know if I would say that this is a bad, like a condemnable thing. Like, if your form of protesting against what you feel is an unjustified, oppressive act, as an occupied people, is to, have a fuck ton of protests, symbolically attack or realistically attack and take down part of the fucking wall. I don't think I would support like the creating of the IEDs or the incendiary kites going over, or even like throwing rocks or whatever at fucking IDF soldiers, even though it is a form of violence. I think that largely, I think that there are very strong arguments that you can make for this form of violent protest, of riot, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I think you can make strong arguments for it. What I don't like is the complete and utter misrepresentation of what it is. And that makes all of it bad. That's my issue. That if the Great March of Return was marketed as such, honestly, in the West, and we could literally look at it as like, okay, well, this is like what armed resistance looks like, or whatever, then sure. I still would probably fall on the side of I don't think you should do this, but like the arguments to support this type of action are much stronger. But when you totally lie and misrepresent this as just a largely peaceful movement with like very sporadic elements of violence where the IDF was just shooting like randomly and sporadically and indiscriminately to a crowd of civilians, then all of it becomes fucking retarded. Why do you think it matters? What's the issue that arises from doing that? The issue that arises from doing that is that you're misrepresenting, which is like, honest to God, it's the biggest issue with this fucking conflict, is you misrepresent what both sides are doing. So if you approach this from the West, like right now, if you've taken the propaganda diet from Hamas and I guess white college kids or whatever, whoever, the Finkelsteins of the world, there is no world in which Palestinians should ever be negotiating with Israel for peace, because Israel is a country full of bloodthirsty Zionists that indiscriminately murder and imprison your civilians and oppress your people and put you on a diet and mow the lawn and do all these horrible things to you over and over again. You need the international community to step in and figure shit out. Like, there's no shot. How are you going to negotiate with an enemy that just like indiscriminately murders your civilians, right? That conflict becomes one where it can only be solved with an outside force that's coming in and applying great pressure to you to get your shit solved. Or no, I'm sorry, not applying pressure. That's just solving it for you. So as long as like this is the representation of the West, like the Palestinians are never going to actually negotiate anything, and then you're basically just continuing to ramp up shit like this until people hate Israel enough or feel bad enough for you that they come in and they try to solve things. But like both people on the ground know that that's not what's going to happen. And remember, you can get away with lying for a little bit, but every lie incurs a debt to the truth that must be paid. What the fucking guy say? Some shit like that. The issue is that like right now, your analysis of what's going on the ground has become so wildly divergent from anybody that's actually there that if we look at one of the most important parties for negotiating peace between Israel and Palestine, which is Israel, an Israeli is never going to listen to fucking anything the international community says, right? Like, imagine, so again, at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck about any of this. I'm not Jewish. I'm not Israeli. I'm not Palestinian. I'm not Arab. I'm not Muslim. At the end of the day, this is all people on the other end of the fucking world to me, right? It doesn't matter to me. But imagine you're like Israeli and you've got people saying shit like this, like, how dare you guys kill people during the Great March of Return? How could you ever fucking do that, right? During this super peaceful protest. Like, is it any surprise that it's like, you know what, fucking Smotrich, Netanyahu, Ben-Giver, fuck it. Yeah, fuck this. Because these guys are never going to make peace with us, and nobody in the world supports us. And every single fucking NGO, every single third-party organization, like the UN, the UNHCR, UNRWA, now the ICJ, the ICC, like everybody, like where the fuck are the arrest warrants? Where the fuck is the ICJ condemnation? Where the fuck is UN Human Rights Watch and UNRWA's condemnation of Hamas or the PLO or Fatah or Arafat or any of the surrounding countries, anything, right? Like, why the fuck would you listen to anybody? That's what I'm just saying, that as things get less on the ground and less realistic or more detached from reality, yeah, I mean, I can sympathize with like an Israeli person who's like, I don't give a fuck about any of these people. Like, people will like scream about, like, I think that the emblematic of this entire conflict is 67. And 67, the entire world, now they refer back to it more and more, had Resolution 242 where they say to Israel, hold on, you guys can't acquire territory in combat. That's not okay. So the international community is going to slap your hand. And what Israel is saying is like, okay, on June 4th, the day before we go to war, if they would have attacked us and started taking our shit, is the international community going to step in and do anything? And the answer is obviously fucking no. Because for as much as people want to talk about Resolution 242, okay, well, what about Resolution 181? That was the partition plan. Guess what? That was voted on. Everybody agreed with this, or the UN passed this, and then guess what happened afterwards? After this, the Arab nations invaded Israel and started stealing land from this Palestinian area. The UN didn't do anything. Well, fuck us then. Well, why the fuck would we care what the UN says about taking land in combat? These guys took land. They all took territory in war, and they took it arguably from us, right? They didn't have a right to Israel. For whatever you believe about Israel and Palestine, Israel had more of a right to the territory of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip than fucking Egypt and fucking Jordan, right? The UN didn't do shit to stop that. And then 20 years later, another war fucking happens, and they're like, well, you can't. It's like, yeah, fuck it. I'm just saying that what I'm saying is that what's going on with Israel is the same concern that I expressed with Russia, where as you continue to not work with somebody or not do anything for them, you kind of lose leverage or the ability to control them, basically, right? And if Israel feels like the international community is never going to defend it or have its back on anything, which they shouldn't feel that way because the international community doesn't, well, then why the fuck should Israel listen to any of the international community, despite the fact that they really do try way more than I would expect them to? Holy shit. Like, holy shit, bros. Like, imagine, like, the Gaza Strip existing in Syria. What is Bashar al-Assad doing to Hamas? Like, look at Saudi Arabia's treatment of Yemen, or look at Egypt's treatment of their own population sometimes, or look at or Saddam Hussein's treatment of his citizens, right? The UN didn't do anything to help any of these fucking people. Yeah, I don't know. Just things to consider. One thing this conflict has demonstrated better than anything is just how incredibly fucking little control the Jews actually have over the media. True, actually. Holy fuck. If I argue with an AFer or a fucking alt-writer or a Nazi guy about that, the Jews control the media. Really? Which media? Holy shit. Where? Hold on, that's an insta-permaban. Holy shit. What is Bashar doing? Wasn't it proven false? No, it wasn't. The whole chemical attacks on his own people? Besides, we do the same here in the US in varying degrees, i.e. Flint. Get the fuck out of here. What a fucking moron. Holy shit. I feel so bad for the person that has to help you get dressed every morning. Jesus. Okay. I feel like I'm done reading about this. I'm probably going to rewrite up a lot of this and then just ship it because this is fucking retarded. I shouldn't have copied anything out of this fucking UN report. Fuck me. I haven't even read the Hasbara fucking. I haven't even read the official. Where is it? The Israeli response. Oh man. I haven't even gone. I don't even know if I want to go through this. 71-page response. The Mir Amit Intelligence and Terrorism Information Center at the Israeli Intelligence Heritage and Commemoration Center. This is sad because this summary is accurate, and this is supposed to be the propaganda thing, right? Like, hold on, what is the introduction? Do they describe it? What do they first say this? Hold on. Context and background. So this is like in their intro to this. The Great March of Return and breaking of the siege entailed weekly demonstrations by Palestinians near the fence that since 1996 has separated Gaza and Israel along the Green Line traced back by the Armistice Agreements of 1949, demanding that the blockade imposed on Gaza be lifted and the return of Palestinian refugees. The two key demands of these protests relate to Palestinian refugees' return to the lands and properties they lost in 1947 to 1948 and 1967, and the lifting of the blockade imposed on the Gaza Strip since 2007. These events and their historical background have been scrutinized by many previous commissions of inquiry over the past century. A brief summary of that history follows, while noting that it is impossible to do justice to their complexity over just a few pages. That's their summary of this event, right? And then the Israeli propaganda summary is, after preparations which lasted for about 2 months, mass riots began to take place every Friday near the border between the Gaza Strip and Israel. The declared purpose of these demonstrations and riots, organized and orchestrated by Hamas, was to break through the border fence and have masses of people enter into Israeli territory. Maybe this last part is not true, because I haven't seen videos of masses enter into Israeli territory, although we have seen a lot come in to set up bombs and stuff, but then run back. Well, no, I'm sorry. Nope, sorry, hold on. I'm sorry. That is true. The declared purpose of these demonstrations was to have masses of people enter into the territory. It was to march back to the homes that they had. That is what the declared purpose was. According to the Palestinians, they should symbolically realize what the Palestinians refer to as the right of return of the Palestinian refugees, i.e. the destruction of the state of Israel. Another objective was to bring the severe economic situation of the Gaza Strip into public awareness and exert pressure to break the siege. Like, this is a far more accurate summation than whatever the fuck this is. And that's not even getting into the horrible history that they go through here. That shouldn't be possible, right? I feel like the Facebook post explicitly, we can read, like, the original, well, I don't know, did it mention breaking the fence? The original Facebook post that kind of inspired people to start talking about it was, what if 200,000 demonstrators went out in a peaceful march and stormed the barbed wire east of Gaza, and entered our occupied territories for a few kilometers while raising Palestinian flags and the keys of return and accompanied by the international media. Then they set up tents inside and established a city there and let us call it the city of Bab al-Shams, and thousands of Palestinians from inside joined them. They insisted on remaining there peacefully without any form of violence. What can the heavily armed occupation do to these peaceful humans' advances? And then they even talk about wanting other people to come in from, I think, Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan as well. I believe when Abu Artema, the guy who made this post, when he was giving an interview for the Middle East Eye, he even mentions that, like, it'd be cool if other people were coming too. We are not satisfied with the silence of Palestinian refugees in Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan, but we expect that a movement of return will be created, and Gaza would be used as an example for Palestinians, not only in these countries, but around the world, to return to Palestine. So, like, the UN summary of how this started is not even respectful of what the original posters on Facebook were saying. It's like, it's so wild. I want to be done with this. When I come back from Israel, I'm done with this, okay? Fuck that part of the world, and fuck all the coverage on all of this shit is fucking AIDS. This is actually AIDS. Hi, what's up?
Hello.
How you doing? I got limited time, so I'm about to leave, but what's going on?
Yeah, it's fine. I'm not gonna be here for long. It's just a short message. So today have been a huge attack in Kharkiv on Hypermarket, which is like a huge, construction materials, furniture, shit like that. Just a big, huge market with a bunch of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And by all accounts, one of the not greatest day, I'd say, because mostly took the entire day to fucking remove the fire there because of how many like gas, chemicals, and explosive things that are very easily, very hard to basically stop the burning and things like that. So yeah, I just wanted to say, you're talking about the UN, dude. We saw the UN dude there at this, like a bunch of journalists and everything. And there were a lot of journalists running around and, trying to talk with people, the usual stuff, obviously. But the UN person stood at the car and expressed concern. That's it. That's all I wanted to say about it. Yeah. I'm very concerned. People asked, can we shoot at Russia? Because, if we manage to, for example, get that fucking approval to do it, then we would will be able to shoot at the fucking planes that did it, for example, today. Well, they are very concerned. That's the
Yeah, one thing
function.
that's actually I'd never even considered
Yes.
this before. One thing that's like very unfortunate is for so like for Israel, none of the surrounding countries can attack Israel because if they do, I mean, we saw what happened. Israel will fly over and bomb your ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like retaliation there. But it must be nice, I guess, for Russian pilots that they can shoot whatever they want, and then as soon as they're back over Russian airspace, they're 100% safe. They can land in whatever airfield. They can kick back and drink a coffee.
Yep.
And there's never any chance like they're
Cute.
yeah.
Only it's even worse than what you said. They actually never leave their space.
Or that,
So
oh yeah,
they're
actually that's
fully
true
safe.
because you can shoot the range on these missiles is so far. Yeah, Jesus.
Yes, exactly. The only ones we did take down were the ones in Crimea. So the place they shot from today is about the same distance. So we technically could get them, but we're not allowed. We're supposed to just fucking take it. And it's getting a little bit, out of hand, in my opinion. It's as far as people, I don't know, like people are about to fucking combust at this point. Like it's getting, people are getting like more angrier and angrier and angrier. And, if you want to have influence over what we do, in my opinion, then probably the best idea is to provide good aid, but then make your conditions less unhinged than these conditions, I think.
Yeah.
Well, anyhow, waiting for the fucking missiles to enter our airspace in a couple of, 20, 30 minutes. It's almost 4 in the morning. So, not much to do than just wait, I guess. But, yeah, we don't have like as dramatic numbers as our Palestinian colleagues would present. So, as for now, 17 people are considered missing. So, they're dead. And their bodies are destroyed, so it would take like DNA tests to figure out. Because if you can't find bodies, then relatives have to provide their sample to find the people. And some people were found dead immediately because of they were outside, for example. But the people who were inside would need to be some forensic tests and things like that before you can actually conclude how many people were killed. Usually takes like a day or two.
Yeah.
Not fun.
Well, damn, I'm sorry. Yeah, that seems pretty shitty. Hopefully things
Oh my God,
change post-election
everyone.
if it lasts.
He said it.
Fuck.
He said it. Yes, what everyone wants him to say. He did say it. I'm sorry, is what people want you to say. Apparently, yeah. You caved. Well, yeah, anyhow. Gonna go wait for those fucking missiles. I just wanted to shit on UN a little bit. And complain. I already sent you those videos, so, you saw them, I think, of today. So, not much to share. There was a shelled city center and the park again. Other than that, not much is going on.
Well, damn, good luck.
Well, all
Hopefully
is going
nothing
on
more.
if you think about it.
Yeah, hopefully nothing more happens tonight. Good luck. And yeah, stay safe.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye. Have a great day, night, whatever it is.
Good luck.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye. Damn. Okay, no more links on this shit. I don't care. Fuck you guys. The riots culminated in the events of May 14th, 2018, with attempts halted by IDF soldiers to penetrate en masse into Israeli territory. Is that... Okay, never mind. I do want one more set of videos. Are there videos from... Are there videos from May 14th? May 14th, Great March of Return. A poem by Ernest M. Keeling.
My name is Ernest M. Keeling. Welcome to this reading, a poem which views the opening of the new US Embassy by President Trump on 14 May 2018 in Jerusalem, in occupied territory under international law, and one day before the anniversary of Al-Nakba, with the same day killing and maiming by the Israeli terror state of unarmed Arab Palestinians in the Gaza Strip.
Why am... Oh, 8 views. How the fuck did this even come up? What the fuck? What is the... How did this pop up? Christ.
Well, our correspondent Faraz Kilani is in Gaza. Faraz, just what's the latest on the ground where you are now?
Oh, shit. Oh, never mind.
Actually, it was a very bloody day, as Richard said in the piece. Now it's confirmed 50.
What do you think he's going to say happened today? Is it just the IDF shooting at protesters?
52 Palestinians killed by Israeli fire while they were trying to cross this fence here, the bordering fence with Israel. All the day, the demonstrations, thousands of Palestinians were demonstrating against Trump's decision to move the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. During the day, I followed the protesters, and I can confirm that it was a peaceful protest. But
bro, they had their own BLM moment. Is this not earlier today? Hold on, is this not the black guy in front of the fucking burning fire station, the CNN reporter?
to move the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. During the day, I followed the protesters, and I can confirm that it was a peaceful protest. But when we advanced with the protesters to the fence, I can confirm that the Israeli fighters or soldiers, were firing at the civilians, direct on their legs, sometimes on their chests, and they killed until now 52.
How many of these people have slings? There's like a whole squad here. What do I count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Are all of these people with slings here?
Of them confirmed, and more than 2,000 injured.
More people running up tires as well that are all set on fire to provide concealment.
And Faraz, today's disturbances.
Holy shit.
Are they linked specifically?
This motherfucker has crutches and he's got a sling. No. One of the examples that gets brought up, Ryan Grimm brought this up in the debate. He said that a guy in a wheelchair got shot and killed. Did the guy? I didn't even dare to ask the question, but now I wonder, was the guy in the wheelchair trying to use a sling? They literally have the handy-capable division.
2,000 injured.
And Faraz, today's disturbances, are they linked specifically to the opening of the US Embassy, or are they perhaps linked to the upcoming anniversary of the creation of the State of Israel, or is it part of the ongoing protest against occupation and so on?
Actually, it's an important question because today it's because of the move of the embassy, but tomorrow is expected to be a very big demonstration because it's the anniversary of the creation of Israel, which known for the Palestinians as.
Wait, I think we literally saw this, didn't we? Didn't we already see that? Bro, I think we literally like this. I can't do this anymore. I can't. This is the last. When I come back from Israel, I'm done. I am actually done with this. Your country sucks and your region sucks and everything you do sucks. I don't want to do this anymore. I can't watch any of this. This is actually gonna make me kill myself. this is some Looney Tunes tier shit. I feel like this is like a fucking skit from like a, this is like a skit from a, like we've got two people on TV arguing and the guy's like, they're killing civilians. And you're like, they're militants. And it's like, they shot a dude in the fucking wheelchair. And it's like, well, maybe the guy was throwing a rock. But he was. But he actually was.
The catastrophe. So tomorrow what will happen is the Palestinians will go to bury their beloved 52 people who killed here today, and then they will come here to demonstrate. Hamas said something very interesting at the end of today. They don't want the people to come. That it was a confusing statement, but other factions here in Gaza, they said, no, we will come. And you can imagine the situation with all this anger, how the Palestinians will come here, thousands of them, and the 70th anniversary of what they call the catastrophe, to demonstrate here again. They will try to cross again this fence, to return to their land. This is what they said. It's not Israel for them, it's Palestine. So it's expected to be bigger than today and more bloody.
All right, on that note, we'll leave it. Faraz Kilani in Gaza. Thanks, Faraz.
Gaza Health
This is on May 14th, so this is when it got the biggest.
authorities say at least 55 Palestinians died Monday during mass protests as the U.S. officially opened its new embassy in Jerusalem. Demonstrators condemned the United States' decision to recognize Jerusalem as the Israeli capital. Palestinian protesters in Gaza set fires and threw firebombs across the border into Israel.
Oh, this coverage is a little bit more honest. This is American media now, CBS.
Israeli troops fired on the demonstrators in an act that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called self-defense.
Fired on the demonstrators is like technically true, but the image that brings to mind is not quite, doesn't feel quite accurate, but...
Holly Williams has more.
They were angry today in Gaza about the new U.S. embassy. Men and women threw rocks. And while many protesters were peaceful, some started fires along the border fence with Israel. They've been demonstrating here for 6 weeks.
Can I get... We've got 1 million fucking journalists in this area. Can I please get a wide shot of what this looks like? Why am I not ever getting that? Do you think it's because a wide shot... I'm getting conspiratorial now. I fully admit that. But is it because a wide shot would make it look really bad? That you would see how fucked it is?
On the demonstrators.
I just want like one overarching, like the UN gave it to us in that inquiry from some of the drone footage. Like in the UN's inquiry report or whatever. I wonder what date these are from. Oh no, sorry, hold on. These are a little bit sneaky. No, I shouldn't say these are sneaky. They don't claim to be anything else. But I believe that these were the camps being set up before the initial March 30th protest. I believe. Because I think this is going to... this is just talking about the initial setup, right? I don't like that these pictures aren't dated. That really drives me crazy. I thought I saw a March 18th date. Wait, did you? Where? March 30th was when the first big one happens. E! News 10. This is on May 14th. This footage is fucking horrible. This is 2018, bros. There's no excuse for this footage. What the fuck? This footage is terrible. Even though it's loud, technically this footage is better, or there's not. I don't think I see anything like super bad happening here. I don't know if we see like the front lines, but like a bunch of people standing around and like screaming and shouting and protesting. Like technically this is fine. There's nothing bad happening here, even if it's like loud and spooky. But you do see stuff like in the distance. It's just hard to. I can't see because I don't know if they turn the render distance down and they're 1080 Ti or what. Maybe they're not shipping in good enough graphics cards to render far enough. Or this actually looks like the actual invasion nightmare conservatives talk about happening at the southern border. True, actually. See, like the scary thing here too is that, like, imagine this fence is being cut and you see this many people on the other side. That does look like it could become like a mass fucking casualty event, right? Where you're like, holy shit, we're about to kill 10,000 people.
In an act that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called self-defense. Holly Williams has more.
They were angry today in Gaza about the new US embassy. Men and women threw rock border fence with Israel. They've been demonstrating here for 6 weeks now. 40,000 of them today, according to Israel.
Damn. Okay, this is a wide shot into the protest.
Encouraged by Hamas.
Oh, here we go. Oh, we do have wide shots on this one. Thank you. Jesus.
Militant group that's controlled the Gaza Strip since 2007. Israeli soldiers dropped tear gas canisters from drones. They'd already dropped leaflets warning Palestinians not to get too close to the fence. And when they did, the Israelis used live ammunition.
There are casualties coming back from the fence. Some of them have been shot, and it is utter chaos here.
Palestinians want to return to lands they fled in 1948 when the State of Israel was founded. And when they did, the ammunition.
There are casualties coming back.
When they say utter chaos, I mean, is it? You've got a bunch of people standing around protesting. You've got people being brought back. It seems like it's actually pretty organized. What is the utter chaos? Like, nobody's even really moving in this video. They're all just kind of like standing around.
Some of them have been shot, and it is utter chaos here.
Like, where is the utter chaos? Like, this guy, like, look at, damn, this guy's chunking. These guys are just standing around like chilling. What do you mean utter chaos?
Palestinians want to return to lands.
I'm being nitpicky, but my God.
They fled in 1948 when the State of Israel was founded. And they are furious over what they say is American bias towards Israel. But with their slingshots and burning tires, the protesters, including 6 children who were reportedly killed today, seem to be losing their lives for nothing. But many Palestinians, like Hakam Abu Shanab, who wants to study for a master's degree, believe dancing with death is the only way to show their desperation.
You have a very bright future. Are you willing to die here?
Dying here is the only way, or expressing, or at least expressing our feeling to the world, show them that we are dying every day here.
These protests are also fueled by economics. Gaza's been blockaded for more than 10 years now. Nearly half of young people can't find jobs, while most families depend on humanitarian aid.
Holly Williams joins me now from Gaza. Holly, you've been reporting there in Gaza for several days. What is the atmosphere there like as these protests have intensified?
Well, Elaine, there's a lot of anger, and these protests are motivated by feelings of anger on the part of many ordinary Palestinians who live here in Gaza on a whole range of issues. First of all, Palestinians condemn the move of the US Embassy to Jerusalem because they hope that East Jerusalem will one day be their capital if they ever get the state of their own that they hope for. Then there's the issue of their perceived American bias towards Israel. They believe believe that America is biased towards Israel, and many Palestinians are furious about that. Then there are long-standing issues. These protests began around 6 weeks ago as a great march of return. And what do Palestinians mean by that? They're talking about the fact that so many of their families fled land in 1948 after the State of Israel was founded, and they want to return to those lands. There are roughly 2 million people living here in Gaza, an area smaller than the city of Denver, and 2/3 of them are either refugees or the descendants of refugees.
One thing that's, I wish I would have made a bigger note of this, but it's not real. It's just a propaganda thing to keep track of. It's interesting that when events are close in time, the reporting is a tad more honest. And then as time moves on, the reporting and the rewriting of the history happens. So like they're a little bit more honest at the time, even if they're saying like, oh, mostly people were just like, oh, well, what was the goal of the march? It was they wanted to march back to Israel. Whereas today, like, well, now it was just a symbolic march that didn't mean anything. And it was like very peaceful generally, except for a couple bad times, like.
And then on top of that, there is the economic frustration that is felt by so many Palestinians who live in Gaza. This place has been under a blockade now for more than 10 years. And there are all sorts of problems that go with that, including frequent power cuts, contaminated water, almost 50% unemployment.
I'm getting the performative accusations now. What are they actually trying to achieve from a televised death? So the big issue that Israel and Palestine have is that both sides are fucking retarded and that neither side really thinks that they have to pay anything for a peaceful negotiation. Israel thinks it's going to squirm its way away from the Palestinian problem without having to actually make any big concessions for peace. And Palestinians think that they can squirm their way into a solution that looks like deals that they were offered over half a century ago. That's the issue right now, is that Palestinians are basically asking for a partition plan that they turned down in 1947, despite 4 or 5 wars since then to try to eradicate Israel. And Israelis think that they can build infinitely into Palestinian land and they'll never have to give any of it back because they can just kick the can down the road indefinitely. Like both sides think that they can reach a final settlement of this issue without having to make a painful sacrifice to the other side for any final peaceful arrangement, right? Is the big issue.
Employment and shortages of the goods that people need.
Well, Holly, we have.
But realistically, the Palestinians are never winning like this. It's never happening. Realistically, it's the Israel is the only side that's like making any real gains. You know.
Seeing the pictures of the violence and chaos that has taken place, can you give us more detail about the scene, specifically near the border?
Yeah, well, we were at the border for several hours today during those protests, and pretty extraordinary scenes. There were a lot of people there. The Israeli military says that around 40,000 Palestinian protesters went to the border fence today. Where we were, there were several thousand, difficult to count. Many, if not most, of the Palestinians were peaceful, but some of them moved very close to the fence. They threw stones, they used slings.
Player Piano, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. Okay, hold on. Like, listen to this. Listen to this coverage.
Many, if not most, of the Palestinians were peaceful, but some of them moved very close to the fence. They threw stones. They used slingshots to hurl stones across the border into Israel. They lit fires, and then in return, we saw Israeli soldiers using drones to drop tear gas canisters on the protest.
Like some of them moved near the fence, some of them threw stones into Israel. Like that's it, and then like contrast that with I don't like that I'm relying on a lot of videos from this guy on Twitter because I don't know if I trust all of these 100%. That's why I keep asking for other sources of video footage. Supposedly, I mean, this was posted on May 14th, so this would have been the day of in preparation for this big protest on this day. You see all the... So I said before that, like, to bring all these tires and everything up, they must be preparing this, and it looks like this is that preparation. It's getting these tires all ready and set up so that they can be, like, wheeling these out to the front to, like... Yeah, holy shit, they have a lot of these. Jesus. He's generally pretty good, but he's definitely a right-winger. I know, I just get really scared that I don't want to over-rely on one source. Jesus fucking Christ.
وزنه طن مش سيلفي والصاروخ خلفي شايفين الصاروخ وزنه طن يا اخوان وزنه طن مش عارفين كيف داخل البيت.
Unexploded Israeli ordnance in Khan Yunis.
Protesters and then firing live ammunition.
Well, Holly, the White House on Monday blamed Hamas for the deaths of dozens of Palestinians. Can you tell us about the roles of Hamas and the Israeli soldiers you just mentioned in terms of this violence?
Well, Hamas has certainly encouraged these protests.
That's a lie. And we're in May at this point, right? Hamas has taken an active role in managing these protests for at least April, January, February, March, April, for all of April. So for at least basically 6 weeks up to this video, Hamas has taken an active role in managing it. So that statement was just a bold-faced lie.
Well, Hamas has...
Well, I say lie. Well, let me be more precise. It's incorrect. I don't know if she's a liar or not, but it's definitely incorrect.
In terms of this violence.
Well, Hamas has certainly encouraged these protests, but they didn't instigate them in the beginning. That was other Palestinians.
That's like debatable on what you mean by instigate, like what kind of protests. It wasn't it was non-Hamas Palestinian that initially posted it online, assuming this Abu Artema guy is not a Hamas fucking person, but like obviously seized upon and co-opted by Hamas before the first protest even happened.
Who started this idea of a great march of return. Israel has responded with live ammunition, as I just discussed. And Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that Israel is simply acting in self-defense. However, today we also heard from the UN Human Rights Chief, who criticized Israel for, quote, the shocking killing of dozens by live fire.
The UN spokesperson, thank you. And then Netanyahu sounds like a crazy man here. You're just shooting innocent. But they even look at the pictures in the back. Are they getting trolled? Is the video team like secretly protesting the coverage and all of these fucking...
However, today we also heard from the UN Human Rights Chief, who criticized Israel.
Are they playing tug of war with the Israelis? Is this like a brief respite from the violence? Where they're playing tug of war back and forth, and then whoever wins like gets to expand their territory by 100 kilometers or something? Or not 100, I'm sorry. 100 meters. I don't even know there's 100 kilometers to go in either direction.
For, quote, the shocking killing of dozens by live fire.
And Holly, these protests are expected to continue in the coming days. Is there a sense that the violence may calm down now that the opening of the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem has passed?
Well, Elaine, these protests were due to culminate tomorrow, which Palestinians call their day of catastrophe. It's the 70th anniversary of their day of catastrophe following the founding of the State of Israel. But we are hearing some speculation tonight that tomorrow's protest, which was many thought would be the biggest protest so far, might be cancelled because Palestinian leaders in Hamas here in Gaza are concerned by the loss of life so far. But so far...
Like, what a wild statement. She's so white and precious and Western. What a wild statement.
...protest so far might be cancelled.
Like, thank God. Hamas is going to cancel the protest because they were so concerned that so many Palestinians died.
But we are hearing some speculation tonight that tomorrow's protest, which was many thought would be the biggest protest so far, might be cancelled because Palestinian leaders in Hamas here in Gaza are concerned by the loss of life so far. But so far, that is just speculation, just chatter here in Gaza that protest tomorrow may be cancelled.
Holly Williams in Gaza. Holly, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to go eat. I'm going to finish writing this up tonight, and then we're moving on from this event. I think I just want to do... I need to just research like 2 dudes because I want to have really good questions and interviews with them, or a few. I just want to go through their lives. Hopefully it's not as controversial as this. Jesus. Listen to Olmert's The Rest is Politics interview from a couple weeks ago. Thank you. I will listen to that. The Great Return March campaign, an initiative sponsored by Hamas whose goal is to breach the border fence, penetrate Israeli territory. This can't. According to the Al-Quds Al-Arabi Daily, Abu Ratima wrote on the Return March WhatsApp group that the breaching of the border will be especially painful for the occupation and will have significant international resonance, and added within 10 minutes all the returning marchers will be in the very heart of the settlement of Sderot, and then the weapons of the occupation will be completely useless. The Palestinian processions will blend with the settlers in the heart of our occupied cities. This will be a deadly blow to the occupier, and he will no doubt succumb. Activist Ahmad Abu Ratima, one of the organizers and spokesman for the Return March campaign, explicitly wrote on his Facebook page about the plan for a mass infiltration, first of the Israeli communities outside the Gaza border and then into the depth of Israel, even at the cost of Palestinian lives. If the Gazan Palestinians manage to recruit 100,000 nonviolent protesters and the other areas manage to recruit tens of thousands, the occupation will be hard put to deal with these mass marches, even if some people are killed during the actual breaching of the border. But thanks to their sacrifice, the Palestinians managed to cross the separation fence and reach their land that was occupied in 1948. It will be a reasonable price to pay. Thousands of victims have fallen in the wars without achieving any political results. This time, deaths will be justified and will be for the sake of making a significant national achievement. Can somebody find a link to that? Oh, fuck. I can't read this stupid shit. This is also, I'm guessing this is some big, I don't know what this is. I just guess everything that's like not shitting on Israel, I just assume it's like massively far-right pro-Zionist. Oh, and they have more videos? What is Memory TV? Can somebody tell me? This doesn't look Hebrew. I don't know what Hebrew looks like. It looks, Arabic feels like it's got more squiggly lines left and right, and Hebrew feels like it's got more straight lines going up and down. What is this from? It's Hindi. This is Arabic. That's not Hebrew. Memory is the channel Far4 was on. It's Arabic. Memory TV is top fucking memes. It's peak humor. It's from the internet. Far4, the mouse channel. Like, how do you get a media environment that's this favorable? Like, you're showing, the West is showing, like, how are you simultaneously able to show your own sick propaganda of you, like, being basically launching an invasion, and then the West shows you as, like, being peaceful victims? How do you have it both ways? Like, that's wild. Memory is an American nonprofit. They do videos showing how retarded Arabs are. Jesus. Okay. Like, keep in mind that they said that Israel, what did we read? Where Israel was given open orders to shoot every single person that came near a wall? I mean, I guess they are ducking and hiding. Was this what I was looking for? Secondly, the Great March of Return page never said that it was an official spokesman for the authority. The authority represents the return marchers in breaking the siege of the Gaza Strip. The page exception is just saying that that other page wasn't official. Unfortunately, your idea has been seized by some factions. Okay, Memory TV might literally be... No shot. The Cringe Patrol made it to fucking the Gaza Strip? Oh my fucking god. Okay, I don't need to...
Of the 45th President of the United States of Salem.
What a fucking retard. You know what? Being more aware of this too, like having Gorka saying shit like, "Oh, well, you didn't see anything violent happening in the Middle East when Trump," like, and the fact that this happened, a big response. This was a big response, or part of this was a response to the moving of that embassy. What does AFP stand for? Is this some French shit? This is kind of an unfavorably translated thing, or stated thing. Israel considers Jerusalem as its capital, while Palestinians claim the eastern part of the city. That claim thing is kind of mean. Technically, they've been there for hundreds and hundreds of years. They don't just like randomly claim it. That makes it kind of sound a little bit like, oh, you know, they claim that it's their shit. Well, I've been there for a long fucking time. It's kind of fun. It's a little biased in the other direction. It's like an AP Reuters kind of thing. That's very nitpicky, but I'm trying my hardest, okay? To both sides. Okay. Fuck all this shit. I'm gonna go eat. I love you guys. Wait, a couple more. What is this? Father disciplines his daughter.
Need fathers. This lovely lady. This is one of the many reasons why we need fathers.
This lovely lady is my 10-year-old daughter, who has, for the second time this school year, been kicked off the school bus due to bullying another student. Let me make this extremely clear. Bullying is unacceptable, especially in my household. Friday, when my daughter brought home her paperwork for her bus suspension, she said, "Daddy, you're gonna have to take me to school next week." As you see this morning, she is learning otherwise. A lot of children today feel that the things their parents do for them is a right and not a privilege. So today...
I mean, technically it is a right, not a privilege. A child has a right to a lot of things, and if you don't provide them as a parent, you're going to lose your kid, but pedantic.
My beautiful daughter is going to walk 5 miles to school. And
5 miles? Get the fuck out of here. Okay, I was following up to this point. Shut the fuck up.
To walk 5 miles to school in 36-degree weather. I know a lot of you parents are not going to agree with this, but that is all right, because I'm doing what I feel is right to teach my daughter a lesson and to stop her from bullying.
Like I don't think I disagree necessarily in spirit. If you want to make your kid walk a little bit because they're bullying because they got kicked off the bus. 5 miles, though? Get the fuck out of here. What is this? Israeli officer shot at Gaza border dies from wounds.
For 9 days, he was in and out of multiple surgeries. Shmueli, for the past 9 days, has been fighting for his life at the Soroka Hospital in Beersheba. He sustained a severe head injury Saturday before last from point-blank shooting. That event in and of itself was a very rare event that Palestinian protesters were able to get so close to the border fence. There was a lot of criticism on the defense establishment for even allowing that situation to happen. But as for the border policeman, 21-year-old, for 9 days he was in and out of multiple surgeries. A lot of people came to pray to give their support, but he succumbed to his injuries today in hospital.
And it didn't take long, of course, for condolences to be pouring in.
Okay, Jesus. It's not the guy dying is whatever. It's interesting how strict do you have to be on your border shit. One argument that I've seen put on some kind of more, I think I read a Tablet article about this. I don't usually read Tablet on stream because they're super pro-Zionist. That's actually a far-right publication. Fuck you if somebody tries to say that's center-left. Tablet is actually like a decently right pro-Zionist Israel thing. But I wish I could remember the article. But the argument that author was making, that especially since the Great March of Return, that the more and more lax approach that the ISF has taken towards basically maintaining the distance, the separations of that wall, is part of the reason why October 7th could happen. That as long as Palestinians continue to flirt with the border and they get closer and closer and nothing really happens, that eventually like they'll have the I don't know, feel like they have the bravery to cut through, or they can organize a bigger event and it's not taken as seriously. And yeah.
It itself was a very rare event that Palestinian protesters were able to get so close to the border fence. There was a lot of criticism on the defense establishment for even allowing that situation to happen. But as for the border policeman, 21-year-old, for 9 days he was in and out of multiple surgeries. A lot of people came to pray to give their support, but he succumbed to his injuries today in hospital.
And it didn't take long, of course, for condolences to be pouring in. The Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, also from
ISF is Israeli Security Forces. I think they're the ones that manage the Gaza Strip.
the Defense Minister and...
I believe they're called the ISF, right? Am I making this up? I feel like I wrote this down in here. I might have just made this up. Oh no, it is. Israeli Security Forces? Like, they're not considered like the, I don't think they're considered... Wait, is this the overarching for everything? Like, the police are included in this. Is the IDF included in this, or is the IDF a totally separate thing? Security force include riot workers, include the military law. Okay, never mind. I should just say the... I don't think... The people manning the walls in Gaza aren't the IDF, aren't they? Isn't it a separate... Okay. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. ISF is a general term for the IDF and the border police. Okay, so I should be more specific and say the Israeli Border Patrol? Border Patrol. Border Police. This is what I should say. The Israeli Border Police. That's what I've written up here. Okay.
From the opposition leader, all calling him a hero.
Yeah, throughout the political spectrum, many people have been following his condition, hoping for him to get out of it. What unfortunately didn't happen. But as you mentioned, Prime Minister Bennett gave his condolences. He said that there are no words to comfort the family in this heavy time of mourning. Opposition leader Netanyahu, from his vacation spot in Hawaii, sent...
No, the IDF Gaza division is on the Gaza border. Okay. Gaza is IDF? Okay, fuck it. I'll look it up more precisely.
Message, as you mentioned also, Defense Minister Gantz, Public Security Minister...
Does the PA police their side of the West Bank, or is it the IDF? The Palestinian Authority, I believe, has exclusive policing ability in Area A and B, and the IDF, I believe, polices Area C. I'm not 100% sure on Area B there, but I'm pretty sure. The IDF might be able to do raids and stuff in Area B, and maybe into Area A, but I think generally Area A and B, I think, are the PA.
Omer Bar-Lev, a wide variety of responses, condolences to the family, and I do believe that the fact that he didn't survive his injuries will also affect the response by Israel. Israel did respond immediately in Gaza, but this changes the situation, and we should expect in the near future a bit of a harsher response from what we've seen until now, because this is an Israeli border policeman, an Israeli military soldier who died in action in an event that in itself got a lot of criticism. So there's also going to be some soul-searching in the military, how to avoid these events from happening again. But I do imagine that...
Oof. Unfortunate choice of words. How do we prevent this from happening again?
The defense establishment will escalate its response since he didn't survive this injury.
Okay. All right. Hopefully we don't have to talk about this more tomorrow. I love you guys. It's been fun. I'll be back tomorrow. Reparina, cappuccino, I'll be trying my doing this. Okay, wait. Do we do this real quick? No, I don't need a hint. Make this go away. Seriously? It's going to give me a hint. Stop! Wait, I can't go back. Okay, there we go. Wait, is this broken now? Oh, it's this. Jesus. Are you fucking kidding me? Why is this in my fucking... Oh, I'm getting triggered. Okay. You know what? Okay, fuck you. Create 4 groups of 4. Initial here, we theme, endorse, maiden, premiere, Champion sign, support, banner use, first, poster, back, billboard. Okay. The initial, the premiere, the first, and the maiden voyage. These are all like first things, guaranteed. Boom. Okay. Endorse, support, champion a cause. Wait. Banner use. Back something. Boom. Okay. Sign, poster, banner, billboard. What is this? Theme here. We use. Theme park. Here. I don't know what the last thing is. This was an easy one. What the fuck? Pronouns plus E. Cringe. All right.